insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hope you had a great weekend. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. This morning and the next 2 mornings afterwards, we means myself and Brandon Scott. B. Scott in for Pope Zaza, Seth Payne for the next few days.
Dude, what a hell of a week to be in with you, too.
I know.
I mean, we're in the thick of it with the Astros, and what a series they had over the weekend. We're going to talk plenty about that. But training camp started this week, and we'll be out there to start it, basically to kick things off, man. Yeah. I cannot wait. I'm so glad to be here, man.
Wednesday, it's good to have you, as always. I love getting to chop it up with you, B. Scott. If you want to get in, text page is 713-572-4610. You can get us on YouTube and Twitch as well. And yeah, it was a big weekend. It was not the. Well, let me back up on the Astros here for a second.
I thought it was a hell of a weekend to lose 2 out of 3.
Well, it was. I said going into the weekend, and this is before they lost Isaac Paredes. My God, we'll talk about that.
Goodness.
The medical situation got worse for the Astros this weekend, at least in terms of the number of bodies. Guys that are already on the injured list are progressing in the right direction. But the number of players on the list is going in the wrong direction right now.
Number of players and importance of players going in that direction now.
No doubt. You've got your 2 everyday players that made the All-Star team are now both on the injured list with Jeremy Pena and Isaac Paredes joining him on there with a hamstring injury. It did not look good from the second he pulled it on Saturday. This wasn't one of those ones. This wasn't a Nico Collins hamstring where he scored a 78-yard touchdown, celebrated with his teammates. Didn't look like anything was wrong, and then the next thing you know, he's missing the next 5.5 games.
Give us hamstrings like Nico Collins.
Yeah. Well, and not to throw shade, like Isaac is in a different physical state than Nico. Looks like he was built in a lab.
I think that's fair. Not shade. Let's just look at the guys.
Isaac straddles a line between beer league softball and Major League Baseball. Now, so he looks more likely to get a hamstring injury, and his hamstring injury looked nasty. Pulled it about halfway down the line. But I want to talk about the weekend overall, and I want to talk about yesterday. I said going into the weekend, knowing this triage situation that we're kind of in right now with the Astros, B. Scott, medically, and knowing that they limped into the break collectively as a team, they were all limping into the break. I went into this weekend, sounds like a loser's mentality, especially going against the Mariners who can't get out of their own way historically.
Right.
But I would have said, you know what? I would sign up for 1-2 right now just to keep them at 4 games back. You're going to get guys back here. I would just win a game. Just don't get swept. Keep them at least a series worth of games behind you here. And they got beat Friday, resoundingly. The Saturday game was highly entertaining, but they lost that one too.
One of their more entertaining games of the year.
Yeah, if you didn't have a dog in the fight and you just sat down and watched that baseball game, you were entertained by that game. If you're a sit down and watch a baseball game person. Yesterday's game, I think, is the biggest win of the year so far. And they were down 3-0. They were dead. They had a minor league lineup out there on a Sunday. They had a Sunday lineup.
Yeah.
Like they had an ultimate Sunday lineup. They were down 3-0. Hunter Brown's knocked out of the game because his pitch count gets way the hell up there. So that's still a concern to a degree, is Hunter Brown. But then 11 straight runs yesterday.
Yeah.
And some of it was Seattle not, J.P. Crawford dropping a pop fly.
Yeah.
Later in the game, J-Rod misplaying a Taylor Trammell. Probably should have been a tough out. Instead, it was a double.
How about Taylor Trammell?
And Taylor Trammell.
Go get him.
He'll get acknowledged in 1 hour and 16 minutes, Taylor Trammell will unacknowledge me. But I think that, to me, that so far is the biggest win of the year, given where they were in that game, just left for dead. 4 innings in, they're dead. I was this close to being in channel-changing mode. And then they explode. By the way, on Wu, their all-star.
Yes, there we go.
Like your all-star is scuffling, their all-star is dealing, and then the gods just step in the 5th inning and say, nope, not your day, Mariners.
Yeah, the biggest thing is to do it against Wu, and with it being this lineup, it's got to make you feel good, at least about the prospects of not being at full strength for a while. We don't know how long Isaac Paredes is going to be out.
Yeah.
We already understand that Jeremy Pena has been out for a significant amount of time already. Jake Myers, the list kind of goes on and on. But I was different from you going into this series of saying, hey, I'll concede 2 out of 3. I didn't feel that way because they were reeling going into the All-Star break. Because, like, to me, the 1-5 going into the All-Star break made this series even bigger to me. Like, it put even more weight on it. It's like, hey, these guys are already on your heels. You were reeling going into the break. Just the math of it. Now, it's not going to kill you. But it would help a lot to win 2 out of 3 as opposed to lose 2 out of 3. Yeah. But that being said, if you're going to lose 2 out of 3, this is the way to do it. Like, to still go out there and play some kind of reputable baseball that you can be proud of. Of course, we talked about Saturday being the type of game. Like, you go 11 innings and you lose on the road, you can accept that. And the fact that the way that the extra inning rules are designed now with the extra man on second base, it's not designed for extra innings to last up until the 11th inning anymore.
No.
That's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
And the fact that happened and we had that back and forth and it was exciting of a game. I will take losing if you entertain me. But then if you especially back-end it with Game 3, with Sunday's game, and to do it against an all-star pitcher with a – let's just be generous, call it a minor league-esque lineup where Taylor Trammell's out there, the player of the game, I'll take that.
I think, you bring up Saturday. Like, this team's got an incredible ability to turn the page within games. I mean, during that long streak they had where they were the best team in baseball for the month of June, they were winning a lot of games where I won't say they looked like they were dead like they were yesterday. But, they're big in late innings. They've been great with 2 outs. For a team that is a little challenged offensively, they are situationally. They've been very, very good since May. But that loss, that was not just your garden variety extra innings loss on Saturday. Yeah. You came back in that game. Again, they looked kind of dead in that game too, and then they score 4 runs in whatever inning it was to take the lead in that game. A lot of it with 2 outs. Cam Smith grounded into that double play. Looked like it torpedoed the inning. Yeah. And then they score 4 runs after that. So the way they lost though in extra innings, the ball hitting off the nub of, I forget who the hitter was.
How unique is that?
I've never seen it before.
Right. I mean, how unique is that?
And the heads up of the base runner on third. I think Raleigh was on third. To actually run home. Because it looked like he beamed him. So the ball's dead at that point if he did bean him, so it was. But it also makes sense why the guy even acted like it beamed him, because it did hit the nub of the bat, which is basically the hand. It kind of shocks you a little bit,
but not
probably.
Quite. Well, yeah, and I'm sure it shocks you, and you can kind of feel the reverb.
Yeah. So so the way they lost on Saturday, and losing Isaac Paredes in that game, I mean that was a devastating loss.
Yeah.
And to bounce back the way they did on Sunday, I thought was a lot of what this team has been about this year, man. This team is built on guts and a lot of gauze bandages and duct tape.
I don't want to get hyperbolic just 8 minutes into the show, but it did feel like a great value brand 2017 World Series-esque where it feels like they win and lose the game at least twice before the game is over. Whether they actually win or lose the game, it feels like, if you're not inclined to go all the way in and watch all 9 innings, and you just kind of give up on a simple result in an inning. You're like, oh, that team's going to win. That team's going to win. That happened at least 2 or 3 times over the last 2 days.
Yeah, no doubt. And we should point out, too, that it gets lost in the shuffle because the final score is 11-3, and the Astros ran it up on them in the last few innings. But when that was still a game, when it was 5-3, the Astros had taken that lead in the 5th or 6th inning, whatever it was. The play, I apologize. The double that Taylor Trammell, it looked like Hummel. I don't know if he misplayed it, but he didn't make the catch.
Right.
Trammell is there backing him up. Yeah. Throws an absolute dime of a relay.
Trammell's in center, so it happens in left center.
Yeah, in left center.
And Trammell comes and covers the play.
Trammell comes, gets the ball, gets it to Dubon, who's playing shortstop. Dubon throws an absolute seed to home plate. And at first called safe, on replay called out. And if they don't get that replay overturned, if they don't make that play, it's a very, very different baseball game. That got them off the field in that inning. You know, that ended the end when they overturned the run at home and they called it an out.
Yeah.
Astros were off the field instead of being, 2 outs, 5-4 with a runner in scoring position. Instead, it's 5-3 and the inning's over and it's on to the next inning. That was a massive play. And boy, just talk about a game of inches. The runner is sliding. His cleat pops up at the last second over the top of home plate. It was crazy, man.
Yeah, it was, and that play had to be challenged. Like,
it was originally safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's called safe to begin with, and so shout out to replay and all of that. But a theme here for me with the Astros is, even with all of this calamity around them, they do the little things and the simple things really well. Yeah. So, like, they're able to go out there with a minor league-esque roster, or a minor league-esque lineup, but because they have good at-bats, they play good defense, they run the bases well. Yeah. Their slugging is still an issue. Even when they're full speed, they don't slug the way that we're used to, the type of Astros that we became used to over time. But they do all of these simple things really well that make them a compelling team and make them a team that is a threat even when they don't have their best guys out there.
Yeah. That was one of those wins yesterday. Like, all right, I'm just going to – if I were on the plane, with the team, I'd be like, all right, we're going to celebrate this one because that's what you do. But there is still a lot to be concerned about with this baseball team. This Isaac Paredes injury is huge.
Yeah.
It's a huge injury.
Well, it ended up as fun of a weekend as it was in all the back and forth that we just talked about. That ended up being the biggest story, at least to me, of the weekend. And you can throw in Lance McCullers and him scuffling and that being kind of a continuing, ongoing story. What are you going to get out of Lance McCullers? What's the best place for him? I think that's his own thing. But in terms of like just straight up developments and headlines and news, Isaac Paredes being out for however long he's going to be out. I know he came back to Houston yesterday to get that hamstring looked at further. But that ended up being the biggest development for the Astros over the weekend.
Positive development there. I would say still a little bit scary that Hunter Brown has now gone 3 straight starts and not looked like the version of Hunter Brown that got him on the All-Star team.
Right.
That's a concern. And then I would say the good news, it seems like going on, knock wood, with the especially the pitchers that are in this rehab stage right now. Spencer Arrighetti, nice outing. Luis Garcia. Although it looks like he's totally changed his throwing motion. Did you see any of the highlights of Luis Garcia?
I did. I don't know what to make of Luis Garcia.
Yeah. Well, if he gets guys out, then great. But
but just the time that it's been, and then you come back. You don't see him for 2 years, and then you finally see him, and he looks different. Yeah. It's an odd feeling.
Jonathan Singleton's back. That's phenomenal news.
Oh man,
they're 1-0 with Singy back.
I am waiting on the bat flip single. that is for sure awaiting us.
All right, we got Texans training camp coming up this week. B. Scott and I will be out there on Wednesday. We'll be out there 6 a.m., bright and early. We're getting it kicked off for you guys here on Sports Radio 610. Along those lines, we got a lot of new faces. Power ranking the new faces and our excitement level of seeing them in a training camp environment. Text in 713-572-4610. I've got my list right here. We'll go through B. Scott's as well. But first, let's get you guys sleeping better right out of the chute here.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ocho is up with us early. He said, Sean, I'm late. You know that you're up early routinely when it's 6:19 and your first thing you text is, I'm late.
Yeah, sorry I'm late.
Yeah, that's true, though. Ocho's here at 6 a.m. every day. Did you mention the ace of the staff, Mr. Brandon Lee Walter, a.k.a. Great Value Tom Glavine? I'm telling you right now, if the Astros were to be heading into maybe not a wild card series, but maybe if it went 2 out of 3, Brandon Walter is your third best starter right now.
Yes.
He's starting playoff games for you right now. If this is what you look like pitching-wise going into the postseason, he is starting playoff games for you without question, I think.
Yeah, and you could look at it from either side, right? On the one end, that's a little bit concerning given the experience and just the no-name nature of it. But also, if you're like us, like the people that are listening to this show and like you and I who watch every Astros game and watch every Brandon Walter start, you're kind of like, you know what? I am actually okay with that guy based off of what I've seen so far.
Yep.
So I'm a Brandon Walter guy. I'm actually a fan of all of the, let's call them minor league pitchers that they've had kind of come in and fill in the spot for the injured guys between Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon. All these guys have had their issues, but at the same time, you kind of understand it. I've got far less of a problem with these guys themselves as I do just the situation in and of itself that none of us can control. It just kind of is what it is. Shout out to John Lopez. But, like, just the fact that they're in this position is what I object to more than what they've actually given us. I am a Brandon Walter guy for sure.
I put Gusto in the same bucket with those. I know he was on the team to come out of camp in the bullpen, but he's had to start a bunch of games this year. You weren't expecting that.
Or has to come out there and relieve Lance, whatever he's scuffling, because now it's his long reliever role. Like it's one or the other.
Or even last night, yesterday. It was wild watching the broadcast yesterday towards the end of the game, and Callis and Blum are sitting there talking about, and rightfully so, talking about, like, man, Abreu might have to finish this game. They're up 11-3. They've just got nobody else, and they mentioned that Gusto might be available. He's never pitched 2 days in a row before, so do you worry about what kind of impact that has on his arm? Eventually, obviously, they didn't. They brought him in. But, yeah, like it sounded weird in an 11-3 game, but they're kind of having to figure some things out because they've been so taxed on the bullpen. And that's where, boy, Lance has got to – I mean, if you're going to throw Lance McCullers out there every 5 or 6 days, he's got to give you more than 2 2/3 innings. A good Lance start can't be 5 innings with 101 pitches.
Right.
I mean, this is even when he's been good. This is kind of he's never been an economical pitcher.
Yeah,
you know,
and now he's not economical or necessarily effective, which really at some point
it's a bad combination.
And I don't know if we're at this point now, and maybe we're there, maybe we're just getting there. But at some point, we're gonna have to have the conversation of, is this guy hurting you more than he's helping? Because, when he was coming back or in the beginning of the year, it's like, hey, luxury Lance, it's a plus. Then when he gets back, it's, hey, you need this guy. He's your third best guy at this point. And now,
and he started pitching that way for a brief spell.
For a brief spell, exactly. It kind of teased you a little bit with, and I even said it on the air. I was like, man, it's amazing how Lance McCullers continues to reinvent himself by force, because he has to with all the injuries that he's had. He's had to reinvent himself as a pitcher, and a credit to him for doing that. But now that's not looking so great. So at some point there's going to be a conversation, or it could be a conversation of what is Lance McCullers, what is the best place or the best use of him, if any at all.
All right. Training camp starts in 2 days. 48 hours from now, you and I will be in segment number 2 of our first training camp edition of the show. I can't wait.
Let's go.
It's been a long few weeks, man, since minicamp. Although it's been nice that during the dead time, the Astros have been – the last week and a half, notwithstanding, one of the hottest teams in baseball.
Yep.
And the Rockets did us the service of going out and getting perhaps the greatest scorer of the 25th century, or 21st century. 25 a game is what was in my head.
Yeah.
The number 25 was in my head because he scores more than 25 a game routinely. 21st century Kevin Durant. So that's been nice. And you have executives from companies at Coldplay concerts fondling each other on the Kiss Cam. That's really helped as well.
That will sustain us for, I think, decades to come.
I think it will too.
As long as the internet exists.
That's right. We'll get to them in a minute. But training camp starts up. New faces every year. We've got some high-profile new faces this year, for a team that came into this offseason with not nearly as much cap space as they did last offseason. When they were able to go get Daniil Hunter and trade for Joe Mixon and give him an extension and all those things.
And also Stephon Diggs, obviously.
Stephon Diggs, yeah. But this, I would say at least a couple like very, very prominent names. So I've got my list here of my excitement level of newcomers here. I've got my power ranking here. Do you want me to go through my power ranking, or do you want to dueling piano this thing, and I'll name one, and then you can pick one that you want to name? We go back and forth here.
So I'll say this on the front end. We have 4 of the same 5 guys.
Oh, good. Okay.
And the only order where we're consistent is the 5th guy.
Okay.
So I've taken a peek at your list.
Okay.
My list is similar, 4 of the same 5 guys, but I've got a different guy in there, and we have the same 5th guy.
I'll start at the bottom of my list then.
All right,
here.
let's
Number
do that.
5. I got Christian Kirk as my 5.
I'm with that.
This time a year ago, the Texans were getting power ranked. Their wide receiver room was one of the top 3 or 4 in the league, every outlet you went to, because of the Diggs trade. And obviously because Tank Dell and Nico Collins did some great things back in 2023. By the end of the year, it was Nico Collins and a bunch of dudes who couldn't get open.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk gets open. Christian Kirk, obviously there's no at healthy Tank Dell, I don't know that there's a player as unicorn-like as he is in the ability to do so many things at such a diminutive size. But Christian Kirk definitely scratches you where you itch in terms of having a guy who's a pro, who's accomplished. When he's been fully healthy, he's been a 1,000-yard receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Christian Kirk, how he fits in this offense, in the slot, in this new offense, this Nick Caley offense, number 5 for me.
Christian Kirk gets open. Christian Kirk gets open consistently. And Christian Kirk, I think this is most important, specific to the Texans. Christian Kirk gets open quickly.
Yeah.
And that's within mind, for me at least, that the offensive line is still a work in progress. We do not, it might actually be great. We don't know. But at this point, I don't think any of us can go into the season, especially going into training camp, and say, hey, we got all the confidence in the world in this offensive line. You'd be lying. So if you're coming from it from that perspective, all of the guys that can get open quickly, the Christian Kirks of the world, the running backs that are going to catch the ball out of the backfield, the tight ends, I think all of those guys are going to be super important.
Give me one. Give me one off your list.
So off my list, and I'm going to quickly go away from somebody that's not on your list because I was surprised. I didn't realize, and I'm just going to kind of spoil this a little bit, I didn't realize that we could put rookies on here when I saw that you did.
Yeah.
I picked a different one.
Okay.
Jalen Noel.
Yeah. I have Higgins in mind, but I went back and forth.
So Jalen Noel.
The case for Noel. Go ahead.
The case for Noel is a similar case for Christian Kirk, I think, when we talk about guys that can get open quickly. But I think with Noel, it's going to be even more so because it's not like it's just like he's just going to be a slot guy. I think they're going to use him in multiple ways. We'll see him in multiple different spots. And the biggest thing with him, with the Texans, is how much this offense to me lacks speed. Like that's been one key element of it. They just didn't have a burner. Tank Dell is a very specific kind of player, and he'd be the closest thing to that. And Nico Collins, for his size, obviously moves extremely well. But they didn't just have a straight-up speedster, that type of guy that is a matchup, a mismatch because of his speed. And so Jalen Noel is going to be certainly somebody for me to watch, even in training camp, watching him go up against this star-studded DB group that the Texans have.
I have Higgins on my list. I'll do Higgins here just since you just did Noel. The reason I picked Higgins over Noel was strictly based on some of the things that I saw at minicamp and at OTAs with Jaden Higgins. Noel was hurt for minicamp. He didn't get out there. Higgins was making plays downfield against first-teamers in minicamp. That and including just the one hand. Everybody's seen it on social media, but the one-handed catch he had with Kamari Lassiter draped all over him.
Yeah.
And big body, like the intrigue for me of having a guy that's practically the same size as Nico Collins on the other side outside, having two big physical receivers like that, very intriguing to me.
Yeah, and he's on my list just for the record too. He's on my list as well.
He?
Yeah,
okay.
He would. I think that. So I think you're going to get to the guy that's not on my list, and Noel takes his place. But I think anytime you can get a guy with the combination of skills that Jaden Higgins has, kind of similar to Nico, that size but moves that well and has already shown a propensity to making the type of plays that we've already seen him make, I can't wait to watch him.
Is Cam Robinson the one that's not on your list?
That's the one that's
Cam
not on
Robinson,
my list.
And I get that. It's the offensive line. It's not super sexy. It's not like your brain. you sent out a Pro Bowl left tackle. You didn't bring one in.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it intriguing for me. The fact that I think all these positions are open to competition, including left tackle. Cam Robinson doesn't have a good training camp. He won't be the left tackle for this football team. Somebody else will. But he's replacing Laramie Tunsil. And it's a counterintuitive move to trade away your best pass protector when you have an offensive line that had a quarterback get sacked the second most times in the NFL, got hit a ton, pressured like crazy. I'm for the Laramie Tunsil trade, just to be very clear. I think it made sense. But Cam Robinson you're going to need good left tackle play.
Yeah.
And he's been okay as a pro. He's not been Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. I think the tackle position, so I wouldn't single out Cam Robinson. I think every point that you make is valid. I would just look at the tackle position at large as one that is fascinating to me because we went into the offseason. Of course, you remember this, Sean. We go into the offseason having questions about the offensive line from guard to guard. It was an interior offensive line question mostly. I found it interesting how we get to OTAs and minicamp, and it feels like if they're settled on anything, and I'm not saying that they are because we don't know this to be true for a fact, but if they're settled on anything, it feels like they're more so settled on the remade interior offensive line than they are the tackle position. You mentioned Cam Robinson specifically, but I feel like both tackles, if we can even say for sure that Blake Fisher is the right tackle, it feels like he is. But it doesn't feel like either guy, whether you're talking about Blake Fisher on the right side or Cam Robinson on the left side, for sure has that tackle position locked down. Like it could be another guy by the end of camp.
These guys haven't put on pads yet. Okay, we got to take a step back. They haven't put on pads yet. So I think everything's up for grabs. The main reason I have Cam Robinson on the first team right now is, one, he was with the first team a lot in minicamp. Like, he was the guy there. He's also making $14 million a year.
Right.
Trent Brown is making $3 million a year. Nobody's mentioning his name at all in this whole thing. And I think
except John Lopez.
Well, and he also hasn't practiced much either. He's coming back from injury. Yeah. So anyways, Cam, I like that. Cam Robinson, and by proxy, the offensive line as a whole, is for sure going to be something that we're keeping an eye on at camp. All right, so we're down to the last two. We have the same two names then. If I'm doing process of elimination, I'll let you go first on the two names that we are most excited to see at training camp.
Let's just get to C.J. Gardner-Johnson now.
He's my number one, just to be clear.
He's your number one. So you and I have a flip-flop number one. The other guy who's on your list will be my number one. Yeah. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson he's number one on your list and could easily be number one on mine. I think just the entertainment value alone, the character that he is going to make for a fun training camp. Getting to watch him out there interact with his new teammates, getting to interact with him for the first few times that we do. But then also, hell of a football player.
Yeah.
So, like, when you add these, if you're just one or the other, it's whatever. But when you're both, when you're a character and you're going to be a key component to the football team, I can't wait to see that.
Nick Chubb, total opposite reason.
Yeah.
He is stoic and quiet. He leads by example, that kind of thing. With Nick Chubb, the intrigue is just how healthy is he? Once you put pads on, how explosive does he look? You go back and watch Nick Chubb's highlight package from before this last knee injury that he's had. Of course, we all know he suffered a really damaging knee injury in college as well. But Nick Chubb is in the conversation for best running back in football over that period of time. Never averaged under 5 yards per carry. The interesting thing about C.J. Gardner for me, and I'll get your thoughts on Chubb in a second here, but just to dovetail off of what you're talking about, if you watch that interview he did on the Pivot podcast, and a lot of it was about why didn't it work out in Philly? Why are you on so many different teams?
Yeah.
And more often than not, the answer has something to do with something he did at practice. So, I shot the gap, and they got mad at me for doing that in practice. Dan Campbell told me to stop being so physical. I was like, what the hell? We do Oklahoma drills. He's openly bragging about how he basically shut down joint practices a couple of times because of hits. So what are we coming up on here? What are we talking about? Practice.
Yeah.
That's what makes him an intriguing training camp name for me, is that it seems like a lot of the issues he's had in previous stops have to do with the fact that he maybe takes practices up a couple of notches past where the head coach would like him to take it.
You are too intense in practice for Dan Campbell.
Right.
And D'Amico Ryan says, bring him over here. That's exactly my type of guy. That's
why
exactly
he's number one
my type of player. No,
yeah.
I'm right there with you in terms of the logic and the reasoning for wanting to watch C.J. Gardner-Johnson. If he is that much of a disruptor in practice to where even somebody that is as intense as Dan Campbell is saying, hey, reel it in a little bit, that's going to be a lot of fun. Now, I don't want him taking the heads off of anybody on this offense,
No.
because this offense has a lot of questions and has a lot to prove, especially with a new offensive coordinator, C.J. going into year 3 and all of that. So please take it easy on these guys, but also be entertaining, and I'm sure that he will.
Be entertaining. All right, your thoughts on Chubb. I didn't get a bite at the Chubb apple
So
here.
you asked the question that all of us are going to be asking, how explosive is he?
Yeah.
My question, which is kind of dovetails off of that, is what if he is, right? Like, so the reason why Nick Chubb is the top newcomer to watch for me is the what if factor. And I think we're allowed to traffic in what ifs at this time of the year when you're going into training camp, because we don't know. So it's fair to ask the question. We want to know how explosive he is. Okay, if the answer to that question is, let's just throw a number out there arbitrarily, 60%, 75%. Okay, what if he is? What if it's there? Now what does that look like? What does that mean for the Texans running back room? What is that added element to the offense? Aside from it being a different offense or a new offense, what is that added element of having a second guy at that position that you can rely on, which is something that the Texans have not had nearly as often enough as we had liked to have seen him have it over the last few years.
He's healthy. That becomes a really fun room, to speculate. I mean, there will be somebody who has played some football on this team quite a bit over the last few years. Gone.
Yeah, you made the point back when they made the signing that just the numbers game alone that it does makes it a fascinating, makes it an intriguing piece of training camp to go in, and then what happens after that.
Yeah. It's Damian Pierce, because Woody Marks is making this team.
Yes.
So barring injury, again, knock wood, barring injury, it's going to be a numbers game between Damian Pierce, Dario Gumbawale. You do rationalize a Gumbawale. We need him on special teams.
Yeah.
We just view him as a body, not as a running back, that kind of thing.
Woody Marks making the team both because he was just drafted and also he's a different type of back.
He's a pass catcher.
Has an added element to the offense that is different from the rest of the guys. So you actually want him, aside from the fact that you just got him and haven't really seen him play.
Yep. All right, let's get to some headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros. They win yesterday. They lose the series, win a game, keep the Mariners at bay. The Texans made a signing over the weekend. We've got some NFL news to get to as well. We'll get to all of that coming up next in headlines. But first, let's get you guys driving that brand new
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Astros win yesterday 11-3, take 1 out of 3 from the Mariners over the weekend. I said going into the weekend, sounds like a loser mentality, but if they win 1, I'll be okay with it. Seattle stays 4 games back instead of 2. There were only 4 outcomes this weekend. You were either going to be 2 games up, 4 games up, 6 games up, or 8 games up, depending on how the series went. And I will say this, had I not said that before the weekend, I sure as hell would have been bargaining for it at about the 3rd or 4th inning yesterday. Like, please just give me this 1 game.
Yeah. Or even Saturday when Isaac Paredes goes out.
Yeah, I mean, give me one of these next 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you're really kind of playing with fire in terms of what your lineup looks like.
I don't know how it's going to look over these next few weeks. They play Arizona these next few games. Schedule eases up. I know they got the A's on the other side of that. I'd have to pull it up to see what they've got after that. Their schedule is, through the rest of the season, one of the easier schedules in baseball.
Second easiest schedule in baseball post-All-Star break.
Yeah, post-All-Star break. So, and that said, though, you got a couple series with the Red Sox who are playing well all of a sudden. The Yankees are on there. Detroit's on there again. So, and you're playing with a lineup that sort of, it doesn't matter the strength of schedule some nights because you've got 2/3 of your guys out there probably shouldn't even be in the big leagues right now.
Yeah, and the timing of what they did yesterday, it helps that, we were having a conversation earlier in the show about Lance McCullers and then, of course, Hunter Brown not necessarily looking like, peak Hunter Brown at the moment, that you were able to, with your less than ideal lineup, go out there and perform the way you did against an all-star caliber pitcher like Brian Wu.
Yeah.
I think it was a big deal for
that
this team.
That was big, man. That it was Wu out there, and Hunter Brown's out of the game. He's your all-star. He's scuffled. He's done. You're losing. And Wu was dealing the first 4 innings. He looked great, and then all of a sudden, boy, it was that the Cam Smith double that got things going.
Right.
And then it was just, the dam opened up for the Astros yesterday. There was even some home runs. Taylor Trammell and Christian Walker hitting some bombs. So that was good to see. We'll talk more Astros later in the show. They're 4 games up in the AL West as we wake up this morning. Texans signed Ariante Ersery, their second-round pick, to a 4-year deal. So the maneuver that GM Nick Caserio made in giving Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract at the 34th overall pick that had gummed up the works for all the other GMs after the Higgins pick, including Nick Caserio.
Yes.
Seems to have been resolved league-wide. There's been this flood of second-round picks now signing. Tyler Shuck, I think, is getting a fully guaranteed deal, quarterback.
I believe so.
I think the fully guaranteed deals are drifting into the early 40s now. I don't know what Ersery's overall deal was, $9 million and change.
That's all I saw was
I didn't see the guarantee percentage. Don't really care now that it's signed. But I just think, this whole Nick guaranteeing Jaden Higgins thing and the ruckus that it caused for like a week in the offseason has been fun.
Yeah, and we know why it's all sort of coming to a head now. It's time for training camp. It's time for these guys to actually get paid. It's time for them to actually earn their keep out there. And so it's not a surprise that all of this stuff is finally coming together, but it is pretty cool that Nick Caserio was the one to sort of set the precedent, not just league-wide, but even for himself. I don't really care, kind of to your point, I don't really care what the guarantee is, but I am intrigued just to know it because it is Nick Caserio who sort of set this domino effect in motion, if you will.
Chiefs extend George Karlaftis, their defensive end, 4 years, $93 million, $62 million guaranteed. So about 23, $24 million, which is about, that's Karlaftis is a very productive, not quite Pro Bowl level, important, I think the key thing, important piece for Steve Spagnuolo's defense.
Yeah, look good against the Texans in the playoffs.
That's what I was wondering. Like, how many millions did Dalton Schultz get this guy?
Oh, man. And by proxy, Bobby Slowick, who insisted on guys like Dalton Schultz and Kate Stover, even as a rookie, going up against guys who were, if not Pro Bowl caliber, pretty close to Pro Bowl caliber type of defensive lineman, like Jonathan Grenard earlier in the year, and then, of course, George Karlaftis in the playoff game.
There's a pawn shop owner in New York City who's pleading guilty to, they call fencing some of Joe Burrow's product that was stolen from his house. We saw that. If you watch the series Quarterback on Netflix, the episode, that was a cliffhanger on one of the episodes. Joe Burrow getting the notification on his phone in the locker room after a win over the Cowboys that His house had just gotten robbed.
Yeah. I remember this story, too, though. Briefly, a story, because he was on Hard Knocks, or the AFC North was on Hard Knocks, is where I feel like he
that's
first
right.
mentioned.
I forgot. I didn't watch any of that.
I think that's where the first mention of the
robbery,
the Batmobile, or the
the Batmobile. Yeah, he kept from buying. He was going to buy an authentic Batmobile,
right?
But then after this theft at his house, he said, "I'm not doing it."
So the buying of that was revealed on the first the Hard Knocks that was done on the AFC North.
The in-season Hard Knocks.
The in-season Hard Knocks. Yeah. That's how people knew about it. Yeah. But then, of course, in-season, I believe, is when this robbery or this burglary or whatever happens.
After the win over the Cowboys.
So it's kind of interesting to see all of that come together. But it obviously makes sense that it would end up at a pawn shop, of course. The first thing that you're going to go do with Joe Burrow's stuff is go hock it.
$300,000 worth of stuff they took out of his house.
Goodness, man.
And if you recall, this is part of a very calculated, targeted group of thieves that targeted high-profile athletes who were away playing games.
Yeah.
Luka was in there. The two guys from the Chiefs, Mahomes and Kelsey, were in there. There's another NBA player who name escapes me right now. I know Luka was in there, though.
It reminds me of, and I feel like Netflix or somebody did this documentary, too, of the burglars that kept going to Paris Hilton's house.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, man, they got Paris Hilton's house like no less than 2 or 3 times. And they were of the area or something of that effect. And so they, not just Paris Hilton's house, but they were burglarizing multiple celebrities' houses over time.
Okay, here's my question about it. It sounds like you've seen this. Have you seen this documentary?
Yes.
Okay. Did Paris Hilton do anything about it after the first burglary? Like, were these chess moves going on back and forth? Or did Paris Hilton... It would seem on brand that Paris Hilton just forgets to do something about it a couple of times. They just keep going back to the well.
As far as, like what she did in terms of law enforcement, I can't remember, but I do know one of the big reasons of why they were able to burglarize her house.
Okay,
is because she left the door open.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. Try not to be mean.
So yeah. I don't know if she forgot to go to the police. I can't remember that, but she definitely forgot to lock her door at least the first time.
Okay, those are your headlines. I hesitate to get to any headline involving Trump. I hesitate to get to, but it was a big story yesterday that Trump might block the new stadium in Washington, D.C. if the Commanders don't change their name back to the Redskins.
I don't want to dive into the political waters of this.
Yeah.
But I do want to highlight how trolling has been mainstreamed by our political leaders, because there's no reason for this. This is uncalled. I don't care where you stand politically. If you love Trump, if you don't, I don't care. This is uncalled for. But it is absolute trolling on his part, and sort of kind of fanning the flames and sort of feeding the fire a little bit.
Yeah. He seems to wake up in the morning and be like, I bet I can make a headline today.
Yes.
I bet you can't. I bet I can. I bet I can make a sports headline today.
Yeah. And you know who the people who really like me are the ones who hate that we don't call them Redskins no more. So I'm going to say that.
That's it. Oh, that's really happening over in our nation's capital. All right, those are your headlines for today. All right, breakout. Brandon and I are going to be out at Texans training camp on Wednesday. Wednesday morning, practice begins. Players and rookies report tomorrow. Practice begins on Wednesday. Breakout players around the NFL. Do the Texans have anybody that hits the radar this year on breakout players in the NFL, or have they done broke out already? We will talk about that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys feeling better. This is what this first hour is all about, man.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today on a Monday. We are 2 days out from Texans training camp. Rookies and everybody else, they all report tomorrow. Some places have the rookies report a little bit earlier. It looks like the Texans have everybody reporting tomorrow, and then practice. They'll get on the grass on Wednesday morning, and then we're off and running for what should be a fun training camp. Spending a week in West Virginia. I'll be up there covering the team that week, so I'm looking forward to that.
Gonna have a good time, man.
The weather will be a little bit more accommodating up there, I would think.
First time back there since 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 2018. They did the 2017 and 2018, they did practically the full training camp there. At least they did the first 3 weeks there. So not the full training camp's like 6 weeks, but the first 3 weeks were up there. This is just a week. This feels like just a week to get into the cooler weather, get sequestered away from humanity.
Yeah, nothing wrong with
little bonding going on,
Yeah.
Play video games together in your room at the Greenbrier, play a little blackjack.
Yeah, man.
Down at the casino.
It feels so. I haven't been there. Of course, I know pretty much all of you who have, but it feels like from observing it and hearing about it, like a real serene type of environment.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. The practice environment is beautiful. The town is nice. It's pretty country up there. If you are a Texans fan, I've said this before about the Greenbrier, and I don't know if it's structured similarly to how it was in 2017 and 2018. That's all I can say is from my experience. If you're a fan that goes to the practices at the Greenbrier, I don't know if they're allowing that this year or not, but they did in 2017 and 2018. The access is unprecedented, compared to a regular training camp practice here. You're competing with hundreds and hundreds of other people to try to get autographs and get the attention of players and things like that. Not nearly as crowded.
Yeah.
Now you got to get to the middle of nowhere in West Virginia to do it, and that costs money. I get that. But I'm just telling you, once you're up there, it's incredible.
Yeah, if you like your alone time with your football, then you got to pay a little bit extra for it. So you
got to drive too.
You got to drive a little bit.
There's nowhere. The closest airports, major airports, are Charlotte and Pittsburgh, and it's a 4-hour drive from each of those.
Goodness.
It's right in between. It is equidistant, right in between Pittsburgh and Charlotte, North Carolina.
4 hours I can do. I have set my, I'm not an old man yet, but I've already set my limit of how many hours I'm willing to drive in a trip at 5.
Yeah.
If it's longer than 5, I'm flying or I'm not going.
It's a pretty drive, I will say. I'm flying into Charlotte. I've done that drive. That's where when I went up there, when Ted Johnson and I went up there for training camp, that's the drive we had. So it's nice, but you know that a place is in the middle of nowhere if the only way you can get, like the closest place to fly into on either side is Pittsburgh on one side and Charlotte, North Carolina on the other.
Yeah.
Because those are two very different places.
Not exactly close.
Yeah. They are not close geographically, and they don't feel like they're close
in any sense.
Culturally,
No.
linguistically, anything, yeah. So there you go. So
they both have NFL teams. That's about as close as it gets.
They both have NFL teams. So the NFL.com did its all breakout, 22 players on its all breakout team for the NFL this year.
I'm intrigued.
Which for a team, we root for the Texans, who have a lot of good young players on the team. A lot of players who, would be in this age category of breaking out. A lot
Texans are this fun young team.
Exactly, Peter Schrager. They are. They still are.
I concur.
They still are. I think by average age, they're one of the oldest teams in the league because their old guys are old.
Yeah.
That D line, and now the O line, some of the guys that brings and Daniil Hunter, guys like that brings the number up a little bit.
But they're top heavy on young talent.
Their core is very young.
Yeah, their core and they're really good. A lot of their really good players are very young.
Are very young. So I'm not going to go through this whole. They did like a offense and defense, all 22 breakout players, and I don't have heavy debate on any of these. I think of the players that would fit this category on the Texans age-wise. This is mostly guys. There's really no rookies on this team, and my definition of breakout means you have to have already played in the NFL at some point.
Yeah, fair enough.
You have to have something to break out from. Not everybody defines it that way. This particular one, it is all second and third year guys. So I got excited just seeing the age of the players. I'm like, the Texans for sure. We got good we have great second and third year guys.
Yeah.
And the quarterback is Michael Penix Jr., right?
I like that pick.
I do too. I'm cool with Michael Penix Jr. Over on the defensive side of the football, because I'm thinking of positions where the Texans might have players that would fit this, right? Mm-hmm. Lucas Van Ness is the defensive end to go along with Leatu of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, neither guy's made a huge impact yet. Breakout by definition means you are breaking out from being just sort of in the pack with everybody else.
Right, from just being another guy.
Exactly. So I look at the I look at the secondary, where we've got young guys there. Terrion Arnold, second-year guy. Nate Wiggins, second-year guy. Tareeb Still of the Chargers, he's 23 years old. And then I look at safety, Cole Bishop of the Bills, Tyke Smith of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I'm looking at this thing, and I'm going, man, are the Texans getting disrespected here because none of their second and third year guys are on this list? And then I'm thinking to myself, no, they're not on here because they broke out already.
Yeah,
they broke.
That's one way to look at it.
C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, they broke out already. But Will Anderson, same draft class as Lucas Van Ness.
Yeah,
I remember this because I saw when they were still sitting there at 12 in the draft before they traded up for Will Anderson. I remember seeing Lucas Van Ness getting mocked to the Texans. And then I seem to remember Seth Payne not being all that excited about Lucas Van Ness getting mocked to the Texans. I think even more poignantly, these soon-to-be second-year defensive backs are all – Terrion Arnold seemed like a guy the Texans were trying to move up and go get in the draft. There was rumors of them trying to move back into the first round. And it would seem Terrion Arnold would be a logical guy for them to – Alabama guy.
Yeah.
Real good guy off the field. They ended up drafting a corner anyways, 19 picks later or whatever.
Right.
But Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock have already surpassed these guys. That's why they're not on here. That's what I'm sticking to now.
Look, I like your story. I like that you've got your story and that you're sticking to it. I respect it, but I don't think that this is the case.
You think there's disrespect going on here?
I think that there is definitely so I'll say this. I think that there's disrespect.
Yeah.
I know for a fact, because I've been around them just enough to know this, that Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock are going to look at it as disrespect.
Yeah.
Because, again, we're talking about the same age group. And you also got to remember, and this was a little bit of a theme during OTAs and minicamp when we were able to talk to these guys, but these guys felt disrespected in their rookie year. I forget which lists they were, but these guys were left off of some key list either done by the media or official lists that did not include Kamari Lassiter or Kalen Bullock. And it was something that they talked about quite a bit at OTAs and minicamp, or at least were asked about quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the sense that not only were they trying to come into year two, different players, better versions of themselves for their own reasons, but also to quiet doubters or to show people that are sleeping on them what they're actually capable of. These are guys that feel like they have been overlooked over the last year, and I don't view this as some sort of acknowledgement that they're not, that all of a sudden, hey, that they've arrived. I think that this is kind of more along the lines of what we've already seen, and I can tell you for sure that Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock are going to internalize it in positive ways.
Yeah, see, I maybe I'm being too rosy a Texans fan looking at this thing.
I'm not sleeping on them. You're not sleeping on them. But I absolutely think that this list is sleeping on them and that those guys think that they're being slept on.
If you don't think Kamari Lassiter has broken out yet, I don't know how he doesn't wind up on a list like this. There are numbers out there to back it up. Like, he and Stingley are side by side on some of the passer rate. I'm not trying to sell you on
I know. I'm with you.
You got your hands up. Like, I'm not. You're with me on this one. Like, they passer rating allowed, completion percentage allowed. It's like Stingley and Lassiter are right there next to each other on all this stuff.
And you're so right about it, which is why I think they're why their jaws are dropped by this. Because they're like, hey, what do we have to do to kind of prove ourselves as like these budding stars, if you will? And it wasn't there. I think that it's not that they haven't broken out. It's just for whatever reason they've been overlooked. I think the Stingley thing kind of overshadows it a little bit. And I know the guys in the afternoon have talked about this, like, God forbid anything happens to Stingley, but that would give you an opportunity to learn, how good is Kamari Lassiter really if that ever happened. Now, God forbid we ever have to even be faced with that.
Yeah.
But I think that's part of it is, like, because Stingley is taking so much attention, and he kind of had the breakout year last year, having his first mostly healthy and all-pro season, that it's been real easy to overlook the second-round rookie whose 40 time is less than ideal, who's not having to go up against the very best guy. But everything that you say about Kamari Lassiter is correct. He absolutely should be on this list.
Yeah. My Texans colored glasses maybe are getting me on that one. Now, Kalen Bullock's interesting because we just went through that exercise with ESPN where they do the top 10 at each position. They have the executives, coaches, and scouts voting on it. They put in their top 10, and they tabulate all the votes, and they spit out, here's the top 10, here's honorable mention. I know you saw these lists, B. Scott. I was a little surprised Kalen Bullock made honorable mention. Like, Kalen Bullock is getting some love from different corners of the universe right now around the NFL.
I mean, dude had 5 interceptions, right?
Yeah.
And did not play full-time.
Yeah.
Like, was not the full-time, always starter and was out there making plays.
Right.
You want to talk about efficient. We were talking earlier about how Lance McCullers hasn't been efficient pitching. Kalen Bullock, the antithesis of that. A hella efficient safety out there with 5 interceptions and not being the full-time starter.
Yeah, and like a lot of these arguments that are totally subjective, it winds up being something where you're just arguing over the definition of a word or a phrase, like in this case, breakout.
Right.
But my thing is, like, okay, whatever your definition of that is, if you feel like Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock have not broken out yet, then you are stupid to not put them on your list going into this season. Because I think they're both going to benefit greatly from C.J. Gardner-Johnson being in that secondary, especially Kalen Bullock back there.
And I'm not trying to argue against myself or you here, but I do wonder, just to play a little devil's advocate, of how much does that work against them? Speaking to my earlier point about Derek Stingley Jr., like, are they being slept on because there is a veteran and better or more talented player at even their own position on their team?
A big personality, too. That factors in sometimes.
In Bullock's case, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then, of course, with Lassiter, he's playing on the other side of an all-pro. Like, I wonder, as much as those guys are going to help them in their game and their productivity, how much does that hurt their argument or at least the outlook on them from the outside?
If I were to open up this all breakout thing here, We're going to do Acknowledge Me, by the way, in about 5 or 10 minutes, in case you're tuning in on a Monday here. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. If I had to pick one Texan that I think fits what this list should be, like I wouldn't, like Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, okay, if you think they haven't been a breakout player yet, they should definitely be on here. If you think that they're not on here because they've already surpassed that, they broke out as rookies, then I think Cade Stover would be an interesting one to put on here. Cade Stover, who's playing at a position for the Texans where, look, if Dalton Schultz doesn't revert back into being Dalton Schultz from 2 years ago, there's definitely going to be some snaps available. I think already Cade Stover is the number 2 guy in a traditional tight end sense. Brevin Jordan is sort of this anomaly that, like he's more of a H-back pass catcher type.
Yeah, he's like the Jalen Petrie of the offense. Like, whatever position he is, we're not exactly sure what it is, but he's going to be out there doing something.
And they drafted Luke Lachey, but he's a 7th-round pick. Like, there's a real opportunity for Cade Stover here to take half the tight end position, or certainly formations where they're in 2 tight end and 3 tight end personnel, and be out there quite a bit for this team this year. And he's another one that's flashed nicely in the early part of the offseason phase.
Yeah, so flashed nicely in the early part of the offseason. And we can remember this time last year how high they were on Cade Stover. Like, he was, before we were even talking about Camp Darlings, just after he was drafted, his work ethic and his background and all that were things that people were really high on. I don't think he would necessarily be my candidate, but I will say this. He's an ideal candidate for the Texans. Like, the what-if factor, right? Like, if he does have that breakout season, I think that is a tremendous coup for the Texans.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they could use more productivity from that position, whether it's Dalton Schultz or Brevin Jordan or Cade Stover, whoever it is. I think that position for the Texans could stand to be a lot more productive. They could also stand to, like, use them better, and I think Nick Haley will be a huge part of that. But if you get a breakout season from Cade Stover, that, to me, changes the dynamic of what this offense could potentially look like.
Well, and just the sheer math of it, too. I mean, look, we're about to live in a world where they're going to be paying $60 million to a quarterback.
Yeah.
And whatever Will Anderson Jr. is going to be making. And it's a core that's going to start to get more expensive here. You're going to need things like a 4th-round tight end on the last 2-3 years of his rookie deal doing some things for you. You're not going to be able to afford to have Dalton Schultz taking up $12 million and being a lesser player than he was in that one prove-it year that he had in 2023. The math is not going to allow you to have those things and be a good football team moving forward.
Well, even now, as they are a good football team and the math, relatively speaking, is on their side, I'll be honest with you, Sean, it's not a good feeling to have the tight end be the 2nd or 3rd highest paid player on the team.
No.
And the tight end position not being anywhere close to like the 2nd or 3rd best position group on even the offense, much less the team. So, yeah, I mean, it's not economical enough for me right now as the story is good. So when it gets a little tougher and this bill comes due that you're talking about, you're definitely going to need that.
Text message. Our guys have already broken out. That's why they're not on the list. That was my initial gut reaction. But I think you injected a bit of like outside of Houston rationale into it. I think it's perfectly conceivable that somebody at the NFL Network would have said, nah, I'm going to put Terry and Arnold in here, Nate Wiggins. They're 1st-round picks.
Yeah. And I'm not going to put in the 2nd-round pick who's got a bad 40 time and plays with an all-pro.
Yeah.
Like, I think that more than anything, those guys more than anything are internalizing this, and that works in Texans fans' favor. Like, I get the sense, Kamari Lassiter specifically, that they operate – I don't think they need the chip on the shoulder.
No.
But you put that battery in the back, and it does something for them.
Well,
so I think that a motivated – and a chagrined Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock is going to be good for Texans fans.
They wouldn't trade Kamari Lassiter for either of those guys.
No.
Wiggins or Terry and Arnold.
Not at all.
The Texans would not do that. Do you have a name you'd throw in the mix on there?
So I wasn't sure if this one counted because it could be viewed as a comeback. It depends on where you had this player to begin with before last season sort of derailed them.
I know who you're going to say, and he probably would have been on this list. Maybe was on this list last year.
Yeah, Christian Harris has to be a breakout candidate, and that, again, is dependent on if you already considered whatever he's done already in the NFL to have been a breakout, and I don't. I think he was on his way to breaking out, and then injury derailed his season last year. So if you want to split hairs on whether this season is a comeback season for Christian Harris or a breakout season, I think you could go either way. I'll go breakout because I don't think he ever got fully to the point of where he was going to get. So,
I'd be nervous about putting him on any list that involves getting on the football field right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's
like
fair.
If my job depended on me being right about this, and I was doing the all breakout team, thankfully we live in a world where we don't have to be right really ever when it comes to our opinions. But if we did live in that world and I needed to be right, and all the the maximum number of the 11 players on defense, I needed the maximum to fit the definition of having broken out this year.
Yeah.
I would be real nervous to put Christian Harris on there, not because I don't think he's talented, but because his medicals have been a mystery. And let's keep in mind, like his rookie year, he missed all of training camp his rookie year.
Yeah.
Like this has been, people talk about Nico Collins.
That's
like
why he got off to such a slow start to his career.
Yeah. And then the scheme changes and D'Amico comes in. I mean, Christian Harris has really only been a good football player for this team for about 10 games.
About 10-week stretch, yeah.
For about 10 games. It started around that Tampa Bay, Cincinnati double dip in the middle of the 2023 season is when he really started to click. And then he was great the rest of that year, and he was outstanding in the postseason. And then he doesn't play. I mean, he played what? He played 80% of the snaps against the Dolphins and then was on the bench for the rest of the season after that. And he missed the first 14 weeks. So I'm nervous about putting him anywhere near a list that involves him actually playing American football this year.
Well, I'll be real with you, Sean. I'm not making this pick with my wallet. I'm making it with my heart.
There you go.
All right?
Okay.
And partly my head. Like, logic,
he's a talented football player.
Logic is telling me this is a talented football player playing for a head coach who is the defensive coordinator, who is kind of the de facto defensive coordinator, defensive play caller, and is a former All-Pro linebacker himself.
Yep.
So, to me, logic would dictate if you can get him on the field, he should be a breakout candidate. Of course, all of the issues that come up about the medicals are there and are very real. It is why I would not make this bet with my wallet, but will make it with my heart.
There you go. All right, let's do some acknowledgments here. 713-572-4610. If you want to weigh in on the acknowledge, we got a lot of people weighing in with acknowledge me's that are already on the list. So fear not. We will acknowledge the big performances from the weekend, really from over the last week or so. We acknowledge every Monday at 7:20. We acknowledge the big performances. I will say a name, and Ben Gary, our producer, will hotkey us with Roman Reigns, who, by the way, I'm going to acknowledge the tribal chief, Roman Reigns, who will be at Toyota Center tonight for Monday Night Raw. They sold like several thousand more tickets after it was announced he was going to be part of the festivities. Guessing he's not wrestling. He wrestles like 4 times a year. Yeah. He's got one of those great gigs, man, where you get paid millions of dollars just to show up for Monday Night Raw and cut a promo on somebody, and you're good to go.
Hey, how perfect is the timing of this for Nick Caserio if he wants to go and be? I'm not saying that he does. I don't know, but if he does, this is the perfect time and right before things really ramp up. Now, they might have already ramped up for him because he's behind the scenes, the GM and all of that. But, like, right before you got to go out there and talk to our ugly asses and get ready for training camp, you get Raw right here in town.
We have a media event tonight with the Texans.
That's right.
We have the media. They do a thing like a season kickoff with the media.
That's right. Does he choose us?
He's been to it before. He and D'Amico, I don't know if they go every year, but I remember at least one year where it might have been D'Amico's first year that I remember. Like, they were there to kind of speak to the media, the two of them, and it was fun. And they stuck around and hung out for a little bit.
I remember. But Raw wasn't here that night.
Raw wasn't here that night.
Not to my
and Nick has become friends with Triple H in the last several months. They were at the Sloan Analytics conference together. And backstage, Nick got to hang out with Triple H.
Things then changed over the last couple of years.
Now he's close personal friend Triple H to Nick Caserio. Yeah, so it's not just that Raw is in town. He might be getting access.
Yeah. Bowling with B. Scott or hanging with Triple H at Raw. Like, I don't want to
dead heat for me, B. Scott.
I don't want to shortchange myself, but I think I know what Nick Caserio would pick and even what I would probably pick, if I'm being honest with you.
We'll see. I hope to see him tonight at the media event. That'll be fun. Either way, we'll see him out of training camp in a couple of days. All right, let's do these acknowledgments. Taylor Trammell.
Acknowledge me.
Big performance from Taylor Trammell. 3 hits yesterday, including a home run against his former team. An underrated defensive play in the field as well.
Yes.
On that relay throw to Mauricio Dubon to cut down. It's escaping me who they cut down at home plate.
The dude whose foot came up off a home plate.
Skip hopped over home plate, yeah.
We took more note of his foot than we did him.
Yes.
And whoever the hell he was.
It was the only important part of his body at that particular juncture.
Yes.
But just an absolute dime of a defensive play out there by Taylor Trammell. That was good to see yesterday, man. Taylor Trammell, huge day against his old team on what was a big day for the Astros. I'm going to give the Astros, Ben, an overall acknowledgement.
Acknowledge me.
It's a gutty win. 11-3 doesn't look like a gutty win. It looks like just some win where the other team didn't have its A game that day. You know, just you beat up on them. You know, Mama said there'll be days like this.
Yeah.
No, they were down 3-0, the Astros, and they looked dead in the 4th inning, and Hunter Brown was out of the game. And they beat up on Ryan Wu, an all-star for the Mariners, and beat up on him good with a lineup that was literally a majority of guys that would not normally be starting for the Astros. Not even on a Sunday where you normally have guys like that in the lineup.
So Taylor Trammell used to be in the Mariners organization, talked after the game about having a chip on his shoulder going up against his former team.
Yeah.
I wish we could go up against his former team all the time if he's going to play like that.
Me too.
Man, let's find a way. Let's get all the chips we can find and put them on his shoulder every time we can go out there, man. Because if that's what he plays like when he feels like he's got something to prove, then I'll take it.
Find something. Leave him off the all-breakout team.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the biggest disrespect you can have. Scotty Scheffler.
Acknowledge me.
Got to acknowledge this, man. Wins his 4th major. Only has the U.S. Open left to win the career Grand Slam.
Right.
He's won the other 3. He won the British Open this weekend in pretty resounding fashion. He finished 17 under. He's only the 4th player in British Open or the Open Championship. If you're yelling at me in your car right now about calling it the right thing, always be the British Open to me. 4th player in history to shoot 68 or less all 4 rounds.
Yeah.
So he was dominant the entire weekend. They never really got close to him on Sunday. He is doing some Tiger Woods type things right now. Not for the duration that Tiger was doing it when Tiger was at peak Tiger. I mean, Tiger's double-digit majors.
Yeah.
But he is Scotty Scheffler could be on his way. 3rd golfer to win multiple majors in the same year by 4 or more strokes. So the 3rd golfer to really dominate 2 majors in the same golf year. Ben Hogan, Tiger Woods, the only other 2. First player to win his first. I was a little surprised by this, that this wasn't Tiger, because Tiger, when he would win, he would run away from the field. But Scotty Scheffler, first player to win his first 4 majors by 3 or more shots.
Yeah.
So he's won them, and he's not really had to sweat it on the back 9. On the last day.
Yeah, I just want to kick my soapbox real quick on the Open Championship. Please always call it the British Open, because if you don't specify that it's the British Open and you just call it the Open, I'm gonna assume it's the U.S.
That's right,
because that's where I'm from.
Yeah,
and so right. You know what I mean?
We're ugly Americans, man.
So if you just call it the Open, I'm gonna assume that it's the U.S. and that could just be my American bias. But if it's the British Open, please say that.
Yeah.
So I can be reminded that we're talking about some other place.
Yeah, think of us.
So that's one soapbox. But then to the point about this Scheffler thing, we've been waiting for the post-Tiger dominance era. Yeah. There have been a group of a lot of really good golfers, and I think it's been good for the game that you got a lot of guys that are intriguing to watch. We haven't had a dominant guy yet until now.
Yeah.
And so obviously he's not done it for the duration, like you mentioned, has not done it for the duration that Tiger had done it. But it is really cool to see somebody else dominating the sport again.
Yeah.
He made this tournament this particular tournament less interesting, and apparently that's just what he does when he wins one. But it is pretty cool to see somebody at the top of the sport right now.
I'm when I mix Tiger Woods' name into this whole thing, I'm not doing it to compare Scotty Scheffler early to Tiger Woods early. Tiger was a phenom. Tiger was a movement. Tiger was a culture. He carried the sport on his shoulders.
No doubt.
And drew huge numbers. Nike numbers, TV numbers, people taking up the game of golf.
Scheffler can be as dominant as he wants, he can be as dominant as he wants, and he won't be that.
And there's an ethnicity and racial element to the Tiger thing that there never will be to the Scotty Scheffler story. That said, I do think if Scheffler, and we're years away from this, I mean, unless he just steamrolls the field in the next 2 or 3 years, if he gets to double-digit majors, his golf tournaments become must-watch because they now involve Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Tiger may not be playing anymore, but chasing Tiger, and then you've really got two benchmarks because, unless Tiger goes to some other planet and becomes a robot and gets all healthy again, there'll be Tiger's number and there'll be Jack Nicklaus's number.
Thing Tiger was doing until things got derailed.
Yeah.
And
so
like you said, unless they make an AI Tiger or something like that, it's not happening.
It's not happening. So, but acknowledge the dominance, man. The last 11 tournaments, not just majors, but tournaments where Scottie Scheffler has led after the third day, after 54 holes, he's won them all.
Yeah.
He's won them all.
Yeah.
He's like Josh Hader was earlier in the year.
Dude is dominating right now. It is impressive to watch. Like, I sit there and watch it, and I just kind of get upset because I'm like, man, I'll never, ever be able to do anything like that on a golf course. And it's like how do you dominate the dominant? Like, because these guys are one percenters out there. Like, just the fact that they're even out there doing what they're doing. And to dominate golf, to me, is as impressive as it gets.
Well, he did an interview last week, Scottie Scheffler, where I'm totally paraphrasing here. He was talking about how, like the winning, he doesn't even get to enjoy the winning because he's he's very much an on to the next kind of guy.
Yeah.
He's very much a celebrate for 24 hours and on to the next. So he sounded miserable when he gave the interview. He made winning sound miserable. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
Brian Baldinger and Chris Long.
Acknowledge me.
I want to acknowledge them for acknowledging the Texans defensive line, who I will also acknowledge. Texans defensive line. Because they're awesome. This is Brian Baldinger on Chris Long's Greenlight podcast. Brian Baldinger, former offensive lineman in the NFL, works for the NFL Network. Chris Long, former defensive lineman for the Eagles, has his own podcast, which is one of the better ones out there. They were going through the best defensive lines in the sport. They named the Broncos. They named the Eagles. They have the Giants in there, having drafted Abdul Carter, and they've got some good guys there.
Did they save the best for last?
The Rams, I don't know if they weren't doing it power ranking style where there was like a number next to each of them.
I'm asking you, did they save the best for last?
I think they did.
All right.
I think they did. Sounds like you saw the same video that I did.
Yeah.
They mentioned the Rams, and then last but not least, the Houston Texans.
Okay, the other team we got to mention, 1, 2, 3, Houston Texans.
No question. I mean, what Will Anderson is doing in this business, I mean, he's off to a great start. This is effort. Way he smokes the corner right now.
Yeah.
Then to have, Danielle Hunter has been one of the great pass rushers in this business for a long time. There's just not many guys with that kind of length, with the variety of moves that he has, and kind of how awkward he is at times, and how you have to, really be patient on a guy like that. And then inside, whether it's, Settle comes on board right now. Sheldon Rankins has had good days. Mario Edwards. I mean, they've got a number of guys. Danico Autry has been a great pass rusher in this league for a decade, wherever he goes. And so
I love Autry.
Autry is a long arm guy, inside, outside. He crushes the pocket wherever, and he's so versatile. So, I mean, that's a guy that, when you look at the Houston Texans, and one of the reasons why D'Amico Ryans has been really good is that defensive line.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know that somebody knows what they're talking about with the Texans defensive line when they start gushing over Danico Autry.
Yes.
Because a hidden gem and somewhat of a deep cut for the Texans defensive line. Once you start giving Danico Autry his flowers like that, I know that you're really paying attention.
I think they're counting on Danico Autry to be a real nice compliment to Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson this year. And you know why I think that? Because I think if they didn't think he had that in him, I think he would have been cut.
Yeah.
I think he would have been there were cap savings to be had by letting Danico Autry go. And they didn't take advantage. And they did with other stuff, too. They did some things they had to do some gymnastics with the cap this year for the first time under Caserio in a while. That's an under-the-radar one that I'd never think of, where I'm like, presumably no PED suspension coming up for Danico Autry this season like he had last year.
Right.
He's going to be actually practicing. He was working out off to the side, it felt like, all of training camp last year because they had to get other guys ready to play.
Yeah.
He did some things during the season last year, like, that's right. That's why they signed him there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for Danico Autry.
And I've been on this, and I feel like all of us who really are in the thick of this should have, because Danico Autry has pretty much just been in the division for all this time, and he's a nightmare whenever he played for the Colts and for the Titans. Like, I remember not liking going against him.
Yep.
So I was really happy when they got him, and really intrigued to see what he does in year 2.
I am too. Appreciate the plaudits from Baldinger and Chris Long on the Texans defensive line. All right, we got to make sure we get this one in because it is flooding the text page. And don't worry, it was on the list. Saved it for a little later. The Texas Fury girls high school flag football champion team representing your Houston Texans. First, we will acknowledge.
Acknowledge me!
Then we will let the girls give a little shout-out to themselves here.
Texas Fury just won the national championship representing the Houston Texans!
That's you know what? The one person I'm very anxious to see out of training camp, Hannah McNair.
Yeah.
Because she and the Texans have been heavily involved with this girls flag football movement. And I bet she was over the moon yesterday that the Texas Fury Texans beat the Bad Rabbits Cowboys in the championship game. They smoked them 19-0. Texans beat the Cowboys yesterday, basically, is what happened.
Texans beat the Cowboys.
They won the Super Bowl.
And I was going to say, not only beat the Cowboys, but won a championship.
That's right.
Like, how cool is it to be going into training camp already knowing that the Texans have a title?
That's great.
Like
it's going to be our year, man.
2 days before we touch grass,
yeah,
we already know that the Texans are champions. Let's go. And Hannah McNair, I do want to point out, loves football more than I think people realize.
Oh, yeah.
Like not just the actual Texans,
yeah,
but the girls flag football team, the little league that their kids are a part of. Like, she's really knee deep into the football stuff. Like, I don't think people realize it.
Oh, yeah. Let's do some individual acknowledgments right here. Quarterback Emery Beckett.
Acknowledge me.
Took home MVP honors. So I like to make sure we can acknowledge an individual there.
Yeah, so no wonder they're a champion. They got a QB.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, they found out once you get a franchise quarterback, you can dominate girls flag football. I love this, man.
Don't say.
That is great. I watched a little of it. It was on ESPN. It was on ABC and ESPN yesterday.
Yeah, why not?
I'm not going to acknowledge the boys champions because it was the Jacksonville Jaguars representative.
So it didn't happen?
No.
Basically.
Probably
certainly not.
If I know the magnificent Gladstone, he's probably taking credit for it right now.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Change the world as we speak.
Of course.
Jacksonville Jaguars Elite. That's what they're called. The Jags Elite.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Never happened.
Yep. Nope.
We will not acknowledge you.
Text message, Sean, I don't know that you can watch WWE right now. It's nothing like the Attitude Era. That's from Houston. A listener named Houston. I watch it now. I know it's very different, but I still enjoy it. I watch it. Nothing will ever be the Attitude Era again, but it is what it is.
If you're longing for the 90s, then life is going to be insufferable for you going forward because we ain't going back, unfortunately.
Yeah. Irwin says, proof that B. Scott is articulate AF. He used the word antithesis in full stride. That's from 18 minutes ago.
I don't even remember it.
That's how good you are. You don't even remember just dropping antithesis.
My bad. I don't.
Antithesis a word that sets the barometer for.
I was gonna say, man,
how articulate you are.
I'm wearing a Sam Houston State shirt. What are y'all talking about, guys? I'm just a dude. Man, nothing against Sam Houston State. Go up there to Huntsville. You'll see just a bunch of regular folks.
That's right, man.
You know,
beautiful country up there. All right, that is acknowledge me. We acknowledge the big performances from the weekend. All right, I say performance from the weekend. Why y'all got to be so petty? It's not the petty cast day, but the pettiness in one corner of the sports world is mind-boggling to me. And also, a lot of people thought Dave Portnoy was being brought in to Fox to counter-program Pat McAfee on game day. They got the wrong ESPN guy that he's counter-programming. B. Scott and I will talk about that coming up next. But first, we mentioned West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land a little bit.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So the WNBA had their All-Star game this weekend. No Caitlin Clark. She's dealing with a growing injury right now, but she was there. It was in Indiana, and it looked like they had a pretty good crowd there. And the players made news because they all wore T-shirts before the game that said, "Pay us what you owe us." That was their message to ownership in the WNBA. That I guess October is sort of the that's, if you're a WNBA fan, that's the time frame to be looking at where they could opt out of their current CBA.
Yep. And
they're going to get more money. They've got a bigger TV deal now. We can talk about Caitlin Clark and the Caitlin Clark effect and all those things. And they never made any money until she got there, blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is that media companies are spending more to carry their games, and their games are drawing more eyeballs for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Any number of reasons. I think Caitlin Clark, the number one reason.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it is helpful that all of this was happening at the same time, that the WNBA was ascending as Caitlin Clark came about. And then she just kind of put it on a skyrocket.
She strapped a rocket to it. Yeah.
Because she's definitely the number one reason. But they were trending upward as she was coming along at the same time.
No doubt. Now, some of these players who've been around for a while cannot resist taking shots, either physical or verbal, at Caitlin Clark. This was Kelsey Plum sitting next to Sabrina Ionescu at the it looked to be a post-game press conference. I don't know if it was pregame or postgame, but they were talking about the T-shirts.
Yeah.
It had to be postgame because they wore the T-shirts in the pregame.
Yeah, all-star game media availability.
Pay us what you owe us. And we'll get into whether, pay us what you owe us and wearing T-shirts is a statement that this particular group of labor should be saying to management. That's a separate argument. But Kelsey Plum just couldn't resist saying that the T-shirts weren't really part of it. Caitlin Clark wasn't really part of the T-shirt thing.
Well, it was a very powerful moment. We didn't, at least as players, we didn't know that was going to happen. So I think it was kind of like a genuine surprise. But the T-shirt, just United Front was determined this morning that we had a meeting for. And, not to tattletale, but 0 members of Team Clark were very present for that. But no, we were just we had a very
that really needed to be mentioned.
I'm trying to make a situation light, okay?
Oh, is that what you're doing? You're just trying to make a situation light?
That's definitely what it did. It made the situation light.
Yeah. Sabrina Ionescu looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole when Kelsey Plum said that. Why? I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm not a big WNBA guy. When I observe and I see stupidity and a lack of self-awareness, and I'm not saying that Kelsey Plum is a stupid person. I'm saying that type of stuff is stupid.
Yeah, that comment in and of itself
it's counterintuitive. The only reason that you guys, not the only, but the main reason that you women can sit down at a bargaining table with a straight face and ask for whatever raise it is you're going to be asking for, the biggest reason is Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
She is the biggest boat that is raising the tide for all of you right now. And for whatever reason, that is petty.
Yeah.
That is, it was a powerful moment and it was a powerful movement and we were a united front. Oh, except for Caitlin Clark, she wasn't there.
Yeah. So look, I agree with you, but I think where I differ is that I do kind of like it. Everything you're saying is true.
Yeah.
They should probably be more. They should be competitive, obviously, with Caitlin Clark. They shouldn't just bow at her feet because she's a moneymaker, because they are competing against each other. But I think they should be at least a little bit more mindful and considerate of what's going on here. But I do like whatever this edginess or whatever this kind of beef, if for lack of a better term, is between the old guard, the established WNBA players, and Caitlin Clark just in her second season, whatever resentment that they have for her. It does add a little bit of spice to the WNBA, who, like you, and I love basketball, but I'm not necessarily a WNBA guy. It does add a little bit of spice to it because let's be honest, this was uncalled for.
Yeah.
Talking this subject matter, the weight of it, the importance of it, whether Caitlin Clark was a part of this meeting or not is beside the point.
Yeah.
You want what you want, whether she comes to the meeting or not. She's entitled to what she's entitled to, whether she comes to the meeting or not. She can wear the shirt, obviously. So, it felt unnecessary, but the pettiness did entertain me.
Yeah.
And it does entertain me that there's this rift going on.
Well, it provides content. There's no doubt about
For
that.
sure.
And I'm a WWE fan. So I know all about manufactured animus towards other people. Scripts and storylines and heroes and villains and things like that.
I'm not sure this is manufactured though.
No, not yeah. And I don't mean manufactured like this is manufactured. I mean like I like the hero and villain aspect of things. The physical part of it is the part for me that I'm like totally cool with. Like, oh, they want to fight on the court. I've been saying that all along. If Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark want to have this thing going on that'll make me watch Chicago versus Indiana games, cool. This is just a complete lack of self-awareness, and I think it's like you're trying to make her look bad. Like that she's not part of this whole thing. I don't know. Kelsey Plum, I can take or leave.
Yeah, but every story, every compelling story, or at least most of them, have a protagonist and an antagonist, and it just depends who that is. Depends on what side you fall on. But there's definitely one when you got this Clark versus old guard situation going on. I don't really get it, like why they have to be this way with her, but they are for whatever reason.
Okay, so she's saying now, we have texters saying that was not directly a Caitlin Clark. She was the team captain for the other team. She was stating the other team wasn't present at the thing. Okay, and that's then if it's the case, it does change things a little bit. It wouldn't shock me if she were just trying to drag Caitlin Clark's name into it to say they weren't there and make Caitlin look bad, because that's kind of what that's what some of these veteran players have been trying to do since she got drafted to Indiana. But that's a fair counterpoint. All right, let's get to Dave Portnoy. Hired by Fox to be part of really their overall sports package. Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool Sports.
Yeah.
Barstool is going to have a show on 8 to 10 a.m. reportedly every day, Monday through Friday. The big thing, I think, it impacts my watching because I don't watch a lot of TV during the day, particularly from 8 to 10 a.m. I'm kind of busy. Would be that they're adding Dave Portnoy to Big Noon Saturday,
right?
Which is Fox's version of College Game Day. Goes right up against College Game Day on Fox, typically covering the Big Ten. ESPN is more associated with the SEC.
Yeah.
The headlines last week when they hired Portnoy for this role, B. Scott, was that this is Fox's answer to Pat McAfee being added to the Game Day last year, 2 years ago, whenever it was.
Which is a logical conclusion.
It is, in so much as they're both very loud, non-traditional, entrepreneurial, built a huge audience guys.
Yeah.
I contend that McAfee, in terms of how he likes to be portrayed, very different than Portnoy. Portnoy does not mind being the bad guy at all.
Yeah.
McAfee, I think, likes being liked. I think that's a very different dynamic.
But both very online.
Very online.
It's bringing the internet to your broadcast.
And I think I think that's a valid point. I do think from a content standpoint, it does sound like Portnoy is more of a counter, for Game Day at least, to Paul Feinbaum. Paul Feinbaum, who is viewed as an SEC homer, thinks Arch Manning is going to be the greatest quarterback that ever lived. Has a radio show down in Alabama where Auburn and Alabama fans square off on the phones all the time with you. He is an SEC guy, Paul Feinbaum. And I think by proxy, ESPN is viewed as the SEC network. I know there's an SEC network, but you know what I mean. They're like the SEC card carrying.
Yeah, I think for both reasons,
banner carrying.
Because of Feinbaum and because they have the SEC network, I think.
Reportedly, Portnoy is being brought in, according to Awful Announcing. Awful Announcing had this article that the reports are he's being brought in to specifically be a fanboy for the Big Ten to counter-program Feinbaum, because as it's structured right now, it's a campaign to get into the postseason.
Yeah.
The conferences don't have a fixed number of spots, and apparently there's a feeling within either Fox or the Big Ten or both that some of the campaigning that gets done on behalf of the SEC on ESPN factors in. Now, I will point Alabama didn't make the playoff last year.
Right.
And Indiana did make the playoff last year. But they want him to be a fanboy.
How about that?
What kind of Dave Portnoy do you want on your Fox Noon Saturday, B. Scott?
So, I mean, tell what I want. I know what kind of Dave Portnoy we're going to get.
Yeah.
If you are familiar with the dude, like he is, whether you like him or not, he is going to be consistently himself. And I don't think he's going to change. And you don't bring in a guy like that to change him. Like the whole point of bringing him in is to bring that personality and that energy in. So I expect him to be exactly who and what Dave Portnoy is and has been. I just think it's like, I don't know how much money exactly Dave Portnoy is getting paid by Fox to come over there, but I just think it's hilarious how something so expensive is going to feel so cheap. And I just mean from the standpoint of, I'm not speaking to the quality of what the work or the show will be. I have no idea. But just from the standpoint of, we want him to be the like our Paul Feinbaum facsimile.
Yeah.
Like what? Like we want to have fanboy counter programming.
Yeah.
And we're going to pay what I'm assuming is 8 figures for. Like, I don't know how much money he's getting. I'm sure it's a lot of money to come over to Fox. Both for
probably for the overall package.
For the overall package.
Yeah.
But you can't convince me that this isn't a big part of it, a big piece of it. This exact thing that we're talking about, the SEC counter programming, the Paul Feinbaum SEC fanboy counter programming, to have it Big Ten version of it on Fox. It just feels cheap to me for as expensive as it's going to be.
John Ourand is a longtime media reporter. I'll just get this real quick because we're up against it. This is what he wrote. He writes for Puck. John Ourand used to be with the Sports Business Journal. Fox executives see a chance to insert a big personality in their lineup and to leverage Portnoy's Michigan fandom, which dovetails perfectly with their Big Ten rights package. After all, ESPN has a high number of profile commentators like Paul Feinbaum who openly advocate for the SEC, especially when it comes to getting teams in the college football playoff. Once again, I will point out, Alabama did not get in last year, and a lot of people thought they should. So who knows how the committee is getting hit with all this information and opinion that comes out.
But in terms of the influence, like they're talking about, I'll tell you where this is going to be big: on social media and the internet, because that's what Dave Portnoy is. Like they're going to corner that market.
Dana Brown's best decision as general manager is helping the Astros out in a big, big way right now. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
Area 45. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you, with Brandon Scott in place of Seth Payne. Seth out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. B. Scott will be in. We've got training camp coverage for you beginning at 6 a.m. on Wednesday. The Texans hit the field, and we're off and running. 2025 season, already in year 3 of the DeMeco Ryans, C.J. Stroud era.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It does, man. And it has been fun. It's been a fun first couple years, and this should be a hell of a training camp. A lot of new faces, but a lot of old ones as well. And looking forward to having all that coverage for you, not just on the on Sports Radio 610 and on the Odyssey app, but obviously be following all of our social media as well. And we'll have you covered morning, noon, afternoon, and night here at Sports Radio 610.
And we're on TikTok now. Since you're talking about it, I do want to mention that we've been on TikTok for about a year now, trying new things, trying to reach a new audience.
Give us a follow.
So if you're on TikTok and you didn't realize that Sports Radio 610 is on there, you can get clips from the shows on TikTok. We do that.
I think that Dana Brown's best decision this year was one that Seth and I were actually privileged enough to see the very first seedlings being planted.
That's right. Y'all were up
spring
there.
Training. We were up there in spring training for a week in late February, and we saw Cam Smith's debut where he hit 2 home runs. We actually ran into his mom outside the ballpark after the game with his grandmother and another woman who I think said she's his aunt, but might have been one of those close friends of the mom who just calls herself Auntie Barb or whatever.
That works.
But we ran into them, and they couldn't have been nicer people. He continued throughout spring training to just lease the ball everywhere. Cam Smith, he was awesome, and created a lot of debate as to whether or not he should be on the team coming out of spring training. I would imagine if you had taken a poll at the beginning of spring training before that debut, should Cam Smith be on the big league roster coming out of spring training, people would have said, hell no. He's played a couple months worth of minor league games in the Cubs system, and that's it. He's 22 years old. You don't want to ruin the poor kid.
You don't want to ruin him, which logic I hated, by the way, but is, at least at the time, conventional logic.
But and again, this is before I had seen him swing a bat. I would have said, no, don't do, conventional wisdom says don't do that.
Yeah.
I think if you had still taken a poll, even as spring training wore on, certainly there'd be way more people than initially that said he should be on the big league ball club coming out of spring training. At the very least, he showed that he could hit what in spring training is the equivalent of like upper level minor league or bad major league pitching, but he hit it well. He had like an OPS in the 4 digits, and he hit for power and all those things. It was a fairly bold decision for Dana Brown to take Cam Smith back to Houston from West Palm Beach. I think, just with the minimal amount of minor league experience he'd had, and certainly early on this season, it looked like it might have been the wrong decision. He was batting .205 in early May. Like, he looked overwhelmed.
He looked like he could use some more minor league experience.
That's the best way to put it. That's the easiest way to put it. He looked like he could use some seasoning in the minor leagues. But then something happened, and I thought they handled him really well, even in the face of criticism from me when they were giving him multiple days off. I'm like, why are you giving him days off? Like, if you're going to have him here, play him. But as it turns out, those days off were things that he could tweak some things, and sometimes watching as opposed to participating helps certain guys. This we know he's been excellent since, mid-May, June. And right now, where this lineup is, where you're missing Isaac Paredes, Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, Jake Myers. I mean, that's 4 every day, counting on these guys. I'll say stalwarts. I mean, Jake Myers has become a stalwart in center field this year.
This year, yes.
This version of Jake Myers. And the other 3 are all-stars. I know Yordan wasn't this year, but he's an all-star caliber player. If you hadn't kept Cam Smith up here, I mean, what are you trotting out there? I mean, you're probably trotting Cam Smith out there, but not the version that allowed him. Cam Smith would probably be on this team by now, just given the spate of injuries that they had. Bryce Matthews is here.
You didn't even mention that Chaz McCormick had been hurt.
Because
that would be a candidate for right field, right? Let's imagine this world where Cam Smith doesn't exist or he doesn't come back in the Kyle Tucker trade.
Yeah.
Who are some of the prime candidates to take the mantle in right field? Chaz would have to be one of them. And he's either been hurt or not good for most of the year.
Yeah, well, for most of 2 years now, yeah.
Exactly.
But especially this year. That's a great point. This Cam Smith thing, if we're going to give Dana Brown props, and that's what I'm doing here, I think his most important decision has been not just the Kyle Tucker trade, because you're kind of bringing that in, and that should be mentioned. Like, yeah, Dana Brown also, this isn't somebody he inherited from James Click or Jeff Luhnow, and you're deciding to bring him up. This is somebody you went and made a mandatory element of that deal. We're not doing this deal unless Cam Smith is part of it.
Drove a hard line.
Yeah, so to drive that hard line, to dig your feet in and say, we're only doing this trade if we get Cam Smith. And then to, in the face of many critical folks, to say he's going to be our starting everyday right fielder, and we're going to roll with the punches with this thing. And then to roll with the punches. There would have been GMs that would have used that start for Cam Smith as an excuse. I think, in a weird way, I think the biggest thing where they put themselves out over their skis with having to keep Cam Smith was that video they did announcing him making the team where they had his whole family in town and whatnot.
Yeah.
That video
had his family come in and tell him.
Walk into the clubhouse. Yeah. Like, that video looks seriously stupid if you see him down to Sugarland.
And Chaz is in that video, too, by the way.
He is in that
like, what's happening to me?
Exactly. I think this was his most important decision of the year. Given where this team is right now, given the injuries, you look at that lineup, and yesterday notwithstanding where you got contributions from everybody, let's face it, day to day you look at that lineup and they trot that lineup out there, you're like, man, if whoever's starting for the other team on the mound, if whoever's the starting pitcher, if he can just keep with this lineup, Altuve, Christian Walker, who's hit better of late, God, who else? Cam Smith. That's like Cam Smith, maybe Yiner. The rest of it is just.
Dubon's had some moments.
Dubon's had moments. Caratini had a nice weekend.
Yeah. But he's been DHing for one of your, because he's a switch hitter, one of your few left-handed batting options.
Again, other than Dubon, maybe none of these guys are starting for you in a game where you got to put your best lineup out there. Dubon is Dubon is probably in your best lineup even when you have all those guys healthy.
Yeah.
Because second base, when you had Altuve in left field, second base was Brendan Rodgers.
Yeah.
But Cam Smith and what he's becoming and what he's become. I mean, I know his season numbers are in the 270s, somewhere like that. Like, he's what he is right now is what he's been since the month of May, and that's a guy who's a consistent 300 hitter right now for this team.
I think it was a bold move to put Cam Smith on the roster, given his lack of minor league experience and how soon it's been how recent it's been since he was drafted.
Yeah.
But I think just from looking at him play or watching him play, it was bold, but you could follow the logic in that decision and say, hey, okay, well, he's making a bold move, but we get it. The part that I thought was just really, really ballsy was the position change, saying, hey, we want him in this lineup so damn bad that we're going to try him out there in right field in a place that he's never played, and he's not an outfielder by any stretch. But we think he's a good enough athlete and a good enough baseball player to figure it out, to where we're going to let him figure it out in the major freaking leagues.
Yeah.
The guy's hit before, and he might just be ready to hit, okay? Some guys are ready before others, and so maybe he's gifted in that way. I could see that. Moving a guy from third to right and not doing it in the grapefruit or just in spring training or doing it just in the minor leagues, but saying, hey, no, on our opening day, big league roster, that dude's going to be the right fielder. Like, that combination of decisions makes it even more bold and even more impressive. But this is the thing about Dana Brown that I want to point out that I love is sort of manifesting itself. This is scouting guy GM.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else that Dana Brown knows how to do, if he don't know how to negotiate a contract or understand the value of a contract and arbitration and all that, he should know a damn good baseball player when he sees one, because that's how he made his bones.
Yeah.
That's how he came up, was as a scout. He's a scout, right? So the fact that he would have the foresight to know, Cam Smith, I can see this translating to the big leagues and being something that we absolutely have to have. You got to give him credit for that.
Well, and to know, and nobody knows anything in the moment. It's all just predictions and probabilities that guys are going to make it. But to have the gut instinct that even if he gets off to a slow start, it's not going to ruin this kid.
Yeah.
He scouted him when he was at Florida State. So he, even though he got drafted by the Cubs, he had plenty of intel on him. And obviously, before you make the trade for him, you gather plenty more intel that you need to before you make that move. And I'm guessing everybody that he talked to said that the kid is mentally, he's a very strong player.
Yeah.
The ups and downs are not going to faze him the way they might your garden variety minor leaguer. And a great point, too, B. Scott, on playing right field. Like, it's not just that he put him out in right field. He is a good, very good right fielder.
Yeah.
He like how that's the thing that fascinates me the most about Cam Smith is he seems to be a quick study. Like, he's become a really good right fielder fast. He in going through the ups and downs of hitting came through it. Like, he's evolving at like when you play a podcast at like 2 times speed, he's like a podcast at 2 times speed right now. He's progressing as a major league hitter at 2.5 times speed right now.
And it's why I really appreciate Dana Brown going against the conventional wisdom, because he didn't just take the conventional wisdom and say, oh, well, guys typically aren't ready this soon and he's going to need some seasoning. He looked at this isolated situation, looked at this individual player, say, hey, I understand what conventional wisdom says, but what about this guy? Mm-hmm. What about this particular guy? What does my eye tell me? What does my data tell me? What does all the information that's available to me tell me about this particular guy? Not the previous guy, not the next guy, this one.
Yep.
And made this determination. You got to give him credit.
No doubt. Texter, I was one of the people who said bring Cam up a month into the season to get that extra year of control. That is a separate argument, I think, like getting the extra year. And that's fair, and ultimately that may come back to bite them, that they don't get that extra year of team control of Cam Smith down the road. My feeling at the time about that was you're in a championship window.
Yeah.
This is not making decisions on George Springer to manipulate his service time to get the extra year where you're not really winning anything. Same mindset, but also this is not manipulating Yordan Alvarez when you have such a stacked team that you don't need him until June to get that extra. And ultimately, they signed Yordan to a contract extension, made it a moot point. But this Astros team is sitting in the middle of that.
Yeah.
They're not so bad that they can manipulate service time by just leaving better players down there. And they're not so good that we've got good enough guys here already where we're going to win 105 games. We can thus manipulate service time of our best minor leaguers. They're in the middle where even before all these injuries, it was all hands on deck. You know, they lost Bregman and Tucker, you know, and they've been losing guys every year.
Given where you are at this stage or wherever we are in the window, whether you think it's closing, we're deep into this thing now. Given where they are, where the Astros are right now, where is Cam Smith more valuable to you as the Astros fan? Let's forget Dana Brown for a second. To you as the Astros fan, where is Cam Smith more valuable to you in this window? On this team right now or on the hypothetical team 4, 5, and 6 years from now that we don't even know what that team is going to look like? And we're talking about manipulating the service time. Like it's more valuable to me. Today is more valuable to me than 5 years from now as it pertains to Cam Smith specifically. I'll still care about the Astros in 5 or 6 years if I'm still here.
My love of fried foods.
Come on now. Let's be real.
I mean,
exactly.
Am I worried about year 7 of Cam Smith?
Come on, the way I eat them blueberry muffins, man. Let's be real, man. I'm worried about it right today.
Someone's asking, did I see John Singleton yesterday in the dugout? Yes.
He's there, man.
He's back.
He is back.
In fact, that was the other big thing. The two biggest takeaways from that week of spring training that Seth and I went to was A, Cam Smith, B, John Singleton looks like he's getting ready to go on the Mr. America circuit.
Right.
If he doesn't, he was
slimmed
yoked.
down. Yeah,
he was like he just looked in shape.
Yeah,
yeah, he was
like he was trying to make the team.
Like
right.
12 years in, he's like, you know what I need to do? I really need to have an off-season program where I get in shape for this baseball.
Now's the time to do it.
God, I hope he gets a shot, man. I'd love to see John Singleton. Hey, they're 1-0 with him hanging out in the dugout. Yes, Texter, that is who you saw in the dugout.
I just love that he's like the cat with the 9 lives, man. This dude will not die. I respect it.
The only players that have ever been on the Astros 3 times, you may have heard this on the broadcast yesterday. Callis had this, are both on the team right now.
Whitcomb?
Nope. No, not.
You don't mean being brought up.
I don't mean being brought up and back, like major league stints where they left to go to another team and came back.
So Neris, John Singleton,
and that's it. Those are the only two in the history of the team to have 3 different stints like that with a team where they left to go to another team and come back. At least that's how I heard it yesterday. Is that the only 3 that's happened? Text in if you were watching the broadcast and you heard that. Did I hear that right, or am I butchering this?
Lifelong Astros.
Harris was jacked to come back. I saw an interview with him and Julia Morales. He was very excited to come back.
I don't know if they're gonna, team Hall of Fame or anything, but there should be a special little window for guys like that, or a little special section for guys like that, especially as they played on these teams. They're really good. So.
Cam was in the leadoff spot on Sunday. Someone texted that in. Okay, did I say he was in a different spot? That's always my reaction. Where did I say? Yeah, he was in the leadoff spot. He's the only place he hasn't batted this year has been the 3-hole. He's batted in every other. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's almost as crazy. Remember, I feel like Dubon could do this if he wanted to. But there was a player named Jose Oquendo back in the day.
Yeah, I remember Jose.
He used to play for the Mets and then the Cardinals. I think he did this for the Cardinals, but he played. He played. I think they may have had him do it in one game, but throughout the course of a season, he played all 9 positions at one point. I think he even came in and threw a garbage inning in a blowout. But he played all 9 positions. That would seem to be almost easier to do than batting in all 9 batting slots, or at least in the similar improbability phase.
Yeah, in terms of improbability. Yeah, to go to do 8 of the 9, and again, it cannot. I just can't forget about this, or it's not lost on me. Guy has no experience.
Yeah,
for the most, just no experience, and is out there like he's an 8-year pro.
And I say that, and people are going to go, "Well, Sean, there's only a few guys in baseball that could even have the skill to play all 9 positions," which is true. But how often within a single season do you look at somebody and say that that's our 9-hole hitter, and then a month later he's batting cleanup for you, or later in the season he's batting leadoff for you? Like those are almost as different, those spots in the batting order, as some of the positions are defensively.
Right. Most of the guys that bat 7th, 8th, and 9th, you wouldn't dream of putting them as your leadoff hitter.
Or cleanup.
There's a reason why they're there.
Yeah.
Now it also does feel less likely that you would both pitch and I know they do it in high school.
Yeah.
But in the major leagues, that you would have a season or even a game where especially a game where you would pitch and catch, it seems kind of wild.
The pitching element would obviously be you're in there in a 13-1 game and you're just you're just trying. Good. That's exactly what I heard, Sean. Okay, good. So I didn't get that wrong. Yes, you're right. It was just Neris, but now it's Singleton with him getting called up because he was with the Mets organization.
Okay. That's what it is.
So he was with the Mets organization. I guess you got to leave the organization and come back to be part of this conversation.
They know where home's at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 3-time Astros.
H.
I like it.
Yep. All right. The biggest story of last week was not a sports story. Was this the most costly, really bad decision that somebody's made with something that is undefeated throughout the course of time? We will have that for you coming up next.
It is storm season, and that means not only
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. On the South Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Should have asked the audience. I'm curious. I contend putting Cam Smith on the big league roster is the best decision that Dana Brown has made this year. I'm curious what else is in the conversation for that. And maybe the trade itself that brought Cam Smith here.
This year?
This for the 2025 season.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anything else that I could bring up would compare. Like, I think bringing back Hector Neris could be valuable to them at some point because they've got some relief issues, at least some middle relief issues. I know Neris has been closing for the last year or two in Chicago with the Cubs. But, like, I think that can be important because they've got some relief issues. But that's not going to be as big as what Cam Smith means to the lineup.
No, and I think in a perfect world, if someone had said before the year, what do you hope Dana Brown's best decision ends up being that was made from, say, the offseason into the season, I think people would have said that Christian Walker turns out to be the anti-Jose Abreu, that Christian Walker just merely turns out to be what he was in Arizona the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been that. He's given little teases and flashes. He still just strikes out way too much for my liking. And the defense has been really good, but it's not been Gold Glove level good. That would have probably been the one, if I could choose one, because that's the one that could have the biggest impact for you, taking a position that's been bad the last couple years and making it really, really good. But I think it's Cam Smith for me, Ralph.
This year I think it's Cam Smith. What it reminds me of, and I think it's just even better than, is the decision to make Renell Blanco a starter.
I was thinking of that too.
That was also a Dana Brown thing, but that was last, or maybe even the year.
Is it 23?
I think it was 2 years ago now.
No, I think it was 24. No, because he threw the no-hitter. Remember they got off to the horrible start last year, and he was the only good thing going for them? Renell Blanco? It was 24. Because they got swept by the Yankees.
Okay, that's right.
And then he threw a no-hitter against the Blue Jays. That was their first win of the season last year.
Okay, so last year, the moving Renell Blanco to being a full-time starter thought was a savvy move, and again, a scouts type of decision, scouting type of decision.
Yeah,
this is along those lines, but I think even more so.
Did you get a chance to opine on this Andy Byron, the CEO of Astronomer, in any of your appearances on the station?
Not on the
last week or
station,
so?
I don't think. And as you can imagine, like a lot of people and like most people, I would say, it's been a big point of conversation elsewhere for me, social media, real life. But I don't think I've been able to talk about it here at the station.
The memes, this might be the most and best memed non-sports thing that's happened ever. Like the number of different permutations of satire of that video.
Everyone's gotten in on it.
Everyone has.
No one has just let this die down.
And this might be AI's best performance so far as a thing. I mean, some of the videos that have been generated by AI have been incredible. But those of you who listen to the show or are on social media probably know what we're talking about. But just to give you the 15-second synopsis synopsis. Andy Byron, CEO for a company called Astronomer, based out of the Boston area, was caught on the kiss cam. Andy Byron, married, was caught on the kiss cam with a woman who is not his wife, canoodling at the Coldplay concert, kind of standing behind her, arms around her, midsection, very much looking intimate, very happy when the kiss cam rolled around. Two of them couldn't have been happier.
Dare I say they looked in love.
They looked in love. And angles have come out since then of people filming with their iPhones, Coldplay, that have had them in the shot. And it wasn't just the two of them holding. They were kissing, and it was a night.
It was a date.
Now, here's the thing. Anybody doing that with anybody other than his wife, bad. Scummy, sleazy. Doing that with your HR director, her title is Chief People Officer.
Yeah. Not even the secretary.
No.
The HR director.
The very person who's supposed to be preventing things like this from happening within the workplace.
Yeah.
That's who he was with. So that's the story. They got caught on the kiss cam. Could not have looked any more guilty. They scattered. She covers her face. He ducks down. Like, they looked like two people who were cheating on their spouses, and they were. The upshot of all this is that Andy Byron has resigned from his position with the company. So this is like a growing startup company that he's the CEO for. I'm sure he got some sort of package to leave. I'm guessing he's not leaving empty-handed. But that's the update on the story. He's resigned his position with the company after he went viral on Wednesday, July 16th. So we spent the better part of the next 2 days, or at least an appropriate amount of the next 2 days on this show talking about that. So he's leaving the company. Dude, I mean, think about what 4 seconds of a camera passing by ends up costing this guy.
Yeah. It not just any old regular kind of job.
No.
The CEO of a lucrative company.
His soon-to-be ex-wife is going to be so rich.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
She's
man.
going to be rolling in it.
Single guys out there, if you're headed up to Boston. Now, she's got 3 kids, so you got to, keep that in mind. But that is the sugariest of sugar mamas.
That
right
would be
there.
worth the check if you can get it. Dude, I don't understand, and I'm not trying to condone any of the activity or any of that, any of the behavior, if you will, but I don't understand how this happens. Because or assuming that he's either happily married or doesn't want to get divorced, at the very least doesn't want this public shame, because you could see that just based off of their reaction on being on the camera.
Yeah.
I don't understand how this happens from these two standpoints.
Right.
If you're cheating and you're in public, then it seems like PDA would be out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we're at the same place at the same time, but we're not holding hands, we're not kissing, we're not snuggling,
right?
We're not doing any of that. Or if you do decide that, to me, on the front end, you also should have made the decision that you're okay with the result. Like with hey, if this means that my marriage is over, then it's got to mean that I'm sick of the marriage to begin with.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm ready to split everything in half with my wife.
I've got a foot out the door anyway.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. If neither one of those two things are the case, like I don't get how that happens. Either we have an understanding that this is not how we behave in public, or if this is how we behave in public, we are assuming the risk with it and accepting that as a possibility. I don't get how you just unwittingly are out there cheating on your spouse and you're actually somebody.
B. Scott.
And then you get caught on camera. I don't get it.
It's
It's
undefeated.
It is.
It is undefeated.
It is, but it seemed like he was going to get it no matter what. I don't feel like it was a deal breaker. Hey, we got to cuddle at the Coldplay concert.
Yeah.
We going to the Coldplay concert.
Right.
And we're allowed to be at the same place at the same time without anybody suspecting anything. We're coworkers. We can be friends. As long as I ain't over there cuddling you like we in the ninth grade. You know what I mean? Like they looked like they were up against the locker. You remember in school when you'd see that couple against the locker? There they go again.
Yep.
They looked like that couple.
They did. Yeah, they did. The little kind of behind spooning thing going on.
Yeah.
The what should they done? It was the big time. Like, what? Obviously, if they're going to get caught on camera, what should you have done is just no sell it. Just stay. If they just act like a couple, the only thing that can get them then is if somebody notices them and they're like, "Hey, is that Andy?" And I forget what her name was, the HR. The other thing too, I'm wondering. I'm guessing that him resigning has like 90, like 10% to do with him stepping out on his wife and 90% to do with him doing it with another executive with the company? Like if he just got caught on there with his neighbor or something like that, is that something where the company? I don't know. I'm asking the question. I've never cheated on a spouse, and the only time I've gotten fired from a job is when my company got bought and they didn't need me anymore.
Right.
So I don't know what the process is for something like this. So is that what a big part of it is? Is like not that he was cheating, but who he was cheating with?
I think it's got to be a big part of it. But can I sneak in? I don't know what the percentage is, but can I sneak in a little percentage of there?
Sure.
Of the response, like the reaction, like the caught red-handed, and not just like Kristen. She kind of just goes away a little bit, and you can tell she's embarrassed. My man,
he ducks,
which is like doesn't really give leadership. Like, how are you going to give direction at the company now?
Right.
How are we going to respect you? It's one thing to cheat on your spouse. We're all adults. Like, that's not going to shock anybody or mean that you can't be a good leader.
Yeah.
But how do you respond to crisis? How do you respond in the moment? Like, I think all of it was just a poor look. He made a poor decision and then craters in the moment of getting caught red-handed, of like the shame of it all. I'm going to duck out of the way. Like, he did not look like a leader.
No.
Let me just put it that way.
Not at all.
He did not look like the CEO of anything.
You might crack under questioning, Henry. Like, that's what I think of in Goodfellas.
Yes.
You might crack under questioning.
This guy. He might crack under questioning.
That is somebody who would rat everybody out.
Yes.
If Andy Byron were in your mob crew, if he were one of your soldiers, if you were a capo for the Soprano family, and Andy Byron gets caught selling a vial of H or something like that by the DEA, he's ratting everybody out.
Yeah.
That's, you know what? This is a great litmus test.
Yeah.
How would you handle being put on Kiss Cam? Tells me how you would handle, that tells me, well, the fact that he's on there with somebody who's not his wife already tells you what the trust factor is with the guy in the first place.
Sure.
But the fact that he handled it, great point, B. Scott, the way that he did, that he ducked out the way that he did, he rat everybody out.
Yeah, that speaks more to the, like, leadership, abilities and that sort of thing. It's like, how does somebody respond to a crisis? Like, just turn around each other, give each other a high five, try to throw them off the scent. None of that. It's like, oh my God, we've been caught.
Second thing he should have done probably, if he's trying to get away with it, and again, this comes from zero experience of doing this, but if he made it a company outing, if he bought like 10 tickets, and then you go to the outing with all the people from I'm not saying you can canoodle there at all, but you can spend your time with her, and then whatever you do before or after is up to you. But then you're going to the Coldplay concert, and if you get caught on Kiss Cam, you can do that thing where it's clearly two people who aren't in a relationship,
right?
And they shake hands or something like that.
That's what I'm saying.
The guy kisses his beer. That's okay. There's the lesson in the whole thing. And this for married couples, couples that are just dating. If you flat out, if you just want to not deal with the Kiss Cam and be funny about it, don't kiss the person next to you. Kiss the alcoholic beverage that you have with That's always very funny when guys do that.
Yeah, man.
Kiss your beer.
There are a lot of ways.
It's going to piss your girlfriend off, but if you get into the habit of doing that, then someday when you're in an extramarital affair, you will not lose hundreds of millions of dollars as the CEO of a startup.
Yeah, man.
You're welcome.
The Kiss Cam ain't new, and neither is cheating.
Right.
Didn't look like their first rodeo, if I'm being quite frank about it. And also, I do want to point this out since I haven't been able to talk about this. They look like they were around people that they know. Like they didn't seem like they were there together, like in some type of rogue mission.
Yeah.
Like they were there with others who at least know them somehow, some way.
There was a false report that that the woman next to Kristen Cabot was some person in her department. It was incorrect. Apparently the reports are they were just the two of them there. That there weren't people from Astronomer there that I saw.
Well, maybe not from Astronomer, but
people they knew.
They didn't seem like they were there with just amongst a bunch of strangers.
Not. Yeah, maybe not.
So something's going on here.
Something's up,
obviously.
All right, yeah, clearly
something's going on.
Clearly, all right. Payne and Pendergast with you. B. Scott in for Seth Payne for the next few days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll be out of Texans training camp on Wednesday this week at 6 o'clock. Cannot wait. Football season almost here. Speaking of which, The Athletic, Vic Tafur of The Athletic, did his best bets on over-under season win totals for the entire NFL. You will never believe who his number one best bet is for the NFL season for season win totals. Over or under. We will tell you who that is coming up next. But I can tell you someplace I'm going this week.
of life.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth C. Payne. Seth out for the next few days. He'll be back on Thursday. Training camp starting up on Wednesday this week for the Houston Texans. The 2025 season is upon us. And B. Scott, you know I love me a good wager. Love me a good over-under. I like season win total bets because they don't have the heavy, week-to-week treachery of betting, 5 or 6 games on Sunday. Not that I don't have the occasional Sunday where I'll think about a wager, but I like season win totals mostly because on Sundays I'm working. I got to be focused on the Texans. So season win totals kind of sit in the background for you. You're not worried about – I got enough to worry about with my fantasy teams and with the Texans. I don't need that big money out there. So season win totals are out heading into training camp. So this is all post-draft, post-offseason. We now know Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler. We've had some late in the game kind of signings going on, stuff like that. That's the biggest one. Vic Tafur of The Athletic has his predictions for all 32 teams. However, like any good writer, any good handicapper, especially someone doling out advice, he picks out about a half dozen or so of his best bets, his favorite ones. The very first best bet in Vic Tafur of The Athletic's article with all 32 teams and their selection, the very first bet, over 9.5 wins plus 100, which means even money. It means you bet 100, you win 100.
Yeah.
So that's the juice on there. Over 9.5 wins, your Houston Texans.
I'll take it.
Best bet, over 9.5 wins. You think does it feel so good to you that you would give it to a friend or colleague as betting advice? Best bet, Houston. I'll read what he says here in a second, but I want your gut reaction to that.
So much so that I have been concerned that I'm being unreasonable by, in some ways, being bored by the Texans' success. Like, I think, and this is an issue for me, I think the Texans, I'm willing to guarantee 10 wins this year. Guarantee. I feel like and this is the step that I want them to make. Just to kind of go on a quick Texans tangent here.
Yeah.
I am done with the 10-7. I feel ungrateful because it's been fun. We were talking about this earlier. It's been a fun ride. It's been a really good time.
Yeah.
But I'm ready for them to take that next step and be something other than the 10-win division winner in the wild card that they host. They're invitational now, and do something more than that, do something greater than that.
Yeah.
I think it's a solid bet, a really, really good bet. Maybe even, Vic says here, the best bet that they'll be a 10-win team. What I ain't willing to bet on is that they'll do anything more than that. You know what I mean? Like that,
like a run in the playoffs.
Exactly. That's the step that I want them. I feel pretty damn good about them winning 10 games and winning a playoff game at home, because that's what it feels like they are about.
I do too.
So I can see this being a best bet, and I would take it, absolutely.
You're on Vic Tafur's train on this one here.
I'm with him.
I like the Texans a lot too. Here's what he says. For having a disappointing season last year, the Texans still won 10 games, going over their projected total. They were 9.5 last year at this time as well. Only trailed the Chiefs by 1 point entering the fourth quarter of the divisional playoff round. They were 4-1 in the games where they had both Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs before injuries and predictable play calling exposed a terrible offensive line. All right, let's dig into that for a second. They were 4-1 in the games where they had both Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs. It's so sad, man, that they only had those two together on the field for 5 games. That's gut-wrenching to go back and take a look at.
And then all of the key weapons missed extended time, from Joe.
Joe missed some games.
To Nico, obviously Diggs, and, of course, Tank at
the end of the year, yeah. And Dalton Schultz just wasn't as good as he was the year before.
On top of all of that.
Yeah. The predictable play calling, so the two things, before injuries and predictable play calling exposed the terrible offensive line. There's nothing you can do about injuries. Have they addressed the predictable play calling? I don't think we know yet. We haven't watched Nick Caley call a play yet.
Yeah, it is, I think, by nature of the fact that we haven't seen him unpredictable, at least for now. Going into week 1, he'll be unpredictable.
Yeah.
I feel like, at the very least. We'll see how it goes after that.
And yet they're playing the one team that he actually worked for last year.
That's right.
Damn
it.
Damn
it, Sean.
We're probably overthinking a little.
I actually didn't think about that part of it, but you're right.
Here's the rest of what Vic says. C.J. Stroud was sacked 54 times and was understandably a little bit jumpy. The O-line's still a big concern, but Caley will be more innovative than Bobby Slowick with X's and O's. And just to hit pause on that for a second, I think do we know how unpredictable Nick Caley's going to be compared to Bobby Slowick? No, but I almost feel like a little like the offensive line. It can't be any worse. Can't be any worse.
Right.
I feel like the Texans have done their due diligence, at least to the extent that this guy's going to be better than Bobby Slowick was last year.
Yeah, that part feels like the bare minimum.
We like the additions of Christian Kirk and rookies Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll to go with Collins, and I think that's the other question because they talk about you didn't have Nico and Stephon Diggs for much of the year together. Did they address, and you're not going to have Tank this year, presumably. I think they're operating with the idea Tank won't be back.
That feels pretty safe.
Yeah, is Higgins and Knoll, very unknown, along with Kirk, very banged up the last few years. Is that enough to where you feel like, okay, they've rebuilt the receiver room? I feel good about it. I think Higgins is going to be a really good player. I think Knoll is going to be a good player. And my biggest concern out of the three is that Kirk stays healthy, honestly. I think the rookies are going to contribute at a correct rookie level for where they were drafted.
Yeah, and Kirk, I know he hasn't been healthy the last season or two, but he was healthy that first year in Jacksonville. And when he is healthy, he's hyper-productive. And honestly, man, he's a no. I don't know how good they're going to be, like what their ceiling is. I have no idea on either. But I do expect both to contribute right away. Like, I expect the learning curve to, if not necessarily be flat, but I don't think it's going to be a steep learning curve for either one of these guys. I expect them to be instant contributors to this offense and instant weapons for C.J. Stroud.
Maybe this is with the benefit of now knowing that Nick Caserio is pretty good at drafting, but I feel Nico was a third-round pick. I feel way better about both of these guys than I did about Nico. Nico had taken a year off because of the COVID year and things like that. But I feel good about both guys. He finishes up by saying, with their great pass rush, it's impossible not to see the Texans winning at least 10 games for a third straight season. The overall caveat with all this is that CJ's got to be healthy for the Texans to fulfill. How many wins is CJ Stroud worth to this team, do you think? What would a Davis Mills quarterbacked Texans team go over? If you think that these Texans are, let's say, a 12-5 team, right?
Yeah.
Because you think they're going to win more than 10 games. Let's call it 12-5. What would a Davis Mills quarterback Texans team?
I think C.J. Stroud's worth a minimum of 4 wins to this team.
This feels like a team that struggles to get to 500 with Davis at quarterback.
Yeah. And again, the defense could be the key here because I think just the defense alone could help win them some games.
Yes.
And Davis isn't the worst quarterback in the world. Mm-hmm. So I feel like they could kind of accidentally even win 6 or 7 games.
If Davis Mills were the quarterback of this team for 17 games, and don't come after me on the text page, like, why are you even bringing this up, Sean? I'm bringing it up. It's a topic. I'm not jinxing CJ with injury or whatever.
Yeah, man, we got 2 days till training camp.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
yeah. So I'm
Dream
just
with us for
preemptively putting that out there. I would, if Davis Mills were the quarterback of this team, just based on how good the defense is and the remodeling they've done of some of the skill positions, I'd definitely go over on 6.5, and I think I'd go over on 7.5. I think like, could they get to 8 and 9 with this defense and Davis Mills at quarterback? I think they could. I think they built the offensive line is a huge question mark. I get that, but it's not like CJ relies on escapability to do what he does. I think he's more escapable than we thought he was based on some of the things we saw in the postseason with him.
Sure.
And I think he is going to run a little bit more this year when the opportunity presents itself.
But even the arm and the accuracy, man, Davis is fine.
4 games is a lot in the NFL. Like to say, you're obviously counting on Nick Caley being able to scheme some things open and whatnot. That's a big bet on Nick Caley if I say that. Would you go over 6.5 wins if Davis Mills were the quarterback?
I would not. I would lose all faith and confidence, and it's not a shot at Davis. It would be.
If you knew,
probably even more so because of the existence of C.J. Stroud. Like if we were just still here doing the Davis Mills experiment, then maybe
that's what I'm kind of talking about.
Maybe I would be able to talk myself into it. But since we've seen the other side, since we've seen the light, I don't know how to do that. I will say this, just kind of to stay with that point.
Yeah,
if Davis Mills was a quarterback, the existence of Nick Chubb on this team would be such a bigger story.
That's fair.
Because they'd be
That's
so
a really
reliant
good point.
on the run game.
They
like
would.
you would really be relying on, not just hoping like I was earlier, but really relying on Nick Chubb to recapture some of his old self.
All right. You and I are on the same page, though. Over 9.5 for sure. All right. The Astros get a huge win yesterday. I think the biggest win of the year yesterday for the Astros, but it masks some of the other things going on with this team right now, which have gotten to a DEFCON 2 or DEFCON 1 level in the injury room. We will get to that. We'll talk about the importance of what happened this weekend coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is how you know a betting number is a number maybe to pounce on. That if it's enough to have Seth Payne text me while he's out for these next few days. We get these emails, and we'll get to the Astros here in a second, I promise. We get these emails from a PR guy named Jimmy Shapiro, who's a friend of the show. We've seen him at Radio Row every year. Jimmy's a great guy. And he represents some betting outlets, and they send out numbers for different over-unders and spreads throughout the year and some fun ones and things like that. He just sent out season totals on stats for something like 100 different players in the NFL. Sacks, interceptions, total tackles. There's 4 Texans on this list: Azeez Al-Shaair, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, and Derek Stingley Jr. They're all on this list under different stat categories. Seth texts me, and he's like, where do I pound over 9.5 sacks for Danielle Hunter this coming season?
Yeah. It feels like
You're betting on health at that point.
Yeah, feel like he's close to automatic for that. Like, he's a solid 11-sack bet. I mean, he's had 16.5 or so in a season.
He's
before.
double digits almost every year in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's been around for damn near a decade now. Yeah, and he showed no signs last year of slowing down at all. If anything, this was like a somewhat. It feels weird to say because the Vikings in recent years have been a more successful team than the Texans. Hell, Texans have never beaten the Vikings, but it did feel like last year was kind of a coming out party for Danielle Hunter in that he was playing in some more high profile games, and maybe I'm misjudging that, but it feels like a lot more people are and were paying attention to what Danielle Hunter is doing with the Texans than anything he was ever doing with the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Vikings had some success, a little bit of success while he was there,
Sure.
but this is arguably, I should say last year's team was arguably the most high-profile team that he had been on.
I think so, too.
Given what all they had done, like, I think it helps the context of Danielle Hunter already being Danielle Hunter when he gets there, and it's like, oh, they got Danielle Hunter, oh, they got Stephon Diggs, oh, Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, they're bringing back all of these young players who were excellent as rookies. Oh, they got new rookies that are really good.
Yeah.
Like, I think all of that coming together made it a little bit more high profile.
Danielle Hunter's number is 9.5. It sounds like you would pound the over.
Yes.
Sounds like you might even run it. Actually, go do that.
Yeah, I'm itching to do so.
Yeah. Yep.
Before they change the
14
number.
minutes in the segment left still, B. Scott.
Damn it.
What do you think their number is for Will Anderson Jr.?
For sacks?
I've got it in front of me here. What do you think it is?
I'm going to go 11.5.
It is 11.5? Give the man a ding.
It's funny because I waffled on that because I was at first going to go lower, but I'm like, no, I feel like the money's going to be higher on his upside and being a younger player, an emerging player, if you will.
Yeah.
So it'd be smarter to go over. So, yeah, just pick the number there. 11.5 is the over-under. That's an interesting number.
Would you go over or under? I think that's exactly what he had last year, if I'm not mistaken. He was in that neighborhood. He got double-digit. I know that.
Yeah, I am just a huge Will Anderson fan.
He's my favorite player on the team.
Yes, mine too. Same. Yeah. So we're in the same boat there. Yeah, this would be one where I'd be betting my heart and head there. My brain is telling me yes, and my heart is certainly telling me yes. Bet on Will Anderson.
It's over or a no play for me. I'm not betting on failure for Will Anderson Jr.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
I agree.
I'll rapid fire the other two at you since we're on this topic. Derek Stingley Jr., how many interceptions do you think the number is?
Ooh, this one's going to be the harder one for me. 4.5.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5.
All right. I was being a little too gracious.
Do that, but Ben, it's
I was wrong.
Yeah.
I'll take the ding when I'm right.
You're allowed to be wrong, but you have to be within a certain percentage, and you're like almost double off. Yeah.
And look, I at least I picked way over.
No, that's true.
I'm drinking all of the Texans Kool-Aid with extra sugar that you can get today.
And I go over on that too, just because Stingley. I think I would be like, oh, well, he just has to get 3 picks. He had 2 against Tua in one game.
I was gonna say he's known to get a couple in a game.
That is a they are not going to target him as much this year kind of number.
Yeah.
Feeling is what that is, I think.
Well, and here's another thing too that you got to remember: the Texans, play the Jags twice a year, right? That's still the case?
Yes.
Which means, presumably, he's going to go against Trevor Lawrence.
Oh.
And he likes to pick off Trevor Lawrence.
Pick machine. That's true. He does like doing that. He was doing that even during his rookie year.
Yeah. So there's at least one.
Yeah. Good call.
Scratch that one off.
The only other one is tackles. I have no feel on that. They have Azeez Al-Shaair over under 120 and a half tackles.
120, I don't know.
I have no clue.
He's going to get a lot of tackles.
The problem for Azeez Al-Shaair is the next time he takes somebody's head off, are they going to suspend him for 6 games, for 8 games, for a season?
He's got a reputation.
He's got a rep, man.
And apparently had one already before we really, really knew how known or spoken of the rep actually was.
Yeah.
So all of that is there. But look, if the bet was lead the team in tackles, I guess that's not, a bold bet there to say that the Mike linebacker and team captain on defense is going to lead the team in tackles. But I think he's definitely going to lead them in tackles. Is it going to be, 120 and a half?
120 and a half. I have no idea. I think he had 161 season. I think his season with the Titans, he had a boatload of tackles is one that I'm just not, I don't care.
Yeah.
So this Isaac Paredes injury, I know yesterday was a good day for the Astros overall. They win 11-3. They kind of keep Seattle at arm's length. They're headed to Arizona now to take on the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks are starting 3 guys whose ERAs are all in the high 4s or low 5s. Now, one of them is Zach Gallen tonight, who's historically he's been a Cy Young candidate.
Right.
He hasn't been able to put it together this season. And the Diamondbacks are an interesting team because I think they're being viewed right now as a team that could be big-time sellers here at the trade deadline. The Astros scouting any of these guys that they're looking at. The interesting one, I don't think they've got the ammo to go do it, but Suarez, their third baseman, is one of the real plums that a lot of the big teams are looking at here at the trade deadline. He's third in the league in home runs right now, I think, behind Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh, or third in the majors. And I don't think the Astros are in the running to get him. I think they'll easily get outbid by somebody who wants him. But third base is now a problem for this team.
Yeah.
And how big a problem we're going to find out here, I would imagine, in the next day or two, with Isaac Paredes having been sent back to Houston yesterday to come home and get an MRI. And I want to applaud the Astros for actually using their MRI machine this time.
There you go.
Way to dust off. I just picture them walking over and blowing like dust off the top of it.
Yeah.
Like, wow, we really should have used these before we misdiagnosed several of these other injuries.
It's cobwebs inside of it. They're knocking them down. No spiders, just webs.
It's old enough. There's like a crank on the side of it that they're cranking it up like an Edsel or something like that. Like, let's get this MRI. How worried are you about this Isaac Paredes injury?
Very.
Right now? Yeah, I am too. I did not like the way he pulled up.
Very, very worried. And even just the fact that, and we, I think, make fun of and sometimes get frustrated with the Astros for not being as open and as transparent as they can be about injuries. But I will credit them for just being candid about it with Isaac Paredes himself, with his translator, and then Joe Espada in his subsequent media availability saying that, A, it didn't look good or it doesn't look good, and B, or maybe this was actually A and that was B, but A, Isaac Paredes himself saying that it feels worse than the last one did.
Yep.
Remember the last time he played, it was the other hamstring, and he was ready to go out there the next day. He's like, I'll be ready. Joe, I'll be ready to go.
They gave him the weekend off.
And they gave him the weekend off, but he felt well enough to at least do the tough guy thing of, hey, I'm ready to go.
Yep.
And there was none of that in this. Oh. Like, it felt worse than last time. I got to go back to Houston to check it out. And it took a much more somber tone this time around than it did the last time around, which makes me worried. Now, I am glad that it's happening before the trade deadline as opposed to, let's say, after the trade deadline. But that still doesn't make me feel great.
No.
Especially given where the Astros are with their injuries.
This has to be a super tough trade deadline for a GM to navigate right now, for Dana Brown to navigate, just given the timing of some of these pitchers that are on the comeback trail. It would be really nice to know. Like, look, we know Spencer Arrighetti had a rehab start in Corpus this weekend, and he looked good. He pitched 3 scoreless innings, struck some guys out. Luis Garcia pitched 2 scoreless innings, struck a couple guys out. His throwing motion just looks so drastically different to me. Like, he looks like he's shot putting the ball up there. I don't know what to make of that.
Is that supposed? Is that supposed to make him better? Is that safer? I don't know what's going on.
Or is that just something like? Is that
an effect?
Is that how it feels?
Right.
Is that how is he protecting his elbow in some way? Now, he is the one out of all these guys too, though, that's had to change his routine just based on the changes in baseball with the pitch clock and how they're being more vigilant about the sliding on the rubber and the balking and things like that. He had that whole rock the baby. He had that deliberate windup that took so long.
But it's never good when a dude changes his windup and you're like, is he doing that on purpose?
Yeah. Now, if he's striking guys out and if he's getting results, then
keep doing it.
He can throw underhand for all I care.
Sure.
Javier is the one that I think I'm allowing myself to get super optimistic about. It sounds like he's been, hitting peak velocities on the gun. But as far as Dana Brown goes, this has got to be really difficult to navigate because you're in this in-between phase with Yordan Alvarez. You're in this kind of just getting back phase with some of these pitchers. So we know that their pitching rehab starts, but we don't know what it's going to look like when they get to the big league level. Can you trust them that it's going to, especially the guys who are Tommy John, who've been out for a year, or in the case of Garcia, 2 years. Eric is the one that I probably trust the most right now just because his was a fluky hand injury, a thumb injury, but which is really weird to say that I trust Arrighetti more than two guys who were mainstays on a World Series winner a few years ago. So Yordan, Pena, I'm confident he'll be back soon, but they're taking it slow with him. This is all happening with the trade deadline like 9 days away right now.
Yeah. So
with a team that doesn't have a ton of dry powder to go make big deals with.
Yeah, and to be fair, they've been that way for a long time, but because of that, they're even more so that way now because every year this seems to come up in some form or fashion where they're buyers at the deadline. And we all talk about how the farm system is barren. They don't have a lot of prospects to offer, but they somehow find a way to offer just enough, whether that's prospects or guys that are already on the roster or whatever it is, and they figure it out. But, man, like if you had asked me this or asked me before the season who's the one guy that the Astros can't afford to lose for an extended period of time, I would have said Yordan Alvarez for good reason, right? For, like, obvious reasons.
He's their best player.
Because he's Yordan Alvarez, right? Well, they've been without Yordan Alvarez since May 2nd, and they're leading the American League West. They're one of the better teams in the American League, and they seem like a contender.
They've been without him all year, really.
They've been without him all year.
He wasn't good when he was around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What they haven't been without, and who's been somewhat of a revelation and a saving grace for them, is Isaac Paredes.
Yeah.
They're arguably most consistent in the lineup. So that's the one guy that I feel like now, and this is fast forwarding from before the season to now where we are with the information we have today. He's the one guy that I feel like they can't be without for an extended period of time.
It's the crazy thing. Like Mauricio Dubon's value to this team is getting so accentuated, and it's not like he's putting up dynamite offensive numbers or anything. He's excellent defensively. That's inarguable. But in the past, anytime any one of these one-offs comes up, you're like, well, just put Dubon there. He'll play for, when Altuve breaks his hand before the season in the World Baseball Classic, well, Dubon plays second base for you, and he was fine. He was an average major. You bring in a replacement guy like that, if they're average, that's good. So
when they didn't have an answer in center field, Dubon can be the personal throwing center fielder for Justin Verlander.
For Justin Verlander, that's right. So weird. They've got like 4 situations going on right now that are just put Dubon there situations.
Yeah, they need 4 of him.
They need 4 Dubons right now.
Yeah.
Which is, just to plug the hole. I'm not saying like Dubon, well, you need 4 of him because he's going to get you 30 home runs and 100 RBIs. He's not. But you need 4 of him because you at least need a competent big leaguer there. That's where maybe the value in Dubon has been accentuated this year, is that you've had a chance to see what it looks like when you have, like you joke around about a guy being a replacement player or replacement level player or whatever. No, we've had a chance to see what not even replacement looks like across multiple spots in the lineup for way too many days this season so far.
Yeah, and to their credit, they've actually, all things considered, and within its proper context, they've actually done pretty well considering the fact that they shouldn't be in these positions to begin with. Some of these players that are being thrust into these positions shouldn't be there to begin with. Like the Zach, the Shorts of the world, and the Tremels, and all these guys that are out there, and you're like, well, wait a minute, where does this guy fit into things? All things considered, they've done pretty well, and even with that, you're like, man, when do the real guys come back?
Yeah.
Like, when can we get some of these real guys back? So the Isaac Paredes news is huge, and like honestly, if he's not going to be around for an extended period of time, that is that to me is debilitating.
Yep. Text messages coming in. Think about it, Sean. This is going back to the Texans over-under of 9.5 wins. If they sweep the division, that's 6 wins. They only need to win 4 of their remaining 11 games to get over 9.5.
Oh,
People underestimate the difficulty of sweeping even a bad division.
There you go.
They lost to the Titans at home last year.
Yeah.
Like the Texans are a good football team. They're a way better football team than they were before D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud got here. I'm not breaking any news. They are not a good enough football team to where you just pencil in 6-0 in the division.
Yeah, I'm not predicting them to sweep the division because of how difficult that is, because of how squirrely some of these division matchups end up. You mentioned the Titans game. Those Jags games are always interesting. The season opener against the Colts, I know they won that game, so we kind of just act like it didn't. But it was close for a second there. Anthony Richardson with 3 plays was able to win that game for them. Not even really playing that well, so that happened.
Forget about that Colts game. The Colts game in Week 8, the one that Diggs got hurt in.
Oh, yeah.
They won by 3, and they needed Anthony Richardson to throw one of the most boneheaded picks of all time right before the half to get a touchdown. Like he threw that pick to Jalen Petrie right before the half, and they gifted them 7 points
that's right.
in a 3-point win at home.
Yeah.
So that's I love your optimism.
One of the rare ties that we've seen in Texans history
a couple years ago,
against the division
against the Colts
to start the season. Yeah, I mean, like it's
semi-win.
Yeah, it was a semi-win. Michael Irvin, that's right.
But doesn't count as a win.
Does not count. Nope. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Brandon Scott in for Seth Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week. All right, I saw a graphic on social media that had the most hated player by all 32 NFL fan bases. I don't know, man. I hate this guy, but I don't know that he's the most hated for Texan fans. We'll see if you agree. Get your typing fingers ready, everybody. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you've been in an accident. There's a lot going through your head.
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. All right, couple items here that we got to get to before we get to the most hated player of Houston Texan fans, according to a graphic on social media. Which, if that's the case, it's got to be true. Will Levis, season-ending shoulder surgery. That's 22 minutes ago on ESPN. Thank you to a texter who just alerted us to that. Yeah, Will Levis to have season-ending shoulder surgery. Okay, so this is a story that's relevant here, obviously because the Titans are in the division. We know they drafted Cam Ward with the number 1 overall pick, and I would imagine we're planning on playing him this coming season and Will Levis being the backup. But I think two things, B. Scott. I think, one, this does give you a little bit less of a net to operate with Cam Ward. Will Levis has not been, and obviously he's not been good since coming in the NFL. They were picking number 1 in the draft for a reason.
Right.
But he does have some experience, and if something were to happen to Cam Ward, that would be, I'd imagine, the next guy to go to. I don't know what their depth chart looks like. The number 2 thing to me is just, man, it just goes to show you the randomness of injuries in an NFL season. They drafted Will Levis 2 years ago, the same draft that the Texans took C.J. Stroud. They took him with, I believe, the first or second pick of the second round.
It was the first pick. It was the 33rd overall pick, which at one point did belong to the Texans.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So they drafted him 2 years ago to be the franchise quarterback. I think you draft somebody in the second round, that's your guy. Not as big an exclamation point as Cam Ward or C.J. Stroud, but they drafted him to be the starter. That's why they made him the starter for a couple of years.
They had Malik Willis out there the year before.
They did have Malik Willis. They drafted in the 3rd round the year before that. Thank you.
So, they definitely drafted him to be the guy.
To be the guy. If he had worked out, Will Levis, think of the story. This is a major story if he had actually worked out to be the starter there. Like that, this is, and the reason I bring that up, because I know people are going to be like, yeah, but he didn't, Sean. That's a huge hypothetical. It just goes to show you like how precarious a season can be. And that Will Levis, they're not super relying on him. Cam Ward's the guy that needs to work out, but this could happen to any quarterback.
Yeah,
this could happen to anybody. And your season changes like that. The Titan season isn't changing, but if that were to happen to any number of other teams, boom, just like that.
Well, I looked at it from this standpoint, how grateful I am that out of the 3 quarterbacks drafted in the division in that season, 3 of them this offseason apparently had some kind of shoulder issue, and we were making a lot about it with C.J. Stroud when it was happening in OTAs and minicamp. And it turns out that C.J. Stroud has the least of the shoulder concerns out of the 3 guys, right? Yep. Like Anthony Richardson's stuff ended up shutting him down and being what seemed like a little bit more of an issue for him than it was for C.J. And then obviously with Will Levis having season-ending shoulder surgery, that speaks for itself, his issue being the greatest. I'm glad that out of the 3 guys, the one that's in Houston has the least of the concerns with the shoulder issues.
And he's the best player of the 3.
And he's the best one of the 3 on top of it.
That helps too.
Yep.
All right, so if you had to guess, you've looked at this graphic already. Who would you name? Let me ask you this. This graphic says every fan base's most hated player. Now, how are they curating this? How are they, is it social media hits? I don't know. These are just fun things to talk about. I don't know. I don't really like this guy. And he's the most hated player for a handful of teams on here, at least 4 that I can count, maybe 5. But before I get to who that person is, who's your most hated player?
So, like, if I go, and it looks like you're allowed to do this based off of this graphic, so if I can go with guys who don't play anymore, if I can expand the list a little bit, mine is going to be easily Peyton Manning. And it ain't personal. It's just as a Texans fan, and being a Texans fan in the height of the Peyton Manning era and what that meant for the Texans, it's got to be that guy. I don't know how it could be anybody else.
You're allowed to do that on this because there are at least 2 or 3 teams who have Tom Brady as the most hated.
Yeah.
Jets, Dolphins, Falcons.
Yeah.
Because of one game.
Yeah.
Eli Manning is the most hated for the Patriots on here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would go Peyton Manning, and T.Y. Hilton would be a close second.
Yeah.
And a pretty good contender for number 1.
Yep. They're on my list. Cortland Finnegan, I think if we were to put this out to a vote, it would be a dead heat between Peyton Manning and Cortland Finnegan.
And see, I can't hate Cortland Finnegan as much because I feel like he got his. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got
you. I feel like the hate is there.
Yeah.
But I feel like he already got his punishment. He doesn't need my hate on top of it. I'm sure he's still feeling Andre's fist and forearms on the side of his dome.
That's true. Where does Derrick Henry fit in for you? He's the one who's dominated the Texans the most over the last 5 or 6 years.
Definitely hated watching him now.
It's like the new Peyton, you know?
So the thing with Derrick Henry, for as big and as imposing of a figure as he is, he's so, like, quiet and gentle, like it seems like. So it's kind of hard to hate him, but definitely hated watching the Texans defense try to tackle him.
Yeah.
Or I should say more accurately, fail to tackle him.
So Patrick Mahomes is the one they have as the most hated player for Houston Texan fans. Is that I'm trying to figure out what that's based on. Like, yeah, the Chiefs knocked the Texans out of the playoffs last year, but it wasn't because of Mahomes. I'm similar to Tom Brady being the most hated for the Falcons because of one bad night.
Yeah.
If the historic 24-0 collapse in the 2019 season, January 2020,
right,
in that game, would that be a reason enough for Texan fans to have Patrick Mahomes be the – like, I don't like Patrick Mahomes because he's corny. I don't dislike him because he dominates the Texans.
So this was the only – logic that I could follow in making Patrick Mahomes the guy, being the most hated player by the Texans, would be that twice now he has derailed what could have been a Texans run to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think we can all look back on 2019 and see the flaw in the logic and how it is that the Texans probably weren't going to win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
But they were up 24-0 against the team that did, in fact, win the Super Bowl. And I think we could make a credible argument that last year's team, albeit, they took a step back and they were injured by the time we got to the playoffs, but it was one of their more talented and better assembled Texans teams that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And so just by that logic alone, they would be a contender out of all the Texans teams that we've ever seen to make a run. So two of the best Texans teams that we've seen, or more productive Texans teams that we've seen, have run into the Patrick Mahomes issue. Now, is that enough to make him hated?
Most hated?
I'm not quite sure, but that would be the only logic I could follow. But along the same logic, I think you could maybe look at, I know it wasn't the playoffs, but it feels like Lamar Jackson has been a much bigger issue for the Texans, at least as of late, in terms of going from here to there.
Yeah.
So what gets Patrick Mahomes there that doesn't get Lamar Jackson there? Is it just that one guy is less likable than the other? I'm not sure.
Tom Brady is the most hated for the Falcons, the Colts, the Dolphins, the Jets, and the Seahawks, and the Steelers.
Steelers, yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is the most hated for Buffalo. I get that. Playoff experiences. Cincinnati, again, probably playoff factoring into that. They went back and forth a couple years in a row in the playoffs. Denver's got to be a division thing. Mahomes for the Texans, we just talked about that. Chargers got to be a division thing. And San Francisco, that's a Super Bowl thing. Beat them twice in the Super Bowl. So Brady and Mahomes, both the most hated for 6 of these teams. There are no Texans that are the most hated for another team, except for one former Texan, DeAndre Hopkins. Most hated for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I could see that.
I like that because that means he slapped Jalen Ramsey around a few times back in the day.
That's exactly it.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
It's got to be. Now, but I am confused. Like, some of this is division, but like if I follow that logic, like you tell me right now, who's more hated? And we already laid out how Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs, knocked the Texans out of the postseason, out of the playoffs twice now. But who would you hate more, Patrick Mahomes or say like Trevor Lawrence, who you see? And I know Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor for sure.
He's not problematic, but he's somebody that I don't like because he's on the team that we play twice a year. And he's won.
Yeah.
Whereas the quarterback that's here seems like he's better, but didn't come into the league with as much hype. So that would be my one over Patrick Mahomes.
For sure. No, I will always, always, always respect somebody who's actually accomplished things. But I don't dislike. Like my dislike for Mahomes is just his vibe. Like I find him. I find him just to be a little cringy and corny. I'm not denying the fact that he's got the best chance of becoming this generation's Tom Brady in terms of overall accomplishment.
Yeah, he's on his way.
He's on his way. But yet, no, Trevor Lawrence hasn't done anything in the NFL. He made the playoffs one year. He had one good stretch of football at the end of his second year, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
Trevor Lawrence is living off of the hype at Clemson and Justin Herbert and the Chargers cratering in the playoffs.
Yes.
I think those are his claims to fame right now.
No question. No question. Okay, the funniest one on here, the Packers' most hated player, the Tush Push.
The Tush Push.
That's a troll job right there.
Gotta be.
100%.
Gotta be.
People weighing in. F.U. Dwight Freeney. Okay, that's a good one.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Yeah. Let's see. T.Y. Hilton's getting some love or hate, however you want to frame it here. Someone says this is Z-Trip Dave, loyal listener. Levis injured himself trying to balance himself on those mayonnaise jars. That would have been more of a groin thing. That was when they had him doing the splits on top of some mayonnaise jars.
That was hilarious.
Is that the most, as far as, deserved endorsements? He got that basically because he puts mayonnaise in his coffee. He wasn't good at football.
Yeah.
It
is. I don't know about deserved.
And yet they were funny commercials.
But it is reflective of the time, right? You don't.
Yeah.
Fame and notoriety does not it's a style over substance type of era that we're in. Fame and notoriety does not equal competence or being good at your job.
Someone says, Nino in Nashville says, I'd say Albert Pujols or Chipper Jones. I get what you're saying. This is not most hated athlete. It's most hated football player.
But on behalf of Houston sports fans everywhere, I can identify with that one.
Yep, no question. Patrick Mahomes is hated because of the penalties he drew and draws. Okay, well, if that's the case, he could be the most hated player for all 31 other fan bases.
Yeah, see, so I wonder if the hatred is directly tied to how that player impacts your team or just how this fan base feels about a particular player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe just aside from whatever the impact is on the Texans or whatever the relationship is with the Texans, maybe it is that just Texans fans don't rock with this guy.
Yeah.
Independent of the team result.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. Keep texting in 713-572-4610. We will keep taking a look at those. All right, we're going to get you ready for this. We got to turn the page. Big win for the Astros yesterday, but we got to turn the page, take a look at this Arizona series and the upcoming schedule for the Astros. What's our anxiety level right now? 4 games back for the Seattle Mariners with the 4-game gap. What it would have been for just a 2-game gap. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop, question of the day, and so forth as we roll on here on a Monday on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
The Drive with Stoerner and Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We still got people weighing in on the most hated foe for the Houston Texans through the years, because this is several teams have Tom Brady as theirs. Eli Manning is the one for New England. We had a texter just text in. Is it fair to say Deshaun Watson is the most hated player for the Texans fan base? I would say not only is that fair to say that he is, Patrick Mahomes is in this particular exercise that we're looking at on Twitter, B. Scott. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. But Deshaun Watson is the most hated for the Cleveland Browns on here.
How about that?
Boy, talk about something not working. He drew it up on the chalkboard.
No.
$230 million guaranteed, 5 years. Here's 3 first-round picks and a bunch of day 3 picks. Yeah. And we're off to the races. Yeah, either that or in 3 years. In 3 years, he will not only be your fan base's most hated player, but he will have devoted far more time over the course of a month to posting things about his wedding on social media than he did in the 3 years he was the quarterback of your team, posting about football combined. Which is fine. Love your wife. That's great and everything. You know, but it's just, boy, his wedding is inescapable on social media. It happened like 3 weeks ago. He's still posting about it now.
Dude, the Browns gave up their present and their future for a social media influencer.
Yes. Yes.
You know, like I was just mentioning
100%.
Reggie came in here during the break and we were chatting it up. I was mentioning Love Island. He could just as easily just go and be on Love Island or do like a reality thing or, you know what I mean? Do influencer stuff.
Yeah.
And that would feel like it's more on brand than, say, him going out there and winning you a football game.
He's posted way more about expensive cars, fancy vacations.
Yeah, I mean
nice clothes than he has about football.
That's where his heart is. That's what he's into. The luxury living.
Yeah.
And you know, fortunate for him, he's got the money to do it.
He does.
Thanks to the Cleveland Browns.
Yep.
Who subsequently the fan base hates him for it.
Yeah, they hate him. He's still on the team.
Yes.
Still on the team.
Still cashing those checks.
Hate the rest when we play Mahomes. Peyton getting some appropriate hatred on the text page. Ed Reed for his inside job on the Texans.
That's a good one.
It's a good one. Ed Reed.
Forgot about Ed Reed. That's a good one.
And Deshaun Watson make far more sense than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. And I think for more personal ways for Texans fans, from a pure football standpoint, for me, just having lived it and being a teenager through it, it was Peyton Manning. I irrationally, and I've grown to like Peyton Manning a lot more after his playing career, and come to learn he's not somebody to hate at all.
No.
Okay.
No, he's very likable.
But as a Texans fan, and given how good he was and what the Colts were, I could not stand the guy when he played. Hated him.
Love like a child, not hate. Stop the hate talk, starting sentences with hell and damn. Okay. I don't know what that means.
Okay, Mom.
Yeah, no, we're shifting gears. It's okay.
Get the hell out of here.
Sorry.
This is my mother?
Why is your mother listening to the show? Yeah.
Out of here.
I know you guys can't see me, but oh, jeez.
That was Seth Payne after an actual football game.
That was so greatly
John
timed
Granado interviewing him.
And having that on the ready.
Yeah. So they play Arizona, the Astros do, the next 3 nights. They're in Arizona, and then they come home, and, boy, with a real opportunity, starting on Thursday this week, where they're in a stretch of a lot of straight games, too. For a team that's banged up, coming out of the All-Star break, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Seattle, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Arizona, Thursday through Sunday, the Athletics, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the Nationals, and you get to August, and you finally get a day off on July 31st. And then you go up to Boston. You go on a 9-game road trip. So in terms of the sheer amount of baseball that they're going to be playing, it's a lot of baseball over the next 3 or 4 weeks for a team that's supremely banged up, but this is what you're dealing with right now. We get Colton Gordon tonight, Framber on Tuesday, and then the getaway day game against the Diamondbacks is going to be a Brandon Walter joint. So you got two of the potluck guys from Sugarland and sandwiched around Framber Valdez. I am not going into this with I'll be happy to take one just to keep Seattle at bay. You got to start to get back on the winning the series train that you have fallen off of since I got back from Jamaica.
Yeah.
That's when they fell off of the winning the series trend. Seth and I did a segment the day I got back that said, when will the next time be that the Astros lose a series?
Yeah, because they had won so many consecutively at that point.
13 that they'd either won or split. They'd non-lost.
They had not lost one.
Not lost a series since May 21st, I think it was. And now they haven't won a series since we did that fateful segment on this.
Yeah.
They got to get back on track in this one, B. Scott, is what I'm saying.
It is a drastic switch to be in, to go from can't lose a series to can't win one, and that has not been that long ago. So I'm in a weird spot when you were going through those pitching matchups, or at least going through who's going to beat the Astros.
Yeah.
It's weird, and this is kind of a development from the weekend, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird to be in, well, at least it's not McCullers that's out there for them. In a series that it feels like they got to have, or certainly that you really, really want them to have, that I feel better about these previously unknown rookie guys or young guys as opposed to the more established Lance McCullers Jr. Like Fromber squeezed in between Colton Gordon and a Brandon Walter start, to me, makes me feel a lot better about their chances than, say, if they had Lance McCullers out there, which is not a great place to be in. I guess maybe more so, also a credit to those guys. But to the point, man, they absolutely have to take care of business here, because, to me, I'm not here for just dismissing a series or just dismissing a game 162. When you're in a race like this, all the pieces matter. I think last year was a great example of, when you watch them win the division at the end of the year. Okay, so that means not one of the 162 that they didn't win or that they won could they have afforded to lose. They needed every single win that they got to get there. So, in the grand scheme of things, if you take the bird's eye view, you're like, oh, it's just one of 162. Yeah. But if you really, really think about it, you kind of need all of these. You need, all of the pieces matter here.
To your original question a minute or so ago, I trust Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter more than I do Lance McCullers right now. And I don't agree with Lance's answers to when he gets asked about this stuff after games. The last couple of games have been very similar. He hasn't been able to make it to the fourth inning, and he's up to 80 or 90 pitches.
Yeah.
He's just his pitch. He's walking guys.
Yeah, he doesn't have
hitting
command.
guys. He's got no command. Yeah, so they've looked very similar. And when he gets asked about it, again, I understand his answer. His answer is something along the lines of, boy, just like last game, it comes down to I get 2 strikes, 2 outs, and I just can't get this last guy out. And I think that ignores the fact that the reason why those pitches and sequences are so key is because you've been so bad on the guys leading up to that guy.
Yeah.
I don't want to overstate it and say it's a disingenuous answer. I think Lance is trying to stay positive. I really admire what he's done to get back. It would have been very easy for Lance McCullers to take his $85 million and go home these last couple years. So in terms of doing what it's taken, overcoming setbacks within the rehab,
he cares. You can
he
tell.
cares, yeah. And so and he cares deeply about the city too. Like he's as Houston as any of these guys in terms of wanting to be here, loving being here, loving the city, doing things for the city, all that stuff. But the fact of the matter, if he believes what he's saying, then I would say to him, no, it's not that situation. If you get that guy out, then you get out of that inning. But it's the situations you're putting yourself in the first place. It's you can't throw nearly 100 pitches in 3 innings and change and say, boy, if I just could have gotten this guy and that guy, like he did, not in this past start, but the one before that, the last one he had before the All-Star break. I think it was against the Rangers. And he gave up 5 runs in 3 innings. That's not if I just get this guy thing. The only time you get a right to say, I made one mistake, if I just could have gotten this guy, is if you go 7 innings, scatter 5 hits, but one of them happens to be a 3-run homer in the 6th or something like that. Boy, I made a mistake. If you pitch, by definition, if you threw 90 pitches in 3 innings, you've made a bunch of mistakes.
So he's always had some efficiency issues, but you got to really watch and be able to tell the difference in the 2 stories. Before, when Lance would miss the zone and would have these issues, you got the sense that he was trying to get guys to chase, that he was taking risks, and he was, pitching outside the zone on purpose for whether it was the scouting report or his pitch specifically, feeling like he could fool the batter. Like he's trying to get guys to chase. He's missing the zone now just flat out. Like before it was less of a command issue and more of a strategy thing, whereas now it feels like it's far less of he ain't doing this on purpose.
Right.
He's just flat out not commanding the zone anymore the way that he used to or the way that he certainly needs to at this point. And so that's the difference now of like, hey, you know what, you can't afford to try to get this guy to chase anymore. You need to be trying to pound that zone, and it feels like you're having a tough time doing so.
Questions on the text page. Are we overreacting Astros losing, or were we overreacting positively to them winning?
Yeah.
I think it's
a good question.
It's a complicated question because this is not, hopefully, whatever it is we're overreacting to is not the version of the team that we're hoping to see a month from now.
Yeah.
It's normally you can slough off injuries, like an injury here, an injury there, and you don't make it a topic. But this is just, there's so many of them now.
Yeah.
To such important players.
But then also a theme of the season has been how they overcome, right? Like we've got all of these built-in excuses for the Astros that are real and that exist. But the cool thing about watching them this season is how at every turn they have been able to overcome said issues.
They have. I think if to answer the question, I think we overreacted more to them winning. This version, like this banged-up minor league laden version of the Astros, I think we thought – I say we. I mean, I'm not speaking for everybody in the room, but I know I probably thought they were better than they actually were. The slew of one-run games and the success in those one-run games is typically something that evens out kind of over time, especially for teams that are challenged offensively.
Yeah.
I don't think we're overreacting at all to the losing. I think I know why they're losing games right now.
Yeah, and I might have been overcorrecting for not thinking that they were that good in the first place. So, like,
You're all over the map.
Well, I'm talking about in the beginning.
Yeah.
So by outperforming my original expectations and doing so with less of a squad than the one that had my low expectations to begin with, maybe I'm overcorrecting
Dead
narrative.
cat bounce.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Damn Astros on a roller coaster. I'm a grown-ass man.
When do we decide Lance McCullers is washed as a starter and maybe looking at putting him into the bullpen for long relief? Well, washed is an interesting word. Like if the word washed is getting brought up, I don't know that I want him coming out to the mound to do either of those things.
We don't want him in heavy doses, low doses.
He's going to get a long leash as a starter.
Yeah.
He is going to get a long leash as a starter, is my guess.
And if we're being, he's kind of earned it.
Yeah.
Like, you help a team win a couple of World Series, and I'm sorry, you get a little bit more rope.
Yep.
That's just the way it is. And I think he's earned that.
Yeah. What's up, fellas?
What's happening?
John Lopez, Reggie Atatula.
Yo.
Both here. Reggie rocking his C.J. Stroud Hope T-shirt there.
Mm-hmm. His C.J.
Ready
Stroud
for camp?
T-shirt is so much cooler than mine. I've got one that I don't wear. It's got like Old English lettering on it, and I don't know. It kind of looks. I don't know. It looks a little janky. I don't wear it. It's the one Texan shirt that I don't think I've worn in public since I bought it.
The one piece of clothing I have with C.J. Stroud's face on it is one that is depressing to look at now because it is the 713. So it's him accompanied by Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell on that T-shirt.
Right.
And that's just
now you just need to airbrush it a little bit.
That's I guess, and find out who are.
Well, it could be him and Christian Kirk because Christian Kirk wears 13.
Remember we thought when Tank had 13 in training camp that year, they're like, oh, that's going to be cool. They can be 713.
Yeah.
Then Tank switches his number to 3.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we got to go get Stephon Diggs now to be 1.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Solely for that reason.
Well, now talking about efficiency.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk went in there, got the 1 and the 3 on
the
his
1
shirt.
and the 3. That's true.
We don't need 3 guys
put
to make
cluster
sure.
on one face and make the other one Christian Kirk.
There you go.
That's it. How we feeling, fellas?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Good
Pretty
weekend.
Good.
Weekend?
Great weekend.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's
fantastic.
Good. What's the question of the day?
The question of the day is, boys, we're playing football this week. We made it. It's here.
Practice?
Yes. Yeah. Hell yes.
We're talking about practice.
We are.
Not a game.
Yes.
Not a game. Not a game.
Not the game that you go out there and die for.
Right.
Because
we're talking about practice.
No, people are plugged
What are we
in,
talking
dialed
about, man?
in. We're talking about practice.
Sorry, I had to get the whole way through.
What are you done with until next offseason?
What am I done with?
Done with.
That I can't do?
I'll give you an example.
You don't mean done with like I'm done with this guy?
I'm done with this thing.
I know what it
until
is
next
for you.
offseason.
Saturday mornings,
Yeah.
Sunday mornings, oftentimes. The wife says, "Hey, let's go to a nursery or a garden center." And for the longest time, like, sure, let's go.
Yeah.
Because she's all into she's all into the plants and flowers and well, you've seen my house. I mean, she does a lot of stuff. So I'm like, yeah, I'm in. Let's go to the garden center. Let's go to the nursery.
Huh?
Done.
Not doing
Done
it.
till February.
Done till February.
Done till February.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. This is a good one. Oh, by the way, so when you go on those little journeys to the nursery or the garden, do you do anything, or do you just stand there and support?
I don't mind it because I mean, she does all the heavy lifting, so to speak, except the literal heavy lifting, and then but she does such a good job. So I'm like, we have all kinds of. We have a garden that is off the charts.
Yeah,
we have peppers and tomatoes and
that's good.
This stuff.
And you like hanging out with each other, so it's just a thing to go. That's good.
Time.
Yeah, most of the time. I'm trying to put you over, John.
Yeah, have we asked Jan this?
We have not asked her this.
Did you get a say in this?
I feel like that's a part that we need.
I'll give you another one, and this might fit in your wheelhouse.
Okay.
Brunch on Sunday.
Yeah, brunch. Well, for sure. Amy and I like to go. It's one of my favorite things all week that we do. Amy and I go to either First Watch or Avalon Diner one day, and we go the other one the other day. Mm-hmm. She likes one better than the other, and I like one better than the other, so we split it.
I think I know which one.
I'm a greasy spoon guy, man. But I love them both.
Yeah, they are both really good.
They're both really good, and you're 100% right. Even on Saturday, because I like to watch game day and stuff
Saturdays
like
are
that.
definitely
Yeah, but Sundays Sundays I still go to Avalon
early
as part of my ritual by myself. Yeah. When it opens at 7, I'm the first one there because I got to do pregame. Most games are noon, so I'm on the air at 9. The one for me, I don't have a ton of hobbies. Mm-hmm. Like I get a little self-conscious when people say, "What are your hobbies, Sean?" And I'm like, "Wow, prepping for the show, drinking at Lizards,
doing the show."
I get on the elliptical every now and then. I will not sacrifice exercise for football season.
Good. There we go.
I will not do that. I want to be here covering this team for a long, long time. Honestly, probably a lot of like my day escapades, going and having a few, because I sleep better when I don't do that. Mm-hmm. And I need better sleep during football season. Just period, point blank, because there's so much stuff. So that'll probably be mine. Just I'll be a little less social, and the brunches and breakfast on Saturday and Sunday.
I can't see you being less social.
Mine has been binge watching.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because the spare time that I use on binge watching will be used on, if we watch Texans games, I'll catch up on the games that I miss on Sundays because we're so locked in on whatever the Texans are doing. So normally during football season, throughout the week, I'll go back with the NFL Premium and go back and watch some of the games throughout the week that I didn't get to really lock in on.
How do you generally watch that as somebody who also has the NFL Premium, and then you get that little drop-down list of do you want to watch the broadcast, do you want to watch the Spanish, the condensed version, the all-22? How do you typically take in those games?
Usually the condensed version. Mm-hmm. I usually watch the condensed version. Now for the Texans, I'll watch like the whole broadcast. Because I want to catch the Nuggets, because we'll miss the broadcast. We're there at the game. Yep. So I watch the whole broadcast for the Texans if I have time. Obviously, if time doesn't permit, then I'll watch the condensed version. But for the other ones to kind of get through it, those are usually like 40 minutes, give or take. So I'll spend the 40 minutes on a different non-Texans related game.
That's my one suggestion. I want to hear Reggie's in a second. But one suggestion for the Texans in the press box, if there was a way that we could hear the game broadcast through,
just headphones.
Just the option to have it. Yeah. I mean, I suppose I could stream it on, my DirecTV app or whatever.
Maybe the new stadium will.
Maybe.
What are you doing right now?
Yeah. Do you have one, Reggie?
That's a tease.
Are you going to save yours for 1040?
This is fun for me because I am a relatively young man of no children, for the most part, I can usually get most of the things that I want to get done at any given time of the year. Yeah. But I'm sure there are things that I have not considered that I kind of do allow to fall by the wayside. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to figure out what exactly those are. So I will out by the.
Well, you guys brought up either Brandon or Reggie. I can't remember who, but when we were talking about this during the break, like all of a sudden, if you weren't devoting a lot of time to the Rockets before, I was. I like the NBA and they were a fun team to watch. There's going to be a lot of people now who are dipping back in. Getting in. I think the Rockets fan base is going to be all the way back in now with Kevin Durant. So there's some of that going on.
There ain't no wait until after Christmas to lock into the NBA season.
Yeah. I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, Durant's the biggest star in town now.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Yeah, and that's the thing that's funny because my brain puts it in the the framework of fatigue, which is not it doesn't speak to how excited I actually am. But I'm like, damn, I'm gonna be tired by November, December, because it's not just gonna be locked in on Texans for the altitude that they're trying to achieve. But it's also right out the gate. You have to be interested in what the Rockets are doing, just because there's a lot of new, trying to figure out what that is. And doing all of that simultaneously is indeed a lot.
This is the exact problem we want to have, boys.
100%.
These are the good times. These are the times that are good.
Reggie's going to get to test that young single man.
Yeah.
It might just be everything that is not Rockets and Texans. It might be going by the wayside.
Maybe so. Crosstalk, that'll never go by the wayside.
Never.
It's sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. So good, I'll say it twice. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. All right, Reggie, Brandon, B. Scott, thank you. I will see you tomorrow morning, my friend, 6 a.m.
Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it as well. So big thanks to B. Scott. Big thanks to all of you for listening. By the way, you're listening to KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I should have my mic on. You damn Skippy, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you, everybody. Happy Monday, John. How you living, brother?
I am fantastic. Great weekend, great fun, and a little more hop in the step today. We'll get to that, I'm sure, just because of it's football season.
See,
Isak type of hop.
Don't do that.
Oh God, not the wobble hop like Isak.
That was a hell of a hop, man.
Dude, he couldn't even touch that leg on the ground. He could not touch that leg.
It looked like he had a broomstick in the in the pants leg.
Figgy's here. Figgy's here.
With an unusual negativity to start the show as well. You didn't have to do. You could have let us. You could have let us have our pleasantries to begin the show first. Like talk about the weekend. How you living? Are you still
right now? Figgy had a good weekend.
You know, like good or bad. I don't know. One of those
came in guns blazing.
Was extreme.
Yeah.
On either end of this situation. How was your weekend? 713-572-4610 is the number to text into. I always appreciate you getting involved with the program. Also appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Those are ways to get involved with the program, and we very much appreciate you doing that. How are you feeling about the Astros right now? Because, again, another one hits, as you mentioned, Fig. Isak Paredes comes up limp, and as he's trying to make his way to first base through an interpreter, he let it be known that not only, obviously we saw that it was the hand he was touching at. Very quick conversation at first base before he is pulled from the game, and it's always very instructive the way that the Astros talk about an injury, whether or not you actually believe that they are spot on what the injury is. I think that maybe there's a force multiplier that you have, and it's like if at least they come out here and they say, nah, we're going to keep him with the team, and then we'll see what it looks like over the next couple of days. You're like, it might be something, but at least it's not, it's not fall off the bone. Yeah. This is one of those where it was immediately, oh, no, this is an issue. He's going on the IL. He's on the 10-day IL as of right now, and Isak, through an interpreter after the game, was making it clear that this one was a little bit more serious than the last time he had a hamstring on the other side. Now, interpreters make this a little difficult. At one point, it was making it seem like, hey, he was kind of overcompensating for the last hamstring on one side, which then maybe made him injure the other one. I don't know if that's fully what actually happened, but we end up with I would say the biggest bat in your lineup at this moment now going to the IL. And I think this is the way that you put it that I find it interesting. Are the Astros scooping water out of a boat with a thimble?
Yeah, that's how I felt about it. Are they scooping water out of a boat with a thimble? You're taking on water.
Not even a cup?
No, just a thimble. A little bit of thimble. Let's see if we can get this and catch up. You're never going to catch up. And I kind of giggled there for a second because Isak didn't even allow the Astros to say, hamstring tightness. No, he said, this is bad, man.
I need y'all to understand.
He goes,
don't get out here speculating on me.
This is bad.
Oh, you will not load.
It was so funny. He didn't even let the Astros, and they're probably mad because they were going to say something like, hamstring tightness or something. He's like,
that brother said, I'm going to November.
He goes, this thing is ripped.
We laughed to keep from crying, man.
That's why I was giggling. I was like, yeah, he didn't even let him have that. But you mentioned the word that came to mind to me as well. Not just are they scooping water out of a boat with a thimble, but overcompensating. That's a real thing. We all know it. We've heard doctors, orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers talk about how that is a common thing. When one thing, whether it's your right or left, goes, then you compensate with the other side. All of a sudden, boom, something happens there. I just feel like that has to be something. And, guess what? Speaks to just, once again, it speaks to, what do they call it? Return to play.
Dude.
It was a month ago.
So you're
And
inclined
he was out 3 days.
You're inclined to tie this back to the return to play, because I know. Look, just generally, the vibes when it comes to Astros injury apparatus, like health care for their players apparatus, not great, Bob. Right? Like we do not have a lot of faith in I don't know if it's the medical staff or the handling of the front office. I can't pinpoint that, and so I don't want to be build up a boogeyman at this moment, but. You're willing to tie this one back, or are you just like, hey, this is the luck that this team has had?
I'm not gonna tie it back. I can't form that opinion because this happens to a lot of people. I just mentioned it all the time. What I am saying is it's just another bad look. It looks bad. It may be pure coincidence, and 9 times out of 10 it probably is because of the overcompensation, like we talked about, etc. It just looks bad. And the weekend that was. I think I also called it a bad news, good news kind of weekend. It was bad news by this. It was bad news, Brendan Rodgers, nasal fracture.
Dog.
I mean, that's a second baseman that they were counting on at the beginning of the year and they're probably going to count on at some level again.
I don't know how much I wanted to count on him again.
I get it.
But because, I mean, the bat just did not come along for him.
Right. Bad news, and then the bad news is you go into Seattle and you lose some game. You lose the series.
Yes.
The good news, you did manage to pull one out here yesterday.
Not only did you pull one out, 11 unanswered runs.
That was great.
That was the kind of good news that I specifically needed. I mean, you couldn't stand a sweep. To the Seattle Mariners.
2-game lead, man?
A 2-game lead, especially when you add another injury, one to a major player. And then also just another instance of, like, I think you've called it grit, culture, whatever you want to talk that about the Astros, the way that they have found a resilience in the face of adversity.
Yeah.
That little I guess
a big win.
That little stance against the adversity was necessary for my mental health. I don't know how much that means in that clubhouse. I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
But I imagine that that's something like, hey, this is not going to be the one that sinks us, even though I'm not certain that that's the case. Like, at least that this team continues to fight.
Yes.
That you're finding offense from every which way that you need in order to get a win against Wu is not a bad pitcher. It was just an all-star, right? Like that's might be their best pitcher that they were able to, even go down 3-0 to, and then ultimately find 11 runs. So it was a moral victory, even though moral victories don't really count in a lot of people's imagination. I did like that, but no, you're not wrong. There was a lot of bad on the weekend before that win.
Yeah, for the record, I was right there with Sean Pendergast's tweet that got some run yesterday. I thought it was a wrap. when they were down 3-0 and Wu was on the mound. Because he is that good, and he looked that good. Obviously, Hunter Brown looked good for a couple of innings, maybe 3, and then all of a sudden that started to go. But Wu is the real deal. I thought it was a wrap. The Astros came back. Shout out to Christian Walker, really got it going with a no-doubt home run, and then they just kind of piled on from there. But as much as that's a good thing, and we just mentioned it, that was the good part of the bad weekend. It did lead. You had 3 bad things happen before that. You have an IL list that looks like the second or third best team in the division.
16 on the IL, 5 of them were your starters at the beginning of the year.
So
thank you, Chandler.
Back to the first question. As much as, you salvaged something. You didn't go down. Your lead didn't go down to 2 games. It's still at 4. Is that masking things? Is it water with a thimble out of the boat? I mean,
what do you mean? Is that yes? Yeah. Just off of the 10 days of the IL, right? Yeah. That I imagine was retrospective to the 19th. When the injury happened, injury happened. That takes you till when? You had 10 days to the 19th.
Yeah, 29th.
We are at the trade deadline, baby. Is this now another thing that you maybe need to try and address at the trade deadline? That is gargantuan when you talk about the fact that I think it was oh my goodness, who was it from The Athletic? Was it Jim Bowden of The Athletic talking about what all the 30 teams, what their perspectives are heading into the trade deadline? And for the Astros, they have made it very apparent that they want to get a move done, but it'll be for one of a left-handed bat or a starting pitcher and not both.
Yeah.
What happens now if you're looking at, actually, we might need another infielder.
Yeah, no, you absolutely do. I mean, he's going to be out at a month minimum, right? Minimum.
I don't know how to set minimums on injury return from this team.
Well, I say,
Yeah, I don't even know if I buy that, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if
6
they try
weeks,
to
8 weeks.
Don't be surprised if Dana Brown come out here talking about be about maybe a week or two.
Yeah, but
let's put him on the 10-day IL list.
Dana Brown can say whatever he wants. I think the reality is we cannot expect to see Isaac Paredes until at least a month. Would you disagree with that?
Probably not, because we're also talking soft tissue, like hamstring. For some reason, when I see hamstring form, and not even just when I saw that play, the one that came to mind cross sport is Nico Collins, on the, 60, 70 some yard touchdown pass that he caught, where you see him pull up and you see him grab at that hamstring, and I immediately think, oh, he was gone for 5 weeks. After that, 5 weeks, that ends up in about a month, and yes, those sports are not exactly the same, but man, it immediately made me think of that, and I don't know. One of the things that made me think of was I was very happy that Christian Walker was the one who went yard, in addition to the fact that they are on the road in Arizona or the greater Arizona or greater Phoenix area today through Wednesday, because if there was ever a time to try and jumpstart Christian Walker, this is it. Hey, dog. All the other dudes who can like be the leader of this conga line, the tip of this spear, all them dudes are sitting down right now, and so this is nut up time, dog. Like this is the time for you to find yourself, because you mentioned it. When will we finally come down on Christian Walker for having a substandard, subpar numbers and offense? It feels like this is it. Yeah, if you can't. With the leadership that you came in with all the time that we've had, I understand it is tough. There's, it is tough to find yourself in a new place. It's tough to break out of a funk, so to say. Just a sporadic home run here, there's not going to do it.
No,
you need to lead the line, dog.
You do, and what does it do now in terms of priorities on the trade deadline? Because I feel like all of a sudden that left-handed bat and an infielder comes it trumps everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, heaven forbid, I jinx him here, but right now, Mauricio Dubon is probably the most important player on the team because of so many different things. And it gives
we got some wood to knock on.
I know, and it gives you flexibility. It gives you flexibility at third base, but you can't make a living, with just mixing and matching at third base with, 4A players, guys just called up,
Shea Whitcomb,
and such. All that. You can't make a living doing that.
Are you at a place where you start thinking about doing the musical chairs that we had once talked about relatively unseriously of Cam Smith, who, it did warm my heart to see him leading off last couple of days. Like, that did make me kind of smile, because I heard the guys on Payne and Pendergast this morning with B. Scott obviously in for Seth, kind of waxing poetic about the how correct that decision was to start him at the major league level, breaking camp. And now you have this robust dude who is capable of doing this and leading off for your team and having that level of magnitude.
Yeah.
Is there anything within you that goes, he played third base, maybe move him back just because of the necessity, or especially with the return of Chas McCormick?
Yeah. Last time you brought this up, I said no. I'm starting to waffle on that.
Oh, goodness.
Are you?
I don't know. No.
But look at especially with Christian Walker, somewhat unpredictable.
As evidence, like they might be forcing themselves into the space, just speaking to the idea of scooping with a thimble, trying to empty water out of a boat. They brought in Zach Short mere hours after ruling him out due to the taking what was it, 97 off the ribs. Like, they've already had to do some pretty drastic. Like, at what point do you get to drastic measures like that? I don't know. From the 281, Bryce Matthews and Uyola need to be on the trade block if we're going to be serious contenders in these playoffs. That's from Mikey and Humble. Man, I'm starting to get to that place where I was very much somebody who as much as you can. I understand. Look, prospects are not as valuable as sometimes we seem to make them.
Yeah.
But you still need to have someone on the farm. At this point, you are the Walking Dead, man. And we were already wondering how long you can carry this. I do wonder how much this Mariners thing is about the Mariners being good, or how much of this is just, you're going to have the bounce back from not losing any of these series for like a month and a half to ultimately maybe you're going to lose a couple series. But how much of this is also just finally you're not going to be able to just carry this thing out by duct tape and all this thing together.
Yeah, we have reached that point where you're going to have to start doing some things that are maybe a little bit unorthodox.
Well, the Astros on the road in Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks again. Hopefully, the familiar confines of Chase Stadium get our guy Christian Walker going, because that'd be very much needed after Isaac Paredes goes to the 10-day IL. You got Colton Gordon on the mound for your Astros today. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Monday. Coming up next, obviously, I think we have a good grasp on what the major kind of storylines, talking points, questions need to be answered are for the Texans during training camp, which starts on Wednesday. But I kind of have some less prominent questions that I want to run by you for training camp. Tell me if you agree with these. 713-572-10. We'll talk about it next.
Area 45.
That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
That's not awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a Monday here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. As we are 2 days away from hitting the field, a day away from the guys reporting. Hey, man, football, you can smell it. Mm-hmm. You know, you could smell the cut grass, the leather of a football. We're getting there, baby.
Could damn near hear those mowers.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that we got to work on.
I was like, is that a good sound or
not on the radio?
After we get done and we're there wrapping up stuff at the NRG Park at the training facility, man, they crank mowers right in front of us.
That's right. That's right. You got to mow when you got to mow here in Houston, Texas. All right. Excited for football and practice and getting some real tangible ideas of what this team is going to be for the 2025 season to ramp up. And I think we've maybe even over-talked at some points about some of the big-ticket questions and, you know, the things that we want to see from this team in training camp, right? I think that we have some idea what those are. But I think that, I don't want to say we've neglected, but I think there are some maybe less prominent questions that I have for camp that I kind of wanted to get off here and see if you agree with, how you feel about them. Because obviously we're headed in and there's a lot of things over the next month or so to take in, and it's not all just going to be the big questions. So let me know how you feel about these and maybe what some of your other questions are for this team. One of them, the first one that came to mind for me, especially I was looking at the depth chart, and remember when we were heading into draft season and then and eventually into free agency, but more in the draft. One of the, in fact, most prominent, one of the most discussed potential needs for the Texans in the draft was interior defensive line.
Yes, it was.
Possibly finding a way to shore that up, have something that is more a better run-stopping option in the middle, some more physicality in the middle. Now, you did bring back Foley Fatukasi after that point, but the only real change from year to year on the interior there was bringing back Sheldon Rankins from the Cincinnati Bengals. He played for the Cincinnati Bengals last Texas the year prior. What can Sheldon Rankins add to the interior of this defensive line is one of those questions for me.
I think that is a very important question, and I like this topic in terms of some of the things that we feel so good about the prominent names. Some of the less prominent names are definitely going to be important. Interior defensive line, absolutely, positively. This is what a lot of teams are going to try to exploit, especially with the edge rushers that the Texans have. Maybe some questions, smaller questions at linebacker, and hit the middle of the Texans defense. I think that's a very good one.
Yeah, this Texas team was like a middle of the road in run stuffing type team, and then there was opportunities for big plays against this Texas team at times running the football. I think actually they were bottom 10 when it came to 10+ yard rushes against them. So that was one of the things that we were hoping to see. Obviously, the linebackers play in there, and you have a level of depth that you've added there. But the interior of the defensive line matters, and the one guy that you've added is Sheldon Rankins, who, with all due respect to the man, and obviously circumstances matter, but at Cincinnati, being out there in Cincinnati, did not look great for him, to be completely honest, last year. Like, I think in run opportunities, he had more than half of the same amount of opportunities as he did the year prior with Houston, and he did not have nearly the same amount of tackles. Now, of course, again, there's all sorts of different circumstances that play in there, but I do wonder, is he still the player that you hire because he's not a spring chicken, and is he factoring in to a point where it's enough of a raised floor of what you do in the run and maybe even in the pass from him in the interior.
No, look, and we're in a place where we're picking nits. We're being nitpicky here with what's going to be a very good defense. But if you look at the upper echelon teams, the absolute best of the best, the Eagles types, the Chiefs types, those are the Super Bowl teams right there. What did they have? They had the interior defensive line that was next level. So no matter how good your edge rushers are, if you have those guys in the middle that can perform, and I'm not saying they have to play to that level, but perform at a high level, then your whole defense gets that much better.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why that defense was really good was you had guys like Tim Settle, who will still be on the team, that did a great job of knifing, getting upfield Mario Edwards in the early portions of the season from the interior. And I know that this isn't necessarily the job that Sheldon Rankins has, but from 6 sacks in 2023 with the Texans, 1 sack last year, and that quarterback pressure percentage, because sacks are obviously they're the most optimal of what you want as an outcome, but also they're not the end all be all. The pressures,
especially for tackle, you want pressure.
Yes.
Yeah.
The pressure percentage that he had in 2023 was 8.6%. The pressure percentage that he had last year with the Bengals was 2%.
Yeah.
So yes, it's 8-3-2. You are right. The Bengals defense was horrible as a whole last year. But he was a part of that. And I don't, as much as I can isolate, his impact, I'm trying to, and this is not won't be good. It's just a question of, okay, now that we've seen what that was on an admittedly bad defense, what then does he add to what this defense looks like on the interior of the defensive line? You rightfully admitted or made mention of, this is a good defense, regardless of what it looks like. If you just get what you got last year from the interior defensive line, I'm happy. But clearly that was something that was an opportunity for growth that the Texans kind of talked about.
Yeah.
So do you find a level of growth with him jumping in? That was one of the questions. Another one that I think is going to be a big one, and it's one of the things that's obvious when you have rookies, but obviously the rookies that we talk about at the high level are the ones that you draft higher, right? What is Jalen Noel? What is Jaden Higgins? What is Ariante Ersery, who now is signed on his 4-year contract? Hallelujah. But also the question that I have here is, are Jalen Reed and Jalen Smith contributors or projects in year one?
Yeah, I like this one because I think it's one of those things that can take you to an altogether higher level. And that's what we're looking at with this defense. We've mentioned top 5. That would be ideal. If you get production from those two guys later and not just plugging and playing guys that you've added, then you're that much better.
And for me, I don't even know how much better you are as a general situation, like as a general team, because again, when it comes to those guys, Reed as a safety is going to be a depth guy. Smith as a cornerback is going to be a depth guy. The guys that you're looking at in that secondary, I feel great if they never have to come off the field. The problem is, it's football. It's the car crash sport. They're going to come off the field. I'm doing my rewatch. I'm watching D'Angelo Ross, Jeff Okudah. I'm watching Kadar Holman have to play plays last year. Right?
We lived it last year.
And one of the things we talked about was depth. We were hoping to see with this team. You lost a guy to retirement in the offseason that you were hoping to maybe be depth. Can these guys be contributors and be that depth, young, talented depth, as you already figure out what they have? And can they help you kind of cover those, I guess, gaps, for lack of a better term, of depth in when you need them? Or are they more projects as later round picks that you're going, all right, they're cool, but we're not expecting them to be the guys that we turn to in moments of depth need?
But you might have to, and that's the point. I really like this topic simply because those are two areas right there where you don't have a lot of depth, and if you have to rely on people, then all of a sudden you can have a drop off if they're not producing.
Right, and again, we saw that last year. The defense was still very good, even with teams maybe targeting D'Angelo Ross or Kadar Holman having a ill-timed kind of handsy moment that keeps a play going. I understand that those things happen and they're not the end-all be-all, but these are the things that we're looking to answer in training camp, and I think these are some of the less prominent ones. And then one that I was like, am I right to get to this place? But also, or are we just kind of been quiet because he is a fan favorite? He's got a real fun name, and he has been
he a fan favorite
for 8 years. Is he? I think he is.
I don't know. I think it depends.
People like saying his name. That don't make him a fan favorite.
It depends on which way the wind's blowing, I think. Figgy, do you know who we're talking about?
No.
Can Kaimi Fairbairn refine his dominance? First and foremost, Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah.
Fan favorite or not?
I would say yes.
Hold that, Lopez.
I would say sometimes.
Hold that.
I would say sometimes.
No.
713-572-4610. Unscientific survey. Is Kaimi Fairbairn a fan favorite?
I think right now, if let's say he got released or traded or something right at this moment, I think people will be sad about that.
Yeah.
People love some Kaimi.
Yeah. I don't think people will be like, about time, about damn time.
People love them some Kaimi.
Yeah, I think people will get a little emotional about this.
Emotional?
I think so. He been with the team. I think he's been with the team the longest now.
No, I'm not anti-Kaimi.
He's been around for a minute.
I don't know. You sounded kind of anti.
You definitely sound.
I'm not anti-Kaimi. I'm anti just declaring that he's a fan favorite. I think people have gone hot and cold on him, as they're wont to do with kickers anyway.
But that kind of comes to what I'm asking is like, can he refine his dominance? Because in 2022, he knocked down 93.5% of his field goals. In 2023, 96.4% of his field goals. Last year, 85.7% of his field goals.
Dude, he missed 15%. He missed 15% of his kicks.
Look, I'm not here to tell you that was atrocious by any means,
right.
And also, you might be like I was thinking, well, a lot of that had to be 50-plus yarders because they kept running them out there trying to kick all the crazy 50-yard field goals. He missed 3 of them from that depth, but he also missed more 20 to 29-yarders than he had. Like, he hadn't missed a 20 to 29-yarder since his rookie year up until last year where he missed 2.
Yeah.
In that very relatively close range, chip shot range, I think is what we would view really as for Kaimi. So, like, is he going to find that dominance that he once had, that he's had relatively recently again? Or are we seeing what happens from time to time where a dominant kicker eventually finds that it is no longer dominant anymore? And then does that become a issue, for lack of a better term, for the team who at times, hopefully they will not have to lean on, hey, we need this 3 at this point. But at times that 3-point, that field goal is going to be really necessary. And knowing that you can turn to him and feel like this is a guaranteed 3 as opposed to, maybe is going to be a difference, I think. 832, fan favorite when he's one of the better kickers in the league.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
713, hell yeah, he's a fan favorite, especially after his injury in 2023. We missed him.
Okay.
And then Kicks Rocks, every kicker goes through that. Yeah, with missing some, sure. But not every kicker comes out on the back end of it.
Right.
Still the same kind of
we wondering if he can bounce back from this or this is what he is now.
Right.
How many extra points did he miss last year? He missed 2. He missed 1 the year prior and none the year before that. And again, that's relatively small sample, but I mean, again, I think when you put that with all of the field goals that he missed, and I say all of them as if he missed a ton of them, but the difference, I mean, at the highest level of sports, the difference is relatively minimal. Again, I'm not saying he can't, but just it'll be something for me to watch.
Yeah.
Is he knocking him down with the level of aplomb as he typically, as we have gotten used to him doing? That's one of the kind of less prominent questions that I also have coming into camp. Excited for the next couple of days as we really ramp up into seeing these fellas on the field live and in color, and you'll hear all of that coverage right here on your Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio. 832 is the line an issue for him as well as Stroud? That's a good question. That's going to, what you're about to make me do, 832? You're about to make me go home and watch a whole bunch of field goal film. See what you're doing to me? You see what you're doing to me? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports.
No John Weeks either, man.
Oh, that's true. No John Weeks. Yeah. Does that change anything? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that right now. All right, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. With football right on the horizon, we all do the thing that kids do where we put away the toy when we get the one that we really want, which is football. So 713-572-4610. What are you done with until next offseason? Let us know the thing that goes back in the closet until February. We'll talk about it next.
In the Loop.
What are your best case and worst case scenarios?
$25 plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Time for the question of the day. Can you smell the football?
You can smell it, man.
Can you feel it?
I'm not kidding. I woke up today thinking, we made it. We did it. Football season is here, baby.
We got a couple days. Tomorrow they report, and then Wednesday we are out bright and early on the practice field broadcasting.
See, that's what I was thinking. I'm happy it's Monday and it's the week of football. I'm like, dang, we got to Wednesday.
No,
don't worry about it.
No,
that ain't
we're
no
good.
problem.
We're good.
That ain't no problem.
Yeah.
All right, Shannon Sharp.
We'll get there, man. But with that being the case, we have reached the week. Sometimes you just need to be in the vicinity, and we do have a level of proximity to football that I think shakes off some of the blues.
We have the media party tonight.
We do. I don't know. Did you want to say that to everybody? Is that for everybody's information?
Well, they don't know where we're going to be.
Give them the address.
Why you at? We're going to be.
Let
you
people
don't know
run
where we're at.
But the question of the day:
8507
All right.
Queens Boulevard.
Okay. What are you done with until next offseason? What are the things that you shake off once football comes around and consumes your existence as a sports fan? Again, 713-572-4610.
All right, so Saturdays and Sundays for the last few months, if she says, hey, let's go to brunch. All right, let's go. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. Brunch.
Like anytime. Brunch anytime.
Brunch on
weekends,
I
guess.
Yeah, mostly on weekends. But, hey, let's go to brunch. Sure, man, let's go. Hey, let's go to brunch. In the next couple of weeks? Nah, man, I can't.
Does that go to any
Even Saturday too?
Oh yeah, Saturdays especially.
Does that go to any previously unplanned? Like, just there's no more just general spur of the moment. Let's go do a thing. You're like, no. You need to put this on the calendar, baby girl.
Here's the good thing. She knows. She knows that's the best part. If you've been in it for a while, you've been in the game for a while. They all know
you've conditioned her.
You all know what each other. What are the non-starters? You know.
Yeah, so that's one of the big ones for you. Some of the ones that are coming in from the 409. They said, I'm done with all the crap my friends need help with on Sundays. Everyone knows I'll be posted up in my recliner on Sundays.
That's a good one.
Yeah, just no. Yeah, why are you moving in the fall anyways? You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're not getting no assistance from over here. I think this is interesting for me as a rather young, unencumbered man. One of the things I realized is this is actually going to more affect my weekdays than it is my week. Well, I mean, it's going to affect my weekends, but like there's no more just like downtime in the middle of the day. Yeah, there's no more downtime in the middle of the day, especially like for our purposes after the show. I know some people's work day, well, a lot of people's work days go longer than ours technically, but usually like during the summer, 2 o'clock to maybe like 4 or 5, I might be able to catch a breather, maybe catch a nap if I need to. Just chill a little bit. Hey, that is now taking time. You might need to go and rewatch a game. You might need to I might need to do groceries because now Saturday and Sunday are entirely off the limits.
Yeah, in terms of going
out. Doing groceries, doing any of that.
So you ain't doing none of that
not during the weekend. Like legit, I'm not a wake up and go to the store guy. I'd have to be like a wake up and go to the store guy because once 11 a.m. hit on a Saturday, we in.
Yeah,
I'm watching football all the way through. Once noon hit on a Sunday, we in. I'm watching football until like midnight. Like it just weekends are non-starters. So everything I gotta get done during the week gotta happen during the week.
Yeah, I try to go if it's not crowded, man. So if that means early in the morning or late at night, I will go during those times. But a couple things I got that's on my brain that is over once football season start, and I hate this one so much because I'm in graces with the good Lord, but no more church.
Oh yeah,
no church, man.
Yeah, any replacement? Do we do video?
I watch a video. I could go back to the stream on YouTube and all that stuff, but nope, I gotta work, baby.
Figgy said he know my heart.
Yeah. I gotta work.
Yeah,
that's a good point because I'm talking about noon on a Sunday. Half the time, especially if we have a noon kick, we out there at 9 a.m.
Yeah,
at NRG enjoying the tailgating and such.
Yeah, and I try to go to the early service, but they don't get out to about 10:30. Maybe close to 10:45. I'm like, man, I gotta be at work.
Let me ask you guys both this, especially you, Reggie. I would think just because you're of the age, a lot of friends are doing this. About weddings.
So I actually have the unpopular sports opinion that the wedding is the more important thing. And I'm not the person who goes, damn you, why are you scheduling your wedding in the fall, right? I understand the people that are like that. They're like, oh, no, I got my football on. I try to be sentimental enough to realize, hey, man, at football, I really, really enjoy it. It matters a lot to me. However, what matters more to these people in this moment in their lifetime, and I can't get this back. So I'm cool with that. Like, I vividly remember.
But you got your phone open.
2 years ago, well, I mean, come on.
You got your phone over all the time.
Yeah, that's right. I think 2 years ago, it was Washington, Oregon. Was that the game? That was really big. That happened twice that year. I think it was the first. It was the first or second iteration of it where my homeboy was having his wedding. So I was on the way to Waco, and please don't stop me. I think the statute of limitations are passed. Had the game on my phone as I was driving down.
I'm telling you.
There was a number of people at the wedding that were like passing around what the score was on that game and an A&M game as well, because we all knew it was. So I will do that, but I'm also not going as far as I'm not going to your wedding because of this. No, I'll be there.
Yeah. How about this one that came in on the text line? Just stress in general, like stress-free days.
Stress-free days are gone.
Yeah, they're gone. They're done. Your entire mood hinges on whether your college team, hell, maybe your high school team, but your college team or your pro team, how they do that day.
That's 100 stress-free. Oh, just good habits in general, because eating good is gonna slack. It's going to slack. I'm going to eat more wings. I'm going to eat more pizza.
That was my next one, man. Just healthy diet. That's out the window, man. Because if you ever tailgate outside the NRG, it's impossible to be like, nah, I'm good. I'm trying to eat. No, man, that's probably the most peer pressure you'll ever get in life.
And drinking, too.
And drinking, yeah. It was one time I got my tooth pulled. I got my wisdom teeth pulled.
Yeah.
And then a couple of days later, I went to the tailgate, and I couldn't drink because I had, I was on some medicine. And they were like, come on, man, I would make it. They were trying to force me to drink. I'm like, man, this was a bad idea to come out here and not drink. I should have walked around with a Bible or something. That probably wouldn't have even worked.
It probably wouldn't have. No, that's true, because and even just like when we're working, a lot of times I'll have a couple, you know this, Reggie, because we go do the tailgates and judge them. I'll have a couple, but every once in a while.
We'll have more than a couple.
Yeah, every once in a while. It's impossible. You're drinking 5-6 drinks.
And this is at the first stop.
Yeah.
Shout out to HEB. They go to 3 different tailgates. Man. The first stop, they like, oh, yeah, here you go. Let's do some shots. Here, take a drink. Check out this punch I made.
Yeah.
You go to the second one. All right, tequila.
It's because we all in the football spirit. Like, it's such the tailgate scene here is incredible, and so everybody's coming with the level of energy. Where how you gonna say no to the Mexican candy shot when they put in your
face?
You can't.
Yeah, see, the thing is, by the time you get to the third one, you'd have had like 5 different liquors.
Yeah. That's right.
Then you got to go to the press box.
Yep.
And you're like breathing on everybody.
You've seen me a couple of those times.
Yeah.
Where I come over and I'm like, I am holding on to the desk up there.
Yeah. You might as well get that out the way. I mean, you might as well just forget all that. That's something. Just wait till next year.
Yeah.
Try to eat 100%. Right and drink right.
From the 504, stop going to lunch with my friends after church. I can hardly keep my phone in my pocket when the game starts and I'm sitting in church anxiously waiting to get out. Yeah, man. Like, shout out to you still going to church and making sure that you're doing it. God bless you. But that is one of the cool things about, like, if you are a churchgoer, is like going and getting the lunch special afterwards.
Yeah.
Man. Nope. We are going to watch football, friends. We are going to post church. From the 832, imagine if Lent was during football season. I can't imagine.
I remember when my kids were smaller, one of the toughest things, and you always prioritize your kids, but like, they have Saturday afternoon baseball.
Oh, that's true.
They've got basketball. Weekend tournaments that go all the way through Sunday. That was tough, man. Like when you have those age kids, and like you got to go.
Yeah,
you got to.
Somebody said it's easy to not drink. I mean, in some ways, yes, but also in some ways,
go to a tailgate and tell me that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. I think people respect if you're like, yo, I'm not drinking, but like if for someone like me who I am not opposed to drinking, I just don't do it often. In that setting, turn up.
Yeah, but see, the thing,
I don't have any really.
It's one thing if you don't drink at all,
right?
But if you choose like, nah, I ain't gonna drink today. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, they'll pressure you.
Come on, man. Just one drink with me, man. All you gotta do is just one shot.
Right. If you abstain, that's one thing. If you're trying to do moderation, that's the issue.
No way.
Moderation is the problem here.
Yeah.
Somebody say, you gentlemen has stole my joy this morning. How? How so? We're football coming from the 409. We'll be done caring about my fantasy baseball team in a few weeks.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah.
I ain't even think about that.
You
part.
all in the playoffs and everything, and nobody's in the right spaces. You got dudes who are off.
Yeah.
He went full blown Andy. It just dropped. What's his name? Woody.
Yeah.
Just dropped his
Just
toy.
dropped him. He said he
picked
served
up
its
that
purpose.
fantasy football toy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brent in the Heights. Let us know, what are the other things that are going by the wayside that's coming? Somebody said I don't drink often, says the guy that did 9 shots in 9 innings.
Yeah.
True. However, ask me how many shots I've had since those 9 shots in 9 innings a few weeks ago. And I can tell you definitively, zero. Zero alcohols, not one alcohol. From the 832, wasn't a huge college football fan growing up because of sports. Interesting. And then from the 346, in nursing school, clinicals every Saturday and Sunday. It's gonna be a rough football season for me.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Y'all mentioned this too. Wedding season coming up, and I work with a photo booth company. So that be kind of hit me hard too, especially them Saturdays.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, why y'all having?
You got to put that in the contract, photo booth contract. Vision sight of one television.
I'll be looking at the bride and the groom like, man, y'all don't watch sports. What are y'all doing? Nobody got TV in here.
All right, we're getting going here on a Monday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. A lot of football stuff happening over the weekend, including a quarterback in the division who's already done for the season. We'll talk about it next.
All right.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I think I understood that text better that I read earlier. They said they weren't a huge college football fan because of youth sports, I'm guessing.
Oh, like that's what I was talking about.
That makes sense. Well, I mean, especially if you're playing the youth sports, you don't have the opportunity to be stuck in front of them.
I love you, son, but...
Wow, you're contemplating being a bad dad behind that. Very good. Somebody said weekend dance competitions, cheer mom. They got Saturday, Sunday competitions. Man,
all of the above.
All those. God bless you. God bless all you
dance
fine
competitions go 7 a.m. till 7 p.m.
Just in there, in depth.
Yeah.
Just watching your baby shine bright like a diamond, while also missing all the fun of the sports. And then on the YouTube page, they're giving me hell for saying I don't drink a lot, which I don't. I just I think I can manage my liquor decently when I do. They said I see Brandon said saving the drinking till our offensive line takes the field. I see, which you know what?
Yeah.
Possibly fair.
Yeah.
I could see that. All right. Let's go around the NFL now. As interesting weekend for football associated things included, but the end of the weekend is where we got this latest piece of news. In fact, this morning is where we got it. Titans lose a quarterback for the season. Not one that I think that they imagine too much about in Will Levis, who's having season-ending shoulder surgery. Or am I wrong there? Does this matter?
They care a little bit because
does this matter?
He's about all they got behind, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it matter, man. Huh? I don't think it matter. They got their first overall pick who was a quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters who the backup is.
Well, were they going to throw him into the fray immediately no matter what?
Cam Ward?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they seen enough of Will Levis, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely where it was going to have to be, was just Will Levis.
Because I don't know.
Or not Will Levis, Cam Ward, just getting the lion's share. In fact, when I thought of this, I was like, what are the potential downsides? And I was like, I guess if Cam Ward is hurt, because I don't know, is there a Cam Ward performance that is so bad that makes you go, oh, no, we need to turn this over to Will Levis, assuming that he was
There's always that. There's always that in the NFL. If it just starts going really, really bad, but I wouldn't anticipate that. But I think that's always on the table at some point. And you look at them now. They have Tim Boyle.
Oh, good old Tim Boyle. He's still in the league, huh? Still cashing checks.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tim Boyle, man. Don't they have Brandon Allen on that depth chart as well?
They do.
Who? I mean, again, once we're getting to that point, we're just like, all right, it is what it is. But no Will Levis, who again, I don't know how much they wanted to be in that business to begin with, but I guess that does make it so that if the Cam Ward thing doesn't go 100% as expected, or more importantly, I think I guess
the good thing is he was a tech last season, so
yeah, you had to bring that up, didn't you?
Yeah, so I see
how
why
much of that is Will Levis and how much that was just the secondary line.
I see it why everybody making this a big deal, because I was wondering, I'm like, why everybody he ain't playing over Cam Ward?
Yeah,
but I see why.
Some other things that are happening. Something that happened yesterday. A tight end, a wild tight end appears as the Seattle Seahawks release Noah Fant, a tight end that came over, I think, in the trade that they said that they did, sending Russell Wilson to the Broncos. That was that whole deal. He ended up over there. I mean, a decent tight end, I think. But immediately I saw on social media,
of course
the thing that always happens when any player of any level of note becomes available, which is, does he fit with our team?
Let's get him,
Lopez. I take you to our Lopez. Does he fit with our team reporter? How do you feel on Noah Fant, tight end?
I don't know how I feel about this, simply because at this point we don't know anything about what the tight end situation is going to look like. So I don't hate to be that guy, but hell, if they want him, I'm good with it. But I don't think they want him.
Do you feel like it is a need at tight end for the Texans, though?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. There's a need at tight end until we see otherwise. Yeah. We know Dalton Schultz has got to play better in this system. We know that Cade Stover is counted upon, but we don't know how they're going to be, if it's going to play out that way.
Yeah. What's interesting is I immediately went to the place where I go, I don't know that Noah Fant feels what you're kind of looking for per se. And I think we're hoping for development over. I do also immediately think of the depth that you have there at tight end still leaves room for the possibility of like the Brevin Jordan, Brevin Jordan season, which I don't know. I feel like I have not talked about a lot. However, it still feels very possible in my mind. I know that he's not your pass blocker in the ways or blocker, but the pass catching has always been very, very intriguing to me. So like the possible upside of him being a better option for Dalton Schultz or just Dalton Schultz being better, just still on the page. I think it's still on there for you. So I don't know that I necessarily look towards the Noah Fant addition of just adding another guy to that room, especially with those guys that you feel strongly about. But the watchword is competition. Like if you could get him for a really cheap deal, I know that part of the reason why the Seahawks release him is that they get off I think some like $9 million of money for him. So like they do that right then and. What seemed to be the impetus was Elijah Arroyo out of Miami, tight end out of Miami, that I liked quite a bit. Kind of plays almost wide receiver like Elijah Arroyo. He finally got his deal signed. I think he was one of the second rounders that got his, or I might have that wrong, but he's one of the guys that finally gets his rookie deal signed. So he will be in camp. I think that when they had that solidified, that gave them a little bit of leeway, the Seahawks, to go, all right, I think we can move on.
But he will get a job.
He's good enough that somebody needs to have him on their roster. I just don't know. Is that somebody that you, or is that a guy that you feel like you need to put on this team into that competition?
I don't know. I want to see what these guys look like, to be honest.
But I guess we will watch that space. To be honest, some other that are happening around the NFL as we kept tracking the guys who were getting their deals. Did I mention that Tyler Shuck did indeed get his
fully guaranteed
deal at 40? That one came through. But speaking of deals and the pass rusher market that I imagine we are watching to some degree, but also not watching because Will Anderson Jr. exists at the high end of it. So there, George Karlaftis, the pass rusher rather, for the Kansas City Chiefs, he gets his contract. It is 4 years,
80 something, but
88, but ultimately
guaranteed.
It's like $93 million and $62 million is guaranteed, including the old money that he had on his deal. He ends up being a top 10 highest paid edge rusher, but he's not at the very top fringe of it. And I don't know that he should be, but he's a very good pass rusher. What were your takeaways from saying that the Kansas City Chiefs get another guy inked on a deal?
Outside of the Chiefs, yet again, proving that they can get things done. Outside of that, Karlaftis made it, what you just mentioned, he made it into the top 10 of highest paid. I think he had 8 sacks last year. Will Anderson's paying attention. There's no question about that. But he got 62 guaranteed into the top 10 with 8 sacks. I mean, it's going to be expensive, man.
It is, but I mean that's going to be at the top end. Now, the part I think that he's looking less at George Karlaftis in my mind. I think he's looking up there at Frisco, Texas, where the Dallas Cowboys practice. I think their training camp is actually out in California, where. It was reported this weekend Micah Parsons will indeed attend a training camp. A lot about the Micah Parsons standoff of sort because it feels like it's generally in the MO of the Dallas Cowboys to not pay their guys until it's way, way late and then maybe pay too much considering that they probably would have been able to get something done if they had done something earlier. Yeah. But this is the latest iteration of that, falling in line with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, here is Micah Parsons, a dude who they're going to pay.
They have to.
They just have to pay. Yeah. But he is, not that he's been in a holdout type situation because that's obviously not been the opportunity, but there's been a lot of conversation and clearly there's the adversarial feel of is he going to get more versus what the Cowboys want to give him. They're going to pay him. It's just how much. And I think with the Cowboys' MO and with the way this is breaking out, although he's not going to hold out, I do wonder if that's going to make them more amenable to getting a reasonable deal. I think that they might push the number above where we have been with Myles Garrett, now with TJ Watt, to where that is the thing that I think Will Anderson Jr. will be watching of, what does the number look like for the top edge rushers in the league?
And just on Micah, what I interpret this as is they're very, very close on a deal. Him reporting, oftentimes a guy will report like, okay, it looks like, we have a number, we have the parameters of it. I'm going to report. We're not going to make any big stink about things. I think we're going to hear something on him very soon.
I could see that. I could also see it because Micah Parsons seems to be a dude who falls a little bit more in line with the organizational thought process and philosophy more than maybe some of the other guys that have held out historically, that have maybe not been guys that fall in line as much. Although maybe that doesn't fit with the quarter, been that kind of guy as well. But yeah, that's definitely going to be a place to watch for Will Anderson Jr. and for the Texans. Not that, again, I was listening to a podcast that was breaking down some of, especially the second round picks, like those guys and the seeming collective action that seemed to be happening with second rounders not signing unless they could push. It seemed like the guaranteed money higher than what the slot had been in previous years. And in talking about that, they also acknowledged Nick Caserio's kind of, for lack of a better term, wanton behavior when it came to giving contract. It made me just come back to the idea of Will Anderson Jr. has nothing to worry about. Like, that deal is not going to be tough to get hammered out, is it?
No, I mean, they've already showed, they've already laid out the path and what the number's going to be. And obviously, if he gets, has a very good season, it's going to be almost automatic. And Nick Caserio is very good at getting these deals done quickly.
Yes, he is. He makes sure to get those things done. And so I'm excited. It's just now we see what the number is, especially because you're going to have to find a way to get all these fit in together.
Yeah.
I want to get this here because, I guess I'll let me throw this in here real quick before I get to this other one. So President Donald Trump. Yes, I know. He's
switching the music.
He's taken to social media, and this very much fits with the NFL. I'm not trying to go anywhere particularly wild, but on social media, he seemed to kind of take aim at the Cleveland Guardians in baseball, but then specifically the Washington Commanders, kind of trying to get them to change the name. One thing, he seemed to put the pressure on the Commanders, Josh Harris, by also making the claim that he will not help get a deal done on the new stadium that they're trying to build if they do not.
Yeah.
And I think that is the part that makes this real interesting. I know that without getting too far into the weeds on politics, Donald Trump can use things like this at times for political means, for just draw attention to this thing, maybe against attention to somewhere else that he wants. I don't know, or maybe it's just like a culture war thing, whatever you want to term that. I'm not digging into that. But how real do you think is this threat when it comes to the Commanders, who were actively moving and getting the ball rolling towards getting a stadium back at the JFK site? To get a new stadium away from what had been like widely panned, the stadium that they currently were in previously, FedEx Field. What is it now? I can't even remember. But this could put a wrench in because DC is a very particular place that requires federal oversight. It's not in a state and pursuant or like beholden to those regulations in the same way.
Well, I don't know. I'm not pretending to know on this topic. But as much as you just said, it's sort of its own thing, and there is federal
jurisdiction,
influence and jurisdiction, et cetera. Can he? Isn't it more about the owners and the league, in terms of stadiums and approvals and all that?
I think that portion of it, but funding, I think, ends up being a tough thing.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
It seems like the team, the Commanders, and the mayor have a really good rapport as of right now.
Yeah.
But all the funding for the District of Columbia comes through the and obviously Donald Trump is at the top of that. I'm going to be watching that space because that might be very interesting to see like how that meddles. And I'm sure the NFL, this is the bigger part that I wanted to get to. I'm sure the NFL is like, damn it, we're here again. Because I thought the NFL really, really rued the situation where last time Donald Trump was in office, he stuck his nose into the NFL's dealings when it came to the Colin Kaepernick thing, and then that became a whole situation for the NFL where they had this push and pull that they never really want. I don't know if this will rise to the same level because this is more.
I mean, when you mention the name, it might.
The team name portion of it.
Yeah, it might. And again, I don't know. I mean, it's just uncomfortable for everybody, and I don't think anybody wants it to be uncomfortable like that.
Yeah. So I wonder if this ends up being, and again, trying to stay very surface level on this political portion of it, I wonder if this ends up being like a passing fascination, or if this ends up being a sticking point, because that could really hamper a Washington team that had really done a good job trying to turn the page, with the only thing that I could point to of them maybe not playing big league ball is not signing up Terry McLaurin, which I think you also still have a reasonable expectation of the way that wide receivers fall off the cliff at like 30, it seems like nowadays, as a 29-year-old. you can maybe see that this is a level of mess that I think the Commanders really did not want.
Yeah, like I said, they don't need it to be uncomfortable. They don't want this in their lives right now, but here it is.
And then finally, before we move on here, Tyler Smith, the guard for the Dallas Cowboys, said that the goal for the team and that he has this year is a championship. Is that fair or not? A team like the Dallas Cowboys, it was not all that good last year, a new head coach and all that. However, they are going into a season like any other football team.
Yeah, look, and normally I would, if it's Cowboys related and you kind of do an eye roll about it, but isn't every player saying that?
Yeah.
Every player on every team saying the same. I have no problem with this. I think this is fine.
And then, because I know you love it, the top 100 player of the day.
All right, moving on. What do we got next?
You get 3 of them. You get 3 of them this time.
What do we
71 is Detroit safety Kirby Joseph.
Cool.
Number 70 was Washington Commanders linebacker Frankie Louvu. Very good linebacker.
Yeah.
And then number 69, nice, Philadelphia offensive lineman Jordan Mailata.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Cool.
React. No Texans still.
I was telling Reggie before the show, Figgy, I am so bothered by this. Not like on a personal level, but like, as we've talked about, because like it's so stupid, to get people to talk about this top 100 list when you're doing one a day. I'm more bothered by it from an NFL perspective. Like, how dumb was the person that said this is a good marketing strategy? This is a good way to get people talking about our list, releasing one name a day.
It seemed like they trying to stretch this out so it can last into the regular season.
And what does that prove? No one's going to talk about this list, which we're talking about all the other lists.
Jordan Mailata, 69.
There we go.
No Texans still.
All right.
Okay. All right.
What does it mean, Reggie?
Coming up next, that's around the NFL here in the loop. Coming up next, it's kind of NFL related, but we get even further down on the sports business thing. But we got some juicy details about the former NFLPA director and what caused him to resign, and more drama that's happening with labor disputes. We'll talk about it next.
Area 45.
Donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Excited for football returning here in really a couple days for us to really see it live and in person. See the guys getting out there working, seeing what the permutations of the offensive line are, seeing what some of the rookies look like, all these things that are very intrigued in. I'm sure you are as well. Ain't that right?
Yeah. I think coaches are in the office today. Players are reporting tomorrow, and we are on the field on Wednesday.
Man, we are almost there. Yeah. It feels great to be there. Over the weekend, as it feels like they're getting their affairs in order for camp, as some teams have indeed began camp. A lot of them begin this week, as the Texans do. And one of the affairs that NFL players need to get in order is figure out what the hell they're doing with a Players Association head.
Man. Okay, go ahead. Because there are so many levels to this that are just bothersome if you're an NFL player.
Yeah, there's a lot of levels to this, and one of them is that you just need to find somebody to get this thing in order as you continue to go. But we got more and more details from the person that I like to call the feds, Don Van Natta Jr., along with Kalen Kaler. Because when Don Van Natta comes knocking, he has some answers. And before we even get there, shout out to Pablo Torre doing like the level of investigative journalism along with Mike Florio that it feels like we used to get a lot more frequently that we now have to outsource in a way, which is kind of unfortunate. But Don Van Natta giving us the kind of investigative journalism that I like, because we're getting information, but also there are really funny details in here. Like I think I'm very intrigued by the way that this labor thing happens, and I think I took it to places that were really far. Where what does this mean if they get the next guy in there, and what can they do? I just want to talk a little bit more about Lloyd Howell Jr., who was previously the executive director. Apparently, we find out that he sued in 2011 for sexual discrimination and retaliation when he was a senior executive at Booz Allen, which is like a consulting firm. But before we get there, outside of that, because obviously that's not the fun part. The fun part is that apparently this guy that the NFLPA brought, like, he's an executive. He's been in more of the business world. We want an executive that's going to be able to kind of talk to the NFL and talk through these deals. Seems like they missed out on one thing, is that he feels like he thought he was just in the corporate world entirely, because at one point it was made evident that he actually went to a strip club for a meeting and put it on the company card for the Players Association. Did you see this?
I did see this. I guess, this is one of those where he's probably, or his people who defend him could say, well, technically it was a meeting. It's just like the optics here are just, by the way, I think it was Tootsie's, right? Wasn't it that place, that real famous place in the Miami area? Anyway, it doesn't matter. To do this, it's just, this is one of the levels that I was talking about, where if I'm a player, I'm thinking, this is the guy, this is where my money is going, this is what's happening, and they're in a mess right now. They have to come up with some answers and some leadership.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because I mean, like I said, the thing that really this showed me, obviously there's more details in it. One of the things that I found amazing is that the person that he was with, who also was in the Players Association, that they wanted to pay for some themselves, and he basically was like, nah, put it on the account. I was like, oh, okay, he does not get this on like a deeper level. Like, if you, in order to have these conversations at the high end of this, you need to understand a union. And it feels like he was operating this like, what I imagine, the caricature of a businessman who's just like, oh, I got the company card and I use that for what I use it for. Union should not operate like that. It's obviously there not just to serve what it does, but serve the people that it helps. All the lack of accountability there was, kind of odd. With all that being the case, then in the weekend we find out that, with Lloyd Howell now stepping down, resigning, not being available to continue, the NFLPA needs to find who the next guy is that they put into this place. And so there's two names that have been thrown out there as possibilities to step in there. And one of them is the guy who was the previous president, J.C. Tretter, who it seems through roundabout ways actually got Lloyd Howell that position. Apparently he opened up to Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports, because he is now stepping down from the union entirely. And I want to see if you agree or if you believe what he's selling. Okay, I have a feeling. He says that in stepping down, he told CBS Sports, over the last couple of days, it's gotten very, very hard for my family, and that's something I can't deal with. So the short bullet points are, I have no interest in being executive director. I have no interest in being considered. I've left the executive committee, or let them rather know that I'm also going to leave the NFLPA in the coming days because I don't have anything left of the organization. But he very much wanted you to let you know that this is not because of anything else. Like, he just feels like the last few days have been hard for the organization, or for him.
Okay, so this is not to be insensitive, but his number one reason there is it's been hard on my family. I don't remember seeing like the internet going nuts about J.C. Tretter and talking about all the problems he has. I mean, it's been discussed, but is this something, in fact, it affects his family that deeply, that much? Just this viral thing that's going on? No, I think this is just very internal. This is something that he knew he got pressure to be ousted, and he's out. I think it's as simple as that.
He went as further as, I just want to get my story out there. I don't want it to look like this was sour grapes, or I didn't get the job, and I wanted the job. All I wanted to do was tell my story and then go be with my family. And I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
I don't believe, I don't think that you have Lloyd Howell step down. There's a few days. There's conversations about the possibility of him being one of the 2 finalists to possibly be an interim director.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there is never mind, I'm stepping back because people are talking about me.
Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, yes, people are talking about this.
And this is
in the circle.
This is a dude that admittedly has been, and people kind of know him to be this, a guy that kind of doesn't care that he's not necessarily liked. And I feel like that's kind of one of the chief characteristics that you want in a labor union boss. Is a dude that's okay not being liked
for the other reasons, though.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, right? Not amongst the union,
not amongst
ranking,
your own people.
Yeah,
because that's the thing that is standing out as you're watching some very powerful people, former players in the NFL, talking about this. They're just so frustrated and they feel deceived. That's not the kind of talking about someone that you want. I mean, they feel like they've been deceived. They feel like they've got the wrong leaders in place, and they need, as I mentioned earlier, they need to clean house. And by the way, this is the most important thing the NFLPA has done in a long time, is find the right leadership.
Yeah. The idea that he was one of the finalists to be the interim after all of the information that we were starting to get, and I imagine there's a lot more that possibly will continue to roll out. When we were talking on Friday with B. Scott about the idea of, hey, they have to have an open kind of process to try and find a guy that I imagine maybe is more of a dog in union type spaces and trying to get them more, and maybe in the next CBA that could possibly push them into getting more money, getting more of the things that they want, and maybe not being viewed as such a limp, kind of players association.
Yeah.
The idea that they were willing to go back to J.C. Tretter, even on an interim basis, kind of makes me feel like, no, same old NFLPA. And I understand the difficulties, but that was a little disappointing because I was like, oh, is this going to be the time where the Players Association actually gets some things that might actually help this? It's players.
And the other thing is the NFL and NFL owners are loving this because the NFLPA, unless something drastic happens, they're not going to be, number one, experienced in the next collective bargaining discussions and negotiations, and number two, they're going to have relatively new faces that the NFL and the NFLPA, and the owners, they're going to want to push around, and they're going to be more likely to be able to push around and get their way.
Anyways, I found that to be interesting, and just the idea that, oh boy, Lloyd Howell decided,
no,
you know what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Company dime, go to the
Don't worry about it. Put it on the card.
Just put it on the card. I just find that to be a hilarious kind of mentality. Like, how is that what sinks you, buddy? Of all the things to sink you, is just.
I think that was just the juicy note of a mini.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the bad, but a little bit of good weekend that the Astros had. Let's talk about that and more next.
Yeah, let's talk about Bronze Roofing. My buddy
SportsRadio.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 2610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you again. As I'm about to ruin it, because we got to talk about the weekend that was for the Houston Astros. Houston Astros got a lot of things popping. Where do we begin? One of them was the Sunday game, which was, I think, the largely good part of it.
Oh, it ended up, about as good as you could hope.
11 unanswered runs by the Astros. Started off by a guy who I hope this ends up being a spark that catches tinder and leads into a level of flame in Christian Walker. Solo shot, got the thing going to some degree when you talked about offensively, and then you got all sorts of dudes piling in to get you to those 11 runs in after you had gone down in that game. One of the reasons why you went down, Hunter Brown only going 4 innings with 3 earned runs in the series finale, which is, do you know the last time that he went less than 5 innings?
Yeah, I was watching the broadcast and they mentioned it, and I'm drawing a blank right now.
Against the Mariners,
last
May
year.
5th of 2024, and he went 4 2/3.
Mm-hmm.
So very weird circumstances. Do you have any concern for Hunter Brown? Because in this game, I mentioned he only went 4. First couple innings, diesel, right? Like he looked like Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Throwing a little bit too many pitches at some point. And then in the 4th inning, you could see with his first four-seam fastball that's usually like 97-ish, started getting to like 90, 96, 95, 94 fastball-wise. And in my mind, that could be like that. Could be there's still a level of fatigue, and even though he made it to the All-Star break, he'd been doing a lot of heavy lifting, and maybe that All-Star break wasn't enough of a rest just to get him all the way vibrant. Or, and I hate to be Debbie Downer, is this the thing that you do that happens where, and of course it's a very small portion of like drop off of velocity, but where you start seeing drop off velocity before bad things happen?
Yeah, I actually don't. I thought yesterday's game was very. He was just overpowering guys for the first 3 innings and looking as good as he ever has. I feel like some weird things happened for him to fall behind 3-0. First of all, some cheap hits, and then a legit single that drove in 2, I believe. Then they scratched out another run. I feel like it wasn't like he got in his head. I actually mentioned this when we were watching the game. It wasn't like he got in his own head like Fromber used to do, and maybe just kind of it shook him. I feel like he tried to get too fine. He tried to place pitches instead of just throwing like he was in the first few innings. And maybe it's because he knew who was on the other side of on the mound for the other team. I think he was trying I cannot let this get away more than 2 runs or 3 runs or whatever, because Wu is not going to allow anyone, no way, no how he's going to allow more than 3 runs. Well, he did.
Yep. God bless him.
And I think that was what was the difference. I don't really feel concerned about Hunter Brown. I feel like he kind of was trying to be too fine, placing the ball, etc. And then lo and behold, the Astros got to Wu, who has been an overwhelming. He had a no-hitter for 8 innings against the Yankees week before the All-Star break. Is that good? Yeah, exactly. So it was more so that doesn't concern me. There are things that concern me, but
so not even the fact, because this texter comes in and they're right from the 713. Last few starts, I think the last 3
velocity.
You can look at. Not even velocity, just 6 earned runs against Cleveland in that game that ultimately goes 10 innings, and then 4 earned runs in the Rangers series. We started to see a little bit of a, for lack of a better term, downturn towards Hunter Brown, and we kind of looked at it as, okay, maybe it's a level of fatigue heading to the All-Star break on the backside that you get this as well.
If you're concerned with Hunter Brown, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm telling you, I don't feel that as much.
Fair enough.
And for that reason, based on, obviously yesterday I thought he got too fine. The other thing is, and I think I mentioned this last week, July has always been rough for him. I don't know if he has to ramp back up, if he gets the proverbial second wind, or he does something different. He picks it back up after July, and that's one. The things I am concerned about are the obvious.
Power rank the bads, Lopez. Go ahead.
It was what did I say? It was bad news, bad news, bad news, good news yesterday. Over the weekend. Yesterday was the good news. The bad news, of course, is the biggest one.
Is it the one that sounds like this?
Ball hit hard to the left. Arozarena back, and he'll watch it bounce off the base of the wall. And Isaac Paredes is grabbing his right hamstring, and that is not a good sign. Isak dealt with a hamstring issue earlier this season, missed a series against Minnesota. And the Astros, who already have 15 players on the
Make it 16.
That's it.
Make it 16. 5 of them started the season as starters this year. Shout out to Chandler Rome for that. Yeah, this is an epidemic at this point of injuries. And this one is going to be significant, immediately placed on the 10-day IL, which will put you right about the trade deadline. This is going to be a big week for Dana Brown and trying to figure out how to make sure these Astros continue to stay on mission and give themselves the best opportunity to compete in the ways that it felt like they were capable of mere weeks ago.
That's the worst of the bad news. I don't think it's close. One of the players, obviously an all-star, that has been one of the most important players, if not the most important player for the Astros. But there are a lot of other things going on right now. And with regard to the trade deadline, keep in mind the Astros are in Arizona today for 3 games. And in Arizona, there's going to be a lot of scouts from other teams, particularly teams that are potential roadblocks for you. The Seattle Mariners are one of the teams that is high on the list of trade suitors for Eugenio Suarez. So are the New York Yankees. He's a guy that has 35 home runs and is one of the guys that a lot of teams, probably number one in terms of players that teams are going to be looking for.
I don't think Eugenio Suarez is one that the Astros are going to be.
No, I'm saying, but other teams are.
100%.
Mariners and Yankees in particular. Don't look now, but the Toronto Blue Jays they have the best record in the AL East. They're on a bit of a heater. The Red Sox are on a bit of a heater. The American League has gotten really, really hot while the Astros have lost up 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct.
So a lot of things to be concerned about right now.
Yeah. They're back. Like you mentioned, we're going to watch some baseball in Phoenix, today with Colin Gordon on the mound. Can I give you a little bit of trade deadline scuttlebutt from Jim Bowden of The Athletic? This was he has the Astros 6th on kind of trade deadline intel here. And what he says of the Astros in a segment that I like to call Reading, the Astros have made it clear to opposing general managers that they want a left-handed bat, preferably someone who can play second base. Brandon Lau of the Rays would be a perfect trade fit for them, and he comes with a 2026 team option. They're also focused on starting pitching, but in all likelihood, they'll make the trade for either a left-handed bat or starting pitcher. Not both.
Not both. To me, that stood out, and I think now more than ever, it's got to be an infielder. It's got to be a left-handed bat. It's got to be an infielder that you go get, just because Paredes is going to miss a month minimum, in my view. Nobody's officially said anything like that, but in my view,
you hear from Dana Brown.
He'll say he'll be back.
Give him a week or two.
He's hitting off a tee or something like that. But no, it'll be at least a month, and you can't afford it. I mentioned the other teams that are hot, the other teams that are making moves for big-time hitters like Suarez, who has 35 home runs. That's a big ad for whomever gets him. And if it's the Mariners, they're right behind you. The Astros have to be proactive here.
Feels like a lot of the big kind of trade targets as of right now, week and some out from trade is there's a lot of third basemen that you start talking about. And I do wonder if that's a good or a bad thing for the Astros. If more of the concentration on infield is more on third baseman, does that then maybe give you the possibility, if there are second basemen, like if Brandon Lau is indeed available, does that give them more leeway to not have to, have a more robust market that they're fighting with in order to acquire their services? Especially because I think if you get a second baseman that you can trust on an everyday basis, that does open up a level of cover for your third base space, because then Mauricio Dubon, I think, steps in that space with, of course, the continued support of like a Shea Whitcomb or what have you at third.
I totally agree. You can have Dubon there. Dubon is really becoming the most important player on this team when you look at all the he really is, because he can play so many different spots and he can kind of cover you in so many different spots. He's a guy that you just have to keep healthy, put him in mothballs, put him in bubble wrap, whatever you want to do in between games, because he's so versatile. We saw it yesterday. He was playing shortstop, and Whitcomb, I guess, was at third base, and now he can play some third base or whatever. You look at the players you mentioned 16 players on the IL. They can put a roster on the field. They can put a lineup on the field that might be the second or third best in the division, just with the players that are on their IL. DeZenzo could play first, Rogers second, Paredes third, Pena shortstop. Then you got Leon, Myers, and Melton in the outfield. DH, Jordan, Your swing guy is going to be Guillaume. Your starting pitchers, Arrighetti, Blanco, Franz Garcia, Javier Wisniewski. That's a team that can contend in this division that's on the IL.
We'll have more into that as we go, but yeah, that's where the Astros are looking at. The 16th man on the IL. Kicks Rocks asked, why are we not talking about Fromber? And that was the next thing I was going to mention.
Mm-hmm.
Fromber was not starting till Tuesday, and that's interesting because he had all of All-Star break. What do you make of it? Because he does need some rest, as those two kind of top guys did need, and it feels like Hunter Brown having the outing that he did yesterday kind of further proved that.
Well, remember they brought Hunter Brown to pitch on that Sunday.
Yes.
They brought him back on, I guess, regular rest. Not 6 days, not 5 days or whatever, but regular rest. And then he pitches again coming out of the All-Star break on the next Sunday. And Fromber's getting a longer rest. Is that an eyebrow raiser? To me, it's just interesting because he could have pitched. I think a lot of people were projecting he was going to pitch, before the weekend started on Sunday. So maybe it's nothing to see here, but maybe he just needs the rest. He's feeling some fatigue.
What was the eyebrow raiser for you? What do you think?
They didn't come back with Fromber and they came back.
He's getting extended rest right now.
No, you think it's an injury or you think they're trying to play some type of chess?
I don't want
to. For the first time, you don't, huh?
I don't want to put that.
Yeah, no, I was trying to see where you're going. I didn't know if you think they're trying to play chess and not checkers.
My gut tells me maybe he had arm fatigue.
It sounds like an injury to me.
No, fatigue. Fatigue is fatigue. I think they're like, you know what? Let's err to the side of caution. Let's
forearm strain.
Cut that out. Stop it. We can't afford that at all. Stop it.
Figgy is feeling a particular way today.
We're not talking about. Stop it. The last thing I'll talk about. Big John's
trying to see what the hell John was talking about, man.
Don't you think though? It's just like, let's just give him extra rest.
I think that's what it was, and hopefully that's sufficient for what it is.
Because of the strain.
Buddy, no. Big John Singleton coming back wearing the number 35, yay or nay?
Sure.
Like, he might be the last person to wear 35 before they ultimately get a chance to retire it, because it feels like JV, this is going to be the one for him, and then you're hanging that one up, right?
Yeah, hanging that one up.
Why would they let Big John have this number?
I don't know. Is he just friends?
Shout out to John Singleton, who, again, making it back to the big league club after re-signing with Sugarland. But I was like, Big John wearing 35, huh? Some other things that are happening this weekend. Shout out to the Dynamo, get a little bit of a draw against Philadelphia Union. Of course, it's Jack McGlynn scoring. He's becoming a little bit of a star boy himself, making sure to get the one goal to help get a draw against his boyhood club, Philadelphia Union. Did you see this? Last week, a 22-minute workout video with Amin Thompson came out. He's working out with a development coach, the NBA, WNBA guy called the Guard Whisperer. How much stock do you put in like these type of summer things? It's not the regular like Instagram 2-minute video. It's 22 minutes of like an advanced workout of him working on his jumper, trying to find a little more consistency. By the end of the 22 minutes, I could still see that like he does the thing that we all do where you figure it out. I mean, this is probably more akin to golf, I think, for the average person, where you figure out your swing a little bit, and then the first thing goes, you start thinking about that, and then another thing, like, I'm worrying about making sure that my hands are right, and then I start loading up too much in my left
elbow
foot.
out, whatever.
It felt like that was happening a little bit, but it is good. He's having a significant amount of work in the shooting. How much stock do you put in there?
I don't put a lot of stock into workout videos in general. I saw another one today. Nick Chubb, was leg press.
Here we go, baby.
Squatting 600
Let's
pounds.
go.
I mean, it's impressive. It can be cool to see, but I don't put a lot of stock in them as far as being meaningful. I did see this, and I don't know how meaningful it is. I think it's important for the Rockets to do this. Did you see Fred VanVleet and Ime Udoka went to Turkey to work out with Şengün?
We knew that was going to happen. I didn't realize that was happening this weekend.
Again, I won't put much stock into the actual workout, but I think it's important. They're like, hey, we'll go work out with you.
I actually do think that's important, and of course, I'm gonna have to put $1 in the hat because this recalls for me covering the Mavericks when they would. I mean, damn near every summer they're over there in Slovenia, going there and hanging out with Luka Doncic. I think it's a level of acknowledgement of what level Alperen Şengün exists in the like org chart, so to say. Like he's still the dude that is the all-star on this team. They acquiesce to him, and so going to Turkey in order to do that,
saying you're that important.
You mean that much, and like his development does matter that much to this organization. If he continues to take steps, you're talking about not just a level of, hey, we got KD, but a sustainability that goes beyond wherever's KD's next 1, 2, 3 years of playing with these Rockets is. So that does matter and continues to show like
but
an
the workout video
oneness.
itself doesn't really matter.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. From the 713, would you rather have Yuli Gurriel or Mauricio Dubon on this Astros team right this moment?
This moment, Dubon.
Is he doing okay?
No, he's around.
I think they mean the platonic ideal of Yuli Gurriel.
Yeah,
I don't even know if they mean like actual right now Yuli.
Dubon playing everywhere. That's more important right now for this squad.
Where you're plugging holes
right
everywhere.
Now,
Yeah, putting finger in the dike.
All right. As soon as I said plugging holes, I was like, he's gonna do the thing. It is new. People are getting off for lunch right now.
That is an absolute saying. It's an old.
Are there babies in the car? I'm trying to think. But we not back at school yet. Yeah, there's babies in the car, man.
Yeah.
Come on. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Monday. Coming up next, I'm still trucking through my rewatch of the 2024 Texans season, and I reach Week 11, Monday Night Football at Dallas. Let's have some fun next.
The Drive with Stoerner. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Adetula. Figgy Fig looked like he's about to go deliver a newspaper or spit a hot bar with a hot verse with Dr. Dre on the production. That's also what you look like right now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
you do look like the hat that Eminem always be wearing around.
Oh, yeah.
That is absolutely that hat.
Oh, that is. You're right.
It's 100% that hat.
Yeah.
It's a comfortable hat, too.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
I can't wear a lot of hats because of my hair, but this one a little stretchy. So I could just put it down. Yeah.
Very good. I'm glad that you didn't take any offense to that joke that I just threw at your way. Excited for football coming around. So excited that this exercise that I've been doing has been kind of satiating it, but also now it adds a different level of a framework to what we're going into on Wednesday when we get out there at NRG Park to see the fellas get to working. But as you may know, if you've been listening, and if you don't know, I'll let you know, I've been rewatching the 2024 Texans season, getting a little bit of a refresh of what happened during that season, getting some ideas of maybe some things that could spin forward for the Texans in the 2025 season. And I've reached my Week 11 rewatch, Monday Night Football at Dallas. What do you recall from this one, Lopez?
That the Cowboys were a hot mess.
Correct. Coming in.
Absolute hot mess.
That's right.
And it got worse even before the game started.
That's right.
Right?
The stadium was falling apart. That's right.
Crap was falling from the stadium rafters.
Yeah, someone almost got decapitated at some point.
Yeah.
Only half joking, like a big old sheet metal fell from the sky. And then we started playing football.
And then they said, nothing to see here. It's all good.
The structure of the stadium is fine. It will not collapse as we're playing football. Get in here. Get in here and watch the football.
So those were the two big takeaways, and it was kind of a paint-by-numbers win for the Texans.
It did feel like that in thought. Like the final was 34-10. And as I'm going back to watch, I'm expecting like a paint-by-numbers win.
Yeah.
It's not quite what I saw in this game. We start with, this is the return of Nico Collins from that hamstring injury that we had talked about.
How'd that go?
Instant house call. Instant screen house call.
Yeah.
However, it's negated by an ineligible man downfield on Laramie Tunsil. And I know what is the feeling immediately when people hear flag on Tunsil?
Yeah.
I should have come to expect it.
Thank you. I knew you would hold me down there, Fig.
Yeah.
I have a defense for Laramie Tunsil. He was only 2 yards downfield.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I do remember they showed it a couple times. They actually discussed it, didn't they?
Like, he was only 2 yards downfield. Like, he did engage with the linebacker before the ball gets there, but I mean, like, he's offensive lineman, dog. Like, that was unfair. That should have been a touchdown that immediately sets the tone of that game, which is a little unfair. The offense was getting to the line with purpose early, which is a real juxtaposition. Like, this very much felt like all the way across before I even get into that juxtaposition. This was get right. And we talked about it all week is, hey, this is the opportunity to be that is not doing well. Get yourself right. It's very evident that in the room they were talking about this as a get right.
Oh, no, it was very evident. I'm glad you brought that up. You're triggering some memories now when you do this on your rewatch. It was very evident that there were some come to Jesus moments that week for the Texans, right? Like they have to be quicker. I think in the press conferences that week, D'Amico, or maybe it was Slowick, saying we had to get in and out of the huddle. We got to be ready to go. And sure enough, they did.
First drive, it is just getting to the line, moving with purpose, tempo, up-tempo, I should say, getting that to happen. And you can see it, man. It was showing up. Special team shenanigans starting to bubble up. I think you remember that in the middle of the season. You got, the likes of Boyd out there, doing some shenanigans. That's just the thing that I noted.
Yeah.
The Cowboys looked so weak in this game. Also, they were not very good. One thing that was interesting to me, though, is there was, after picking up 11 on a 3rd and 14, they threw a screen. This is first quarter. They got to the Dallas 30-yard line. They went for it on 4th and 3. And that was a level of aggression early that didn't feel normal to D'Amico Ryans. I went back to my previous notes, the ones that I took live in season, and I was excited about that aggression. But as I was watching it, I didn't feel that same feeling. And there was a number of times in this game where you had some of that same aggression, and I was like, were they that desperate to make a statement? And that also brought me just to, again, something I've kind of hit on a few times but not dug into. What do you feel about D'Amico Ryans is in this to go for it at times, like his decision making on when to go, when to be aggressive, when to kick field goals, because it felt very up and down all last season.
It did, but again, in this particular week, I just feel like they rattled a bunch of cages that whole week. I think this was the point in the season when they knew they were having some issues offensively.
Yes,
they knew that they're maybe the line and the system were not meshing, and so they changed things up. D'Amico talked about it, as we just mentioned. And I think D'Amico himself said, you know what? We've got to be more aggressive. So, yes, in a general sense, that might be one of the areas in D'Amico's game that we have to watch. But I think in this game, he said, screw it. We're going. We're going to be we're going to be a more attacking approach.
All right, I know we'll examine this further, I think, at another time. But I did want to ask a secondary question to that. Mm-hmm. Which D'Amico do you want as the head coach for this Texas team? Do you want an aggressive D'Amico or one that maybe leans a little bit more, I guess, conservative, for lack of a better term, maybe leaning on, especially if Kaimi is indeed the same dominant kicker that he has been, leans on that? Because we saw both versions of that last year.
I think most people, fans especially, want their coach to be aggressive. Sometimes, it backfires. I think just in general, people want them to be aggressive. I just want D'Amico to be himself, to be sincere. Not act like he has to go for it or not force himself to go for it in those situations, but sincerely feel like they can get it done. So that might be a little bit of a cop-out. Everybody likes an aggressive coach, but I just want him, if he's aggressive, I want him to be sincerely, for the right reasons, doing those.
Fair enough. One more thing in the first quarter before I move on a little bit. This was This was a Stingley interception here, a Derek Stingley Jr. interception. That was just kind of, just floated right to him. And it looks like the Texans just got a gift from Cooper Rush. Mm-hmm. I would like to posit that this was actually engineered perfectly in watching this again. Eric Murphy, sorry, that's a different one. Yeah. There's a blitz. So, D'Amico's blitzing a Cooper Rush that is a solid quarterback, but nothing to write home about, knowing that means he's going to get the ball out quickly. He's not a guy who's going to run around, create more time. He's going to get the ball out quickly. With that being the case, they call a blitz, and then at the same time, Jimmy Ward disrupts the CeeDee Lamb route to the point where it's borderline maybe a yellow flag should have came out. He disrupts the CeeDee Lamb route. That is the most likely guy that he's going to get the ball out too quickly. Those two things mean that Rush gets the ball out quickly, and then he's throwing it into no man's land. Stingley is positioned perfectly. It looks like it's just a gift. That is D'Amico Ryan's defensive coordinator extraordinaire.
That's scouting. That's tape. That's certainly knowing your opponent. In the quarterback. No, I'll tend to agree with you. I'm trying to draw up that play in my mind and remember it.
It's on the left side. I think there's a trip. CeeDee Lamb is running what I imagine is kind of a slant or a post, probably about 7 to 10 yards. And just right as he gets to the top of it, right about 5 yards.
That's scouting.
Jimmy Ward gives him a good bump. He can't get past that bump. It just stops his momentum. Ball's already out, and it just falls right into the breadbasket of Derek Stingley, who in this game probably should have had 3 interceptions.
He had a couple
all
more
over
passes defending
the football in this game. So shout out to Derek Stingley. But again, more importantly, shout out to D'Amico Ryans, who we all know it. Maybe we don't say it enough because we know it. D'Amico Ryans was in his duffel in this game. This is a play that I can't shake. This might be one of the most memorable memories of the entirety season. It wasn't a good one for the Texans. However, it was this touchdown, the only of the game by the Cowboys.
Empty backfield now for the Cowboys. From their 36-yard line, 3rd and 10. Rush out of the gun, throws on the slant. He's got his man, Turpin, wide open, and he's running across the 30, 20, 10. Shot out of a cannon. What speed. Touchdown, Dallas, 64 yards.
And that happens because right at the line, playing press coverage, Jeff Okudah gets the hee-hee.
Yep.
KaVontae Turpin.
That one I remember.
Yeah, KaVontae Turpin gave him that footwork very fast as he's getting across, right? He just beats him at the line. And then once he's off to the races. Part of this also, and I don't know how much I actually need to put on Kalen Bullock himself, but Kalen is a little slow in that secondary. This is, again, I'm super excited because every time I see one of these plays where I go, ooh, I wonder if Kalen could be better there, it actually makes me happy.
Yeah.
Because I think that there's room for development, there's room for growth, and I know that growth is going to happen between Noah D'Amico,
back there,
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Right? All those things bring that together where I go, ooh, there's room for them to be even more devious as a defense because I think there's places for him to grow.
Yeah, this is where, as you're rewatching and you try to spin it forward, you feel really good about things. 64-yard touchdown there. You think, oh no, but you have the more experience of C.A. Gardner-Johnson back there. I think when you spin it forward, you kind of feel good about things.
Some other things that go on as we move on in this game, and I think in the third quarter, Daniil Hunter starts. Like, there's no Will Anderson Jr. in this game, and so Daniil is really doing what he can. He bends the corner really well, strong, and he just kicks Terrence Steele, the right tackle for the Cowboys, kicks his ass, man.
Huge game.
Very good game for Daniil Hunter. Yeah. And one of the things that really illuminates the fact that individually, Daniil or Will are really, really good. And then you have both of them at the same time, and you just, it's incredible what they're capable of doing. Stingley, in another opportunity to salute him, there is a play where CeeDee Lamb runs like a dig route. And we see this in one-on-ones. We'll see this here in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Yeah. One-on-ones is inherently unfair for a defensive back, especially playing, man, because if I can go anywhere on the field, it's just you're not going to be able to keep up with me. You already have the disadvantage of I know where I'm going and you don't, so you're reacting. Right. Then if I get a half step on you, I can just accelerate away from you. There's one of those types of plays with CeeDee Lamb on a dig route, just smooth across the field. And Derek Stingley, I think if I remember, it's either head up or outside coverage. Really, you should be on his back and he should be able to get that ball and go. CeeDee Lamb's a fast guy. Yeah. He sticks with him. Yeah. The ball is caught and he tackles him damn near as soon as he's caught. And it's one of those things that seems small, but a cornerback in man coverage by his lonesome, keeping up with a fast guy who is running away from him across the field where there's not any help. Dog, he's so good.
Yeah, well, couple that with what you saw from a defensive back that can do something like that changes the entire sequence of plays in that situation.
Yeah. And then in that similar vein, you get Kadar Holman one-on-one with CeeDee Lamb, where not in bad position, CeeDee Lamb is just better, goes up for a jump ball. Again, we've talked about it a lot, not to beat a dead horse. Cornerback depth is going to be important. Is it a Kadar Holman or D'Angelo Ross or a Jeff Okudah stepping in, or is it a guy that maybe you feel more comfortable coming in and doing what he does? Some other things that happen here. There is a big play. Here it is. Incredible stuff. This is 32 here, Fig. This is maybe the most memorable play of the entire season for John Lopez. This is the one where the big man, fat man touchdown. Shout out Derek Barnett.
Rush in trouble. Strip sack. Who's got it? It's still loose. Texans pick it up. Here's Barnett on the run. 20-15, 10-5. Touchdown! Scoop, score, Derek Barnett.
He deserves so much love. We've talked about him as an undervalued, under-heralded guy.
Yeah.
That's a dude that beat the left tackle. Now, admittedly, the left tackle was a rookie, and he did not have a great season in Tyler Guyton for the Cowboys. But he beats him pretty smooth on the edge with speed. Knocks the ball out, causes a fumble.
It was bedlam. It was like everybody going in different directions. And
Petrie, then it's caught by Guyton. Yeah. Petrie knocks the ball out again, and that's when Barnett then picks it up and goes for a score. Just a fantastic. We'll meet at the football. We'll meet at the quarterback moment.
Yeah.
But the reason why I bring this up, in addition to was that is the play that opens up the game.
Yes.
That is in the start of the fourth quarter. That is the play that opens up the game into I think a 10-point game, or was that 27-10 at that point? But that is the play that makes this, now this is open game. Yeah. Up until that point, it has felt like a one-score game. It's either been or felt like a one-score game through 3 quarters of football against a not good Cowboys team.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. That's the thing that got me, where I was watching this and I was like, damn, okay, you turn over the football and you're not making something of it. You're not really blowing this up. So it was a get right in some ways. You ultimately get the score you won in 34-10. But even still, this was the insidious part of it, was that they were not able to really blow the doors off the Cowboys in the style and the play of the game. If I had taken off that score bug and just watch the game, you're like, this is the better team.
No.
But they're not a dominant force right now, and that was the thing that was concerning.
But that also in a weird way, as we use these games to kind of project forward, that's also one of those things that maybe encourages you a little bit. The defense never went anywhere in this game. The defense was making plays. We talked about Daniil Hunter, Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, the scoop and score here. Just a little bit more efficiency offensively, a little bit more success offensively, and that does become the paint by numbers win,
Yeah. Some other things. Can you give me 34 here? Because this also happens in the fourth quarter. And funny enough, I remember the Derek Barnett. I did not remember this, but this was a big one. Hey, what's up, Petrie?
Down at the Dallas 30, Cooper Rush shotgun. Passes underneath, and what a hit! Flat Peachy too much, maybe to the head of Schoonmaker, who gets right up.
And I think we all remember that was not actually, it shouldn't have been a penalty.
No.
He just hit him so hard that they were like, hey, that's got to be a foul.
That's loud. We better throw the flag. That's really loud.
Now, to be fair, watching that in real time, you thought it was a flag. You're like, oh, that's that. And then when you look at the replay, oh, that was clean.
Yeah, no, I thought
that was
same
clean.
Thing. Yeah.
He hit him so hard. Okay, so one thing I did want to clear up, because you did say the defense was there. Weirdly enough, they didn't get pressure on this Cowboys offense.
Well, Danielle Hunter did.
He had some, but they didn't get consistent pressure. And I think that it seemed like that was something that they looked at where they were like, hey, Cooper Rush is not a great quarterback. If we get pressure on him, we can have our way with him.
Mm-hmm.
You would typically think, hey, this game isn't opened up, and that's the offense's fault. A little bit, that was the defense not getting pressure, which, again, I think maybe we can just chalk up to Will Anderson Jr. means something to this. But I was a little surprised that they didn't get continued pressure until really the fourth quarter when it was happening consistently. And then one more thing that I will throw in here as we wrap this up, or two more things. Remember, you have in the fourth quarter probably about 3 minutes left. Actually, there's not an offensive touchdown until they get the ball back with 6 minutes in the fourth quarter, like left in the game. Not an offensive touchdown in the second half. And then they go on we are going to run the football. We are going to make sure that we score here, which was like, all right, I'm glad that you could do this, but it was kind of disappointing that they had to force it in that way.
Yeah.
And the final thing that I'll throw out here is actually a Cowboys thing, but I think you'll understand why I say that. There's pressure on Cooper Rush in the fourth quarter again. This is when it starts happening. He climbs the pocket, and we have outsides run and goes, insides, 2x2, outside wide receivers run and goes, inside receivers run and hooks. One of those receivers is the tight end, Luke Schoonmaker. He runs a hook. He's just kind of sitting there. He has Azeez Al-Shaair in coverage. Admittedly, not a great coverage linebacker, but right there on his back. And then as Cooper Rush is climbing, he throws it to Schoonmaker. Really good placement. Schoonmaker catches it with Azeez on his back, and I'm like, that is what a sizable tight end is supposed to be.
Oh, yeah.
I can use my body to shield the defender who is on my back and bring it in. And I don't feel like we've gotten nearly enough of that. The only guy that I feel like is capable of doing that right now, blocking out, is Nico Collins. And I feel like we talk about tight ends. That is one thing I'm looking for. Can somebody get somebody on their back and use their size to create an opportunity to catch the football?
Because they're going to be contacted, all that stuff.
Huge. Yeah. Plus, what I think that does is that will give CJ another confident guy to throw. If I know that, hey, he's there, he may be covered, but he can use his body to make sure that this ball gets there. Just seeing that made me long for it. Just seeing it for another team, I was like, damn, why haven't the Texans been able to do that?
I agree.
So, that was one thing I saw. A very, very, still a good win, but one that left a little something to be desired, oddly enough, for me on a Monday night. But yes, a victory, 34-10, nonetheless, last year for the Texans. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, I don't care how they do it, but Dallas versus the Texans should be yearly.
Yeah.
I can get with that.
Yeah.
I can get with that, honestly. All right, coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions as we always do. Next.
Area 45.
EDS.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Real quick, I guess, piece of news before I get to my first confession. The wig came in. I got the Judge John Lopez.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
Very good. So wait, we're going to do Judge John Lopez
on
training camp? On day one training camp?
I think we'll be in studio.
Oh, that's right. By that time. Fair enough. So you're not going to look out. You're not going to be looking crazy in front of everybody
else. At 12:40? What time are we doing it? Or we can push it around.
I ain't doing it out there. I'll tell you that.
No.
Why
not? It ain't going to be that bad.
Wear a British wig out there at practice?
Yeah, man.
What are you trying to do to me? You think I'm a fool?
You know what? Let's do Judge John Lopez at the top of the show.
Man. All right. Well,
the top of the show is crazy.
10 o'clock. Let's kick it off at training camp, Judge John Lopez.
All right. Well, I won't have a wig. It'll be sitting in my house. Oh, I meant to bring it. I forgot.
It's
well. I'll bring it tomorrow. Yeah, we need to get one of those little styrofoam heads to set it on and kind of put it in the corner until I use it.
Mannequin head.
Yeah, a little mannequin head. so it flows beautifully.
Our coworkers are going to look at us crazy, man.
Hey, we done had MD 40 2020 up here.
Yeah, we're not drinking Mad Dog. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. All right, so my first confession, that just a thought occurred to me when I got on here, but I don't understand. I don't think this is you're just getting old guy thing. Do you guys ever go truly bar hopping anymore? Like, let me give you an example. Chatting with Sean Pendergast before the show. Said, how was the weekend? Great. How was the weekend? Great. What'd you do? Well, apparently Saturday, he had a couple things, knocked them out, and then he went bar hopping. He went to, his words, 8 bars.
Hey, yo, he went on, that's a pub crawl.
8 bars.
He went on a crawl, that ain't it?
Saturday. Now, I'm not passing judgment because if that's
no, you aren't. That's fine.
No. Because if that's
his judgy to me.
Okay, if it feels judgy,
where the
fine.
wig at?
But like when I go to a bar, it's usually about the people and just the place and just chilling and taking it all in, the vibe and all that. Do you guys? Is it just me? Do you guys? Have y'all ever gone? When was the last time you went like truly bar hopping? Even if it's just like 3 places.
Usually, I have done it. Maybe football season.
New Orleans, you did it.
That is true. Did it in
But
New
that's
Orleans
the last time?
with Sean Pendergast. Funny enough, we were walking through the first quarter. We went. I think we had
But
gone
that's
to
a different. I mean, in New Orleans, you do.
Yeah, because you can take it to go.
You ain't about to do that at the crib, like in the city
Houston.
you stay in, though, right?
Yeah.
College football Saturday, I will.
You'll go to different bars.
Yeah.
I don't get that. I mean, I'll do 1 or 2. Hey, let's go look at this place or whatever. But 8.
Yeah, that might be that might be us getting old too.
Yeah.
That might be a thing getting old because like even when I was in my prime, I would do maybe like 3 at max.
Right? 3?
Yeah, I wouldn't go to 8 different places.
Well, Sean's older than both of you guys.
Look, now we need 1. I go to maybe 2.
Yeah.
If we want to go somewhere else, maybe 2. But I need to sit down somewhere.
I like to kind of take it in, just enjoy the vibe and the people.
Yeah, you enjoy the vibe for a little bit, and you bounce to another one. Enjoy the vibe.
Yeah. And I don't have a problem with that.
But see, I would bounce I would bounce if this bar was boring. It's like, another place is popping, now I will go. But I ain't about to leave from a popping place and be like, let's go to another one.
Yeah.
And then another one. And then another one.
Yeah.
And then nah, man.
Fair enough from the 929. I usually don't even want to go to the first bar anymore. It's funny because I am not inherently a bar guy myself. Mm-hmm. It is really more about people that I'm with.
Right.
We'll go, and then we'll bounce around from, all right, this one maybe different vibe. Maybe there's more people coming in, what have you. We'll bounce around. They went to 20 bars, all within walking distance. 20 is a lot.
Man.
Maybe
I thought
if you're
8 was
in New
a lot.
Orleans or Austin, or something like that.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
On Washington?
Yeah, or Washington. But 8.
Yeah, see, I would bar hop, but it's more like 4 to maybe 5.
Yeah.
8 is like, that is what we're trying to do. You set out with that goal in mind, because 8 is a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of bars.
Yeah, and just imagine getting drinks at all of those bars.
Well, you kind of have to.
Yeah, so that's 8 at least.
Mm-hmm.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, I think that we're missing, and when I say we, I do include me myself. I'm not doing the we thing where you kind of are just talking about somebody else. Yeah. I think we are missing the boat on the Dave Portnoy and Barstool deal with Fox Sports.
Are we? Help me out. I don't know.
I think there's been a lot of conversation about Big Noon Saturday, Big Noon Kickoff, I guess, is what the lead up show is. And that is one piece of programming. It can mean a lot, right? Like College Game Day means a lot to the general Disney, ESPN situation. But I don't know how much you're knocking off the institution of College Game Day, even understanding that Lee Corso not going to be there after. I don't know how much. I think that, and I saw this last week in reading some of the ideas, this is a more all-encompassing deal. Obviously, Portnoy is going to be on Big Noon Kickoff, but Barstool is going to be providing daily content on FS1. Remember, FS1 just got rid of a couple of shows. I think it was The Facility and Speak. Those shows just got canceled. I think that that's the bigger deal. FS1 trying to make this channel, they've been tailing ESPN time, trying to find their programming. It's turned over a lot. There's been a lot of jokes about how sometimes they'll put up 0.0s or whatever, and various kids programming is beating them. I think the idea of bringing Barstool, doing the thing that ESPN has done a little bit themselves of like, hey, we're bringing this thing that we know that works to some degree and just plopping it in our lineup to try and garner attention, like McAfee Show, which is on right now on our TV. Imagine doing that with the Barstool kind of brand and plopping that in for one of your 1 hour or 2 hour blocks. And now you have something that has a built-in fan base, a rabid fan base with Barstool folks. And I think that is probably the stronger thing than, hey, we get this Big 12 kind of homer on the big noon kickoff, which don't get me wrong, I think that matters. But I think what's the bigger thing is Fox trying to get this guy that has this personality and has this like brand of things that has built content and has a huge social following. See if you can get that onto your TV network and use that as some level of jumpstart.
I agree. In all honesty, I don't think they're going to be any threat, even with Portnoy and whoever else, to the ESPN Saturday program. They're not going to be a threat to them.
I don't know. Yeah. And I don't even see this as you use that as a lead-in for Big Noon Kickoff. Oh, no, people tune into Big Noon Kickoff.
They'll change the channel.
I think people jump in for the game itself. Yeah. Like, especially college football-wise, the network doesn't matter as much. I don't think there's an allegiance in that way. We're just trying to watch this game.
Yeah, he's looking at a game.
So that's why I'm like, I don't know how much that portion of it. I think the deal really is the bigger part. That might have been a throw-in, honestly. I don't know. I'm just speculating, talking on my keister. That might have been a throw-in. Well, Portnoy, we can put you on this TV if you want. Just bring us this content that we can have 5 days a week that will bring in hopefully some viewers, some additional eyes.
These are my confessions. I gotta confess, man. I think I'm losing my mind with this carpooling situation, man.
It's still going on.
It's still going on, man. I think I'm losing my mind because I feel like we're not really, or I'm not really organized with it. Because usually, whenever I go to work, when we all had our separate cars, I guess I have like a plan where I wake up every day, I do this, I do that.
Routine.
I have a routine. Now I feel like I don't have a routine. I feel like every night, every morning, I wake up like, all right, who's taking who to work?
Yeah.
And it's like, like last night it was, I'm taking you to work. I'm going to drop you off and then I'm going to pick you up. And then turn around to, what time do you get off? Do you have anything you have to do right when you get off of work?
Oh, because she's got other things going on.
No, so I'm thinking like, what do you need me to just tell me what you need me to do?
Yeah, we got.
All right, so what I'm gonna do, I need you to drop me off. I'm off a site today. I need you to drop me off somewhere and then pick me up. And I'm just like, man, just take the damn car.
Do you be feeling like I used to when you were playing sports and you was just waiting for your mom to come pick you up? Is that how you be feeling?
Yeah.
And I feel like
I feel like the kid being picked up last at school.
Yep.
Just sitting there. Now the teachers are sitting there with me. I'm just sitting there like I have no idea. Let me call.
And the teachers want to go home and you're just
man. What's your mom's phone number? Let me see if I could call.
You say your mom was coming to pick you. Now they trying to treat you like you didn't. No.
What kind of car? What kind of car? Was it a white car?
Believe me. She said she was coming.
Yeah. I'm kind of getting fed up now. And then she kind of getting the attitude because I keep asking questions.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, just take no, just you drop me off.
We gotta get you a vehicle is what I'm hearing.
And then I'm tired of. Do you have anything planned later today?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, man, So I think we're going, I want to say next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend.
Oh, you picking it up? Yeah. Picking up the wheel?
We about to go looking, man.
Yeah.
But I'm about to lose my bleep over this, man. Yeah. I feel like I'm not even organized right.
I get it.
These are my confessions.
I understand how bad it is and how bad it was for the families involved. I kind of feel bad for Andy Byron. He's the CEO.
Oh, this the Coldplay CEO?
The big dude lost his job Friday after our show.
You feel bad?
Is it wrong?
I mean, it's not wrong.
I mean,
I thought generally as a society we did not really cry for millionaires all that bad.
No, we don't. But that's the confession. Like, I get what he did was bad. I get that it went viral. I get that it's embarrassing for the company. I get all of it. But dude lost his job now, man.
Yeah, I kind of figured it would.
All right.
See, I kind of it's not surprising that he lost his job for me, but the simple fact that he did lose his job, it's like, dang, he got just all this because he was on that jumbotron.
No. All this because he was reaching the find out portion of the effing around.
Yeah. He got exposed. But
like we act like he made one mistake. But he was stepping out with somebody at the gig.
But see, my thing is, if he wasn't on that jumbotron, he would have still had his job. I mean, he still would have been a slime
I kind of
ball,
agree,
but it still would have been a fireable offense, even though he wasn't on the jumbotron.
I agree with both of you, but I'm more leaning with Figgy on this. If they had found out the board or whatever, he's having an affair with the HR director, would he have been it's fireable, But would he have been fired?
Yeah, they could have said something like, "Hey, stop it right now." But
suspension,
for
whatever.
the simple fact is getting all of this attention.
Yes, that's why I feel
they
bad.
got to. Yeah, you got to do something at this point.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, probably. Maybe I don't get to that place because there's been, and this is the tough part when something goes social or viral rather. When social media, there's a lot of people talking about stuff, and I can't substantiate all this. But there's been a number of people that have said, "Oh yeah, I used to work for him, kind of a jerk." And so when I see enough of those, and he was out here doing a fireable offense, I'm like, "Yep, kind of caught that one, huh, buddy?"
Yeah. Do you see
karma?
Yeah, I was thinking this. Do you feel like he might try to pull I guess I don't want to say a Tony Busby, but do you think he'd try to sue somebody just for putting his
Is he an American with big money? Because that is the American way. Litigation.
Yeah,
he probably will.
I don't know if he can sue Coldplay, but you think he can sue like Live Nations or something like that?
Well, generally the way these
because
you know what?
Like I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he got money, but
you have his money.
It seemed like this guy,
well, that's a great point.
He can argue and say this ruined his life.
Yes, and generally, as you know, the way these lawsuits work is they start out by scatter shooting. They sue everybody. They sue everybody and then try to see what they hone in on. So maybe Coldplay.
Yeah, he can make a case that hey, this ruined my life.
Yeah.
Please, I mean,
my life was just fine before this situation. Now I can't get a job anywhere.
I'm nobody's advisor, although I knowing that you got money. If you would like to try, hit me up. But buddy, the thing that you don't want to do is sue crazy. Don't get too super litigious. We are all invested, and people will laugh at you.
Yes.
Like you do not need any more bad PR than you getting out here and trying to sue Chris Martin and Coldplay.
They already laughing.
It can get worse.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Hey, it's already bad. How much worse can it get? Bottom still further.
Hey, I lost my job. I lost my wife.
Bottom is still further.
We going in guns blazing at this point.
You are not at rock bottom, buddy. Don't make the mistake of think that you're at rock bottom.
It does go lower.
It does go lower. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. Coming up next, it's a Monday. Coming off the weekend, so get in your winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Let's salute it next.
All right, let's get
Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
From the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, hustling. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, being propositioned by many a person on the text line and YouTube page. Everybody's invested in Figgy. This is how I know Figgy is the fan favorite on the show.
Of course.
Figgy threw out, man, I'm getting tired of this car. Everybody's like, I got a solution for you, Fig. Don't worry about it. This is what you need to do.
Somebody said, get you a rental car. You got all that money?
First
of all, I do not have all that money.
I don't know. It looked like you hiding some money over there, dog.
Hey, we had a rental car, and that time was up. So that's what led to the carpool. That would have been the first option. If I could just rent the car the whole time, I would definitely do that.
So you wouldn't
get a driver.
Yeah, I know, right?
I would love to get a driver. Yeah, man.
Someone to shuttle both of y'all.
If I had the chance to get rid of my current car for that price and just have a driver, I would do it.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
That'd be great.
I hadn't even considered that. Anyways, that's not what this segment is about. Let's get some winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Who won, who lost on the weekend? And Lopez, I feel like we have a similar one in mind here, thinking about a little bit of golf, which I know you were locked in on. I wasn't as much, but I was very intrigued by some of the outcomes that I saw come out from it. And some of the conversations that I think are worth having.
Mm-hmm.
Scottie Scheffler does it again. He wins the British Open, and he does it in style, too.
Well, he did it in dominant fashion. And where have we seen that before? And let me be very, very clear. A month and a half, whatever, we were talking about this. And I was the first one to say, he's doing some Tiger-esque kind of things.
The absolute first, huh? You just gonna pat yourself on the back like that?
No. I'm saying, but I was, but I also
he's
said
like no, but yes.
Yeah, but I also said he's not Tiger. He's not even close to Tiger.
Oh yeah, I bristled at that notion
yes.
generally.
But now you look at him, and again, I can say with authority because Jordan Spieth was talking about this, and you and I were mentioning in the break, like. He doesn't have the demeanor. He doesn't have the swag, for lack of a better way, nor does he want it. He's a guy that wants to go win golf tournaments. Remember last week he said, and we talked about it on this show, I want to be so good at golf. I get so mad. I want to win every tournament, but it's not what fulfills my life. We mentioned this before the tournament even began. And then he goes out and kicks everybody's ass. And
he won by how many strokes again?
Well, was it 3? 4? But either way, he's won 3 majors by at least 3 strokes. Like, it's not even, and he comes out on the first hole on Sunday and hits it to within a foot. And you're like, well, this is a wrap. And other golfers, like Rory and Schauffele and Matthew Fitzpatrick and Jordan Spieth, they were all saying like, yeah, we were playing for second. Where have you heard that before?
Yeah, that feels kind of somewhat akin to Tiger Woods. And you start seeing little things that maybe allude to Tiger Woods and make you start thinking, do we have to have some of this conversation? Tiger Woods, between his first major and his 4th major win, 197 days.
Mm-hmm.
Scottie Scheffler, between his first major and his 4th major win, which obviously the 4th was yesterday, 1,197 days.
Yeah.
Just kind of an interesting thing. Now, when Scottie Scheffler, when kind of the comparisons, because obviously they got to get back to him, like with people starting to do this, when they reached him, he said this, I still think they're a bit silly. Tiger won, 15 majors? This is my 4th. I just got a 4th of the way there, which is absolutely fair.
Mm-hmm.
The question then becomes, can he remain in that level of dominance? Because one of the things I've often said about Tiger Woods is we've done the unfair thing of constantly trying to find the next Tiger Woods, when in all reality, the reason why we loved him is because he's singular. Like, I think we did Rory a great disservice trying to be like, all right, time to be Tiger.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of pressure when Tiger Woods, like the whole idea is that he's anomalous, that you could take Tiger versus the field and feel good about it. That's not the way things are normally go, especially in golf where there's a lot of guys who are good at this who you can expect to pop up. Are you getting to a place where you feel like Scottie Scheffler versus the field? Because, again, it feels like golf is one of those places where there's a lot of good dudes. You can pop up and have a good space, but then you pop back down where someone else will pop up and have their time in the sun.
I thought the most telling thing of all on this British Open discussion was Bones. Phil Mickelson's former caddy for 15, 16 years, saw Tiger up close and personal for all those years. Bones was on the broadcast, and he basically said, I never in my life thought I'd see anything like Tiger Woods again, but here we are. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what he said. Tiger up close and personal, puts it like that. It does make you think, and he just turned 29. I think he just even maybe last week or the week before turned 29. And I think what the difference is, he's never going to be Tiger because of that demeanor and the swagger and all that stuff. But he does two things like Tiger that I frankly haven't seen since, back when I was a tyke watching golf, Jack Nicklaus. And that is, if it's a 10-foot...
Damn, you watched Jack Nicklaus.
I did watch Jack Nicklaus. I did watch that.
Was that the 1800s? That's crazy.
That's what you're getting out of this?
That's wild.
This man over here watching golf.
He was watching when they were actually woods, when the woods were made out of wood.
Yes. And that is, if the putt is 10 foot or under, it should not be automatic. And I don't care how good you are, it should not be automatic. Tiger Woods made it damn near automatic.
Yeah.
This week, Scotty Scheffler, 10 feet and under putts, 59 out of 62.
Damn. That's really good.
That's beyond good.
That's going to be fun. He has a chance to complete a Grand Slam now, as he's won 3 other majors with a U.S. Open win. So that's going to make the U.S. Open. That's now a storyline that is Scotty Scheffler induced for the U.S. Open. That's a thing that's also somewhat Tiger Woods involved, where you're coming into something and looking for what does this cat in particular do. By the way, 713 asks, any updates about Cameron Smith?
Actually, he did make the cut this week.
Oh wow,
yeah, he did.
Made the cut. Very good. Some other things, some other winners and losers of the weekend.
Cute. Hey, I won $750 on my.
Where my cut?
You
see his eyes? Did you see his eyeballs? He was so upset.
You want what?
At the audacity.
You want what?
The unmitigated gall to ask for money in that
The way
moment.
he looked, he was about to say,
check the tape from Thursday. I said one of my dark horses that I bet on. Chris got her up. Remember that, Ficky?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it, man.
If you say so.
Finished third.
Some other winners and losers of the weekend, and of course, a big loser, the astronomer CEO. It just kept coming up. Yeah. The entirety of the sports world embraced this. They kept clowning old boy. Did you see all the people on various kiss cams reenacted with their significant other?
It's nonstop.
Wasn't the Philly Fanatic up here doing this at one of the games on Friday?
Well, they had the Coldplay. They had the
Coldplay kiss cam.
That some of these things, it just won't go away. It will not go away.
People. I don't remember the last thing that brought us together.
Yeah.
Like this. How sick does it have to feel to know that your demise is causing people that level of unity? We are in very divisive times. So everybody's like, wait, hold on, put all that to the side. Did you see this cat?
Yes.
Can you believe him?
And I said on Friday that I just can't get enough of it. That hasn't really changed over the weekend.
You sent us a picture of the Loteria, right? You sent us that.
La Sancha.
You sent us a picture, all sorts of pictures of you were very, very much having fun. A lot of Photoshop.
I saw one of Fred Flintstone with Betty Rubble.
Oh, by the way, this is a great question here. That's wild. I just thought about what you said. Just brought something to my mind. If you were gonna do a Photoshop that was Houston sports built, what would be the two parties that are hugging up on each other?
Oh, boy, I don't even want to.
Because Rob brought up Easter B holding Bill O'Brien, and that's kind of a good one. That one's kind of good. Some other ones, winners and losers. Can I give you a winner being the 2025 NFL Flag Championships? The Texas Fury Texans high school girls division went champion out at Austin, Texas. They beat the Bad Rabbit Cowboys 19-0 to win the championship. That is some Houston, Texas championship behavior this weekend that happened. This is what the ladies sound like after victory.
Texas Fury just won the national championship representing the Houston Texans.
Super Bowl, here we come, man. That's a sign.
You feel like it? There's a lot of Houston winning things.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think you watched this game. Did you? It was on ESPN, so I had it on.
Yeah.
Speaking of highlights, there was a girl who had the two foot toe tap in the end zone.
Yeah,
they was hooping, man. They were playing really well. Also within that, on the boys' side, the boys' high school division, it was the Jaguars or Jacksonville Elite, something to that effect, the Jaguars affiliate. I will say there was a kid who made one of the greatest plays that I've seen. Do we have the audio of this cat making this catch? And listen to how excited everybody gets about this one-handed, over-the-top, backhand catch that he makes for a touchdown.
Well, no reason not to go for it here.
Gets rid of it into the end zone. Right! One hand! Wow! Bryson Wright with his big grab.
I don't know that I've seen a catch that's good.
That's yes. I don't know either. It's been a pretty eventful week on those things.
Like, he gets bumped on that catch. He's over dude's back. This is like backhanded, one-handed grab in the air. I did not realize I like flag football like this.
No, it's fun. It's absolutely fun, and it's going to get a lot more fun because the NFL's backing it up, and it's going to be in the Olympics.
Yes, it will. Some other winners and losers of the weekend. Arm cannons. Did you see Ronald Acuna Jr.?
Oh,
I think
that was the most casual. That was the most casual, greatest throw you'll ever see.
I think this was Friday. He's out in right field. I mean, just it's a fly out by, was it Cody Bellinger fly out? And Jorbit Vivas is tagging from second, just going to third. Second to third. This dude is out in right field on a fly, straight into third base, tagged out. This is the only 300-plus foot outfield assist on the fly in the last 5 seasons.
It was unbelievable, and it looked like as if he was just going to be throwing it to the cutoff man, like casually, like conceding.
Yeah, he didn't look like he was you've seen a guy in the outfield look like he's putting everything into it.
And then it went all the way, and that was only one. There was several. There was another one this weekend where you can. And by the way, even in the Astros game, there were some great plays made at the plate. You know, the Astros on some of the cutoffs and such.
Agreed.
Yeah, there's some really good plays.
Which is, I mean, I don't like saying it, but it does feel a little bit out of the norm. But it was good to see. So yeah, there's and losers of the week and various other people say loser Kelsey Plum. Oh, people are talking about this Kelsey Plum. Can you got this audio? This was after the WNBA All-Star game, which I would actually say a winner is the Stud Buds. If you're not a WNBA fan, I get it. But like, there's a couple of women, Courtney Williams and Natisha Heidemann, who had a 72-hour stream. The kids are doing all these damn streams now, man. But I thought this worked really well for the All-Stars because, you know, they had a level of coverage on social media, and it was humanizing all of these players just out there having fun, including Caitlin Clark, who was having a ball. She was out there turning up with them. They had the commissioner of the league out there dancing at a dance party, which was weird because they're in the middle of what is about to be a labor dispute. But this is Kelsey Plum talking about something that got notorious, which was some shirts that said, "Pay us what you owe us."
Yeah.
They wore those before warm-ups of the All-Star game. This was Kelsey Plum after the All-Star game talking about those shirts.
Oh, it was a very powerful moment. We didn't, at least as players, we didn't know that was going to happen. So I think it was kind of like a genuine surprise. But the T-shirt, just United Front, was determined this morning that we had a meeting for. And, you know, not to tattletale, but 0 members of Team Clark were very present for that. But no, we were just we had a very
that really needed to be mentioned.
I'm trying to make a situation light, okay?
What was she?
I think she was trying. So a lot of people have taken this to, like, again, the context of the league, and people are going, "Oh, well, this is attacking Caitlin Clark." Caitlin Clark was the team captain. They did draft thing. Thing is, especially they didn't split All-Stars into East and West. It's just like, this is the draft. So there was team Nafisha Collier and team Caitlin Clark. That's what she was speaking to. So the idea is only one of the teams, Collier's team, kind of made the decision. But I actually think that is the bigger problem, like, of this statement, is that you guys are headed into a conversation where you're going to try and do your CBA thing. I don't think that any move that you make as a team you want to put out there as this was haphazard and we did not consult the entirety of our group. I think that is the part of this. That's the part of this that got my attention. I was like, oh, so you were leaning into the idea that this is very hasty. I don't know that that's a good look in the general public.
Yeah,
not that you're doing your negotiation in the public for this, but I imagine that does not help when you get to the table arguing with the WNBA.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it like that. It may be important. It may not be quite as important as you're portraying it, just because I think ultimately they are going to be on the same page. You know, they are going to be have everybody on the same page there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in a time period where we're talking about labor unions and portions of them not knowing things, jumping out there and being like, "Hey, yeah, we didn't even talk to everybody when we got out here and did that." I was like, the perception is probably not good. So I don't think she was attacking Caitlin Clark. I did think she put her foot in her mouth, though. So there you go. That's the winners and losers of the weekend here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Astros IL list is getting really high. Are they in a place where they have to make a deal? in order to contend? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Two sleeps until we get actual Texans on the field, training camp, and you'll be able to hear right here in the loop, right here on Sports Radio 610, because it doesn't just start with In the Loop. 6 a.m. Yeah. The fellas of Payne and Pendergast with Brandon Scott sitting in for Seth Payne on Wednesday are getting you going. They're getting you hyped, and we'll jump right into the fray 10 a.m., giving you the sights and sounds of what's happening, and then of course the drive doing what they do, which is breaking down all the action, giving you the best kind of understanding of what was seen at practice. This is the place to be if you're ready for Texans 2025 season. Camp starts not tomorrow, guys report tomorrow, and then Wednesday is when we get going in that way. Will there be an Astros team left by Wednesday, Lopez?
Man, that's a good question. I didn't think it would have to be, but it is.
Dude, like I thought, oh man, they are operating at, just like what I was saying earlier, where there's lower, it's like, oh, there's more injuries that can happen. 16 Astros currently on the injured list. 5 of them started the season as starters. That stat was courtesy of Chandler Rome. The IL list is robust. Lopez, I imagine you're about to go back through it and put up this lineup that really could be competitive. But are they in a place where they absolutely have to make a deal? Not just with the when it comes to the trade deadline here in about 9-10 days. Yeah. But if they want to contend in the way that
if they want to contend, not just hey, we won the division. And that all of a sudden it was looking a little dicier around 5 o'clock yesterday, but that is not necessarily a guarantee because it was a 3 o'clock game.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I was like, what was happening?
I saw your face. Yeah, if they want to contend, they're going to have to enter the market, and I've changed my tune on that. I was thinking pitching because I don't trust the pitchers that are on the IL that we've talked about. But you need an infielder. You need a left-handed bat. You need a bat and an infielder. Preferably a third baseman, but infielder will do because you can mix and match at third base if you have somebody who can play second base consistently or whatever it might be.
Yeah, and that was
Jeremy Pena back.
And that is fair. That's fair. And I asked one of the winners of the weekend, I didn't mention Bryce Matthews got himself his first big league hit. Yeah. But is he a guy that, I keep looking at him, and I was personally hoping that he'd be a guy that could come in and just kind of fill in. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's a guy that you feel comfortable coming in and holding down second base. Like you said, if you can find a second baseman, especially a left-handed one, so you're not simply relying on Victor Caratini being his switch hitter to give you the left-handed look from time to time. You're not, as much as I need him back just generally, you're not just hoping on, all right, when Jordan gets back to bat, that gives you some feel. Like you give yourself an opportunity to really have a left-handed, some guys to force teams to actually have to consider throwing out different pitches.
Just get another weapon.
And yes, another weapon just in general. I think that would be huge. But yeah, you're right. That allows you to kind of shuffle and maybe not be as tilted, not have to put out, the Zach Shorts and the, Shea Whitcombs of the world. Not saying that they have not been able to step up in what you can when you needed to, but I think you need to be a little bit more flexible, especially when you're trying to go up against the best of the best. So yeah, I think you need to get an addition, and I've been very intrigued by what Jim Bowden put out, his latest intel, and I'm sure it gets even more day by day as we get closer. We'll get more insight into the teams that are willing to sell, the guys that are actually available. But the name that he put out there, Brandon Lau, second baseman from the Tampa Bay Rays, and that one catches my attention for Brandon Lau, a guy who's batting .269 this year as well with 19 home runs. Like that fits perfectly with what we're talking about. Not just a guy who is a left-handed bat, not a left-handed bat just to get one, like a la what was the Cedric Mullins was kind of the name that we were talking about. And I know that our guy Luke was like, yeah, that doesn't move me. I get it. Brandon Lau moves me. A guy that can hit for average, but then also has some power with him. He's getting some RSBI. I know people love it when I say it that way. I think all of those things, in addition to being a guy that can hold down second base on a day-to-day basis, that catches my attention.
It does, and I feel, if you fall into the trap now of, they'll make do, well, they'll be fine. Well, we've seen it over the last plus. They can't. They did it for a while, and they impressed us, and they made it some nice. They got some nice wins with this, despite all these players on the injured list. But that has passed. You definitely need to get better, and also you need to get better because it's very, very clear. You mentioned Bowden, but just about all the national writers and reporters about Major League Baseball, the Mariners and Yankees and others, teams in the American League, are going to make moves. They are reportedly deep into. I think the Yankees. I think their Spanish language broadcaster even said that they have a deal in place, or at least in the works, for Eugenio Suarez, who's a really good bat. The Mariners are in that, and there are other teams contending. You can't just stand pat at this point. If you're gonna make that move and do more than just maybe win the division, you got to make a move here.
Yeah, that's a fair point that I guess I was not even considering, and it's easy to forget if you're not thinking, you don't have your thinking cap on. It's not the rest of the teams around you are not staying stagnant.
No,
they are going to address at the deadline their issues, the things that they need to get better at, and so thus. I know that you can look at the Astros team and say they have been able to withstand all of the issues, but does that then change if everybody else puts it into another gear?
Right.
And you're just waiting for reinforcements to get you to that space. Some of these reinforcements, mind you, that have not necessarily had great years to this point. Jordan was not having a Jordan-type year before he got hurt whenever he returns. A lot of these pitchers that you're hoping that come back, although, again, I think I'm off of the idea of getting help in the pitching. I think it has to be a bat. But even the pitching that comes back, hopefully you can get a number of them back so you have guys that fill out your rotation and maybe even add into your pen. But you don't know exactly what those guys look like. And look over at Lance McCullers Jr., who now has significantly more less than stellar outings than he has had good ones this year. Like, you can't guarantee that they come back and they give you exactly what you're looking for.
No, you can't. And I get it that, that Garcia has been throwing, albeit – a lot of buzz about his different throwing motion. Is it compensation for the shoulders? Just a better way that he feels to throw. But he did go 2 innings. I think just I forget the exact number, but he was solid for 2 innings. A lot of buzz about Arrighetti. But I don't know what you can count on. Even if they do come back and they're just okay, you probably still need to find more pitching. But the priority is definitely going to be hitting at this point.
Ooh, okay. See, and this is where I'm starting to get to an interesting place, because then in order for you to get that, especially if there's going to be a level of competition, I don't know exactly what it looks like. We'll continue to see what the trade demands end up being. So on the text line from the 832, Brendan Donovan from St. Louis would be better. And yeah, the Cardinal second baseman, he has a little versatility. Second baseman, left field, third base, which that sounds very intriguing. And those 3 positions, especially as a guy that has some versatility. A 2.6 WAR at this point. I know that that's not something you lean on, but a 291 batting average, only 8 homers, so not as much like power you're talking about there, but a 4.21 slug and an OPS of 784. I can deal with that. I can very much deal with that guy giving you a little bit of consistency at second base. So, and that's another guy, obviously throws right is fair enough. Somebody was mentioning that, hey, having a left-handed second baseman, not the easiest thing. Obviously, there's guys that throw right and bat left, and these 2 guys, Lau and Donovan, are guys that we're talking about. But yeah, another one that I would be very intrigued in seeing if the Astros can get. So there's guys out there, but I do wonder what the cost is going to be. And at this point, especially when you add Isaac Paredes possibly to that place, does that take you more into the place where you lean into bump the cost, or does that take you into a place where maybe, especially if he's going to have an extended missing time, does that push you away where you're like, I don't know how much I'm going to push
remember last week you guys kind of, were a little surprised when I said at this point, you just do it. You just do it. And again, it depends on, are big picture, are you in a place where like, hey, if we win the division, fans will be happy, we'll have a shot, we'll take our chances in the postseason? Or are you in a place where, there's an opportunity here, and we want to make another run because we don't know just exactly how many years this window is going to remain open? They've got to be in that second place. They've got to be in that second place where they don't know exactly how many years this window is going to be open, so you make the move now. Yeah. So shout out to the Astros who, Dana Brown's got his work cut out for him. I did find it interesting, though, and I mentioned the Jim Bowden piece on The Athletic. He did say that he's penciling in Dana Brown for Executive of the Year at this point in his estimation. That seems fair, right? It absolutely seems fair, considering all the things that they're doing. We mentioned 16 players, an entire roster, literally an entire roster.
You want to run that down?
I mentioned it earlier, but we can go through it if you weren't listening. You have a first, second, Rogers, third, Paredes, shortstop, Pena, outfield.
Your left side of the infield is a lot better in my mind than this right side of the infield, but it's still fun.
Yeah. Outfield, Jake Myers, Melton, and Pedro Leon. DH, Yordan Alvarez, anybody?
Forgotten about Pedro Leon.
Yeah.
And Melton, honestly. At this point, Jacob Melton.
You've got an entire row. Alvarez, DH. Guillorme is your utility guy. Your starting pitching staff goes 6 deep, which is probably deeper than you could go right now.
If you had to play a game, Astros IL versus currently healthy Astros, I like my starting pitching matchup for the IL Astros.
Do you like what they have right now? Obviously with Hunter Brown and Framber at the top, but still, or Arrighetti, Blanco, France, Garcia, Javier, and Wisniewski.
Although it's all in theory, that's the problem.
Exactly.
But the names are really fun there compared to, and again, I feel like I constantly am undercutting these cats, and I have to give them the respect that's due that they keep carrying the load with the Colton Gordon and the Ryan Gusto now in your pen again. But, you know, those guys, the Brandon Walter, these guys that are coming through and handling business for you. I'd be hard pressed to not look at the likes of even Wisniewski, who started off the season very well, Arrighetti, those guys, and go, that's not a better starting lineup. So just a lot of injuries. You're starting to see some of them throw. A lot of these guys, whether it's Florida, single or AA rather, all those various places, you're starting to see them kind of ramp up. But as we all know, that can be a little dicey. But yes, man,
the Garcia thing's interesting to me. Like he's changed his delivery. I don't know if that's better or not.
Yeah. Well, towards considering like the Astros car wash, we've kind of gotten away gotten away from that thinking of like, they do a great job of helping these pitchers get to the best place.
But he was good.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, he was good before he changed it up. Yeah. And when he came back, he ended up getting hurt a little early. Yeah. So we have no idea if that pitching style will, make him better.
Okay, so maybe you take that from the negative of if he's having to change, it means that the injury was so substantial that he can't keep doing it that same way.
I don't know if it's like taking a negative approach. I'm saying the fact that it's different makes me feel, as if there's something else going on here.
Yeah, if he had a whole year where he was doing good in that new pitching style and then got hurt, then, it's nothing to really worry about. Right. But that's another question we haven't even talked about.
Right.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I hate that they made them switch that pitcher style too, man. I like that old cha-cha he used to do before.
From the 832, DeZenzo's nice, y'all tripping. I mean, look.
DeZenzo is nice.
DeZenzo is pretty. Yeah. And I was about to say, but would you compare him? And then I was about to say Christian Walker, who, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, you back home. Your best years of the last few years were in this building at Chase Field when you were where the Astros are about to play the Diamondbacks. Turn it back, turn back the clock, please. We need it. We need to see it. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we hand things over to our man Figgy Fig for Figgy's Mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so we got training camp coming up this week, which means next month, I want to say, fantasy football draft. People should be having their drafts. So in the spirit of that, I want to know, what's the worst fantasy punishment you've been a part of or witnessed? Because I got one. I want to see if this one compares.
Okay.
All right, let's get to fantasy football punishment. 713-572-4610. We'll do next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
education brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
There's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Fantasy football punishments. 713-572-4610.
Oh, we're going to get some.
Yeah, before we get to that, though, I got to pour one out for my guy. Somebody I grew up watching. Somebody we all grew up watching. Malcolm Jamal Warner. TMZ, I think other news outlets just released this as we were on the air. But passed away at the age of 50. I want to say it was 54.
Yeah.
At the age of 54 from an apparent drowning.
Oh, accidental drowning.
Yeah. So that one kind of hit me hard, man. I know a lot of people know who he is from the Cosby Show. Been around for a long time, man. Really, to me, I feel like he have a real under the radar type of acting career, man, because we all go to him as the guy on the Cosby Show.
That's Theo.
Theo on the Cosby Show has some legendary moments on there, but he was still active, man. He was still active out here. He was just in, I want to say he was in a couple episodes of 911. He played a little bit on The Resident. He was one of the main characters on The Resident. Made some appearances in other shows and stuff like that. So,
I'm looking at his IMDb. You're right.
Yeah, no, he was still active out here, man.
I remember him in him doing a little bit of Community. The one that me and you get.
Yeah, the first thing we talked about, because Lopez, when he broke the news to us, he said, from the Cosby Show.
I was like, nah, Malcolm and Eddie, buddy.
He was like, Malcolm and Eddie. I feel like that's a bit of sitcom 100%. As well.
Yeah, but Cosby Show was really before you guys.
I get that.
Yeah.
We was around. I mean,
it was reruns when you.
Yeah, the problem is what problem? The thing about it is when you have something of such syndication, it kind of is everybody still at that. Well, up until old boy messed it up for everybody. But Yeah, rest in peace.
He was in Sons of Anarchy?
Was he? Wow, I didn't realize that, because that's one of my blind spots.
No, he played in a lot of stuff, man, and even just the small little appearances. So I think he made an appearance on the New Wonder Years.
I don't know. Was that good? Because I really liked the original Wonder Years.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, made an appearance on American Horror Story. Just little stuff like that. He was still out here active. He was smart with how he chose his roles. I saw, I want to say it was an interview, him talking about the way he chooses his roles to not kind of put him in a blind spot or do something he don't really want to do.
And he had the wherewithal to do it.
Yeah. So very sad, man. Very sad day, man. So rest in peace to Malcolm Jamal Warner. All right, as I continue on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Worst fantasy football punishments. Text them in 713-572-4610. And I asked that because ESPN Fantasy posted this. It's a guy wearing a shirt with some words on it, and it says he lost his fantasy football. His punishment is to take 7 consecutive flights around the country for 2 days straight.
Wow!
And I thought about that. I'm like, that's a tough one, man. That's real tough. So,
that used to be a treat.
Well, yeah.
And now it's a punishment.
Yes, because
7 consecutive. Man, that's tough, man.
Yeah.
And so he wearing a shirt that said, "Ask me about my fantasy football punishment."
See, that's the worst part about it. Now you got to have these conversations on flights in an airport.
Yeah, I'm sitting next to you. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's not just that you have to do all this flying around and dealing with airport food and maybe delays now and stuff. Now you having this conversation over and over and over again in some of the. I guess in some ways, it actually is more hospitable of a place to have conversation than we give it credit for, the airport and those type. But, now we have made it to where it's kind of not hospitable. And now you having conversations because people are like, So you lost your fantasy football league, huh?
Yeah. Have y'all been a part of any losing as far as like fantasy?
You look at me, you think I'm a loser? That's crazy.
Losing, yes, but never last. And it's usually the guy that finishes last that has to do the punishment.
Yeah.
And there have been some really mean ones, too. Like it's unfair almost, some of the ones that we've seen out there.
Couple of ones that I remember very fondly. One, you know the actor John Hamm?
Mm-hmm.
So John Hamm, I think he's a Kansas City guy, but you know.
Yes, he is, yeah.
But I think he was on one of these late night shows talking about his fantasy league, and this was when he was doing Mad Men, so he's in the middle of it. And what happens with the league is whoever wins the league
picks
just gets to pick somebody that gets kicked out of the league, but you don't know you're kicked out of the league until the next draft. So everybody comes out, and draft is about to start. 1.1
That would
is
piss
about to
me
pick up,
off.
and they just go, "Hey, you out of here." So John Hamm has a day where he's got a big day filming on Mad Men. He gets done, he gets into the car, he's headed back. You know, he does a lot of research, so he gets to the place, he's taking out his notepad, he's opening it up, and they go, "Hey, Ham, you're out." I was like, that's sick. That is nasty. But I'll fight somebody.
No, I would be pissed off.
I'd fight somebody.
Like,
you got me in this Twin Peaks for nothing?
Yeah, y'all got me wasting my time, man.
Yeah.
I've been reading up all the documents.
Yeah.
I've been looking at rankings for you to kick me out the day up. And if you don't have a second league set up, you're just not gonna have a league. Ain't nobody putting together a league that quick.
Yeah, I'm putting cases on all you people if that happened to me.
So there's that one, and then the other one that I love, when I was doing radio elsewhere, we saw a story about a dude who had to spend 24 hours in a Waffle House as his punishment.
I remember that one, yeah.
And then what you do is, for every waffle you eat, you get to shave off an hour. And so one of my hosts was like, "Man, I could probably eat like 10 waffles in an hour and be out of there quick." And I was like, "No, you can't." He was like, "Yes, I can." And I made him try it. Funniest thing. Food challenges that you know they're going to fail at, the funniest thing. He was dying 45 minutes in, eating like 5 waffles. Because it was a big waffle.
The waffles, I mean, they expand in your stomach. You know, it's the worst.
Idiot.
Yeah, somebody from the 281 said, fantasy punishment. Loser had to eat 6 Taco Bell bean burritos, small bowls of refried beans.
Oh, Lord.
And 3 shots of laxative all in 1 hour.
Oh, see, now that's dangerous.
Just whoop my ass at this point, man. Just punch me like it's my birthday or something, man.
Because that's what they're doing. They're punching you in the intestines. The laxative, because the burritos and the beans is already
That'll do it by
we're
itself.
trying to get you there. The laxatives was like, no, just in case.
Yeah.
We want you to know we hate you.
Yeah.
Our fantasy is a little more friendly than that. The big league that I'm in every year, the first place team gets to pick what the last place team cooks for them. Like the last place team has to cook an entire meal for the first place team. So that's always good.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Wait, somebody said which MLB player slapped another one over fantasy? What? Somebody said, was that Bryce Harper? I think that was. Somebody said it was Brad Kellner, but that, for some reason, Tommy Pham comes up. Because Tommy Pham is a slapping ass dude. He be slapping the hell out of folks.
Yeah. Keep sending them in 713-572-4610. As I continue the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, I want to ask you guys something. Have you guys ever had an MRI?
I have not.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
Y'all never had an MRI? That's kind of shocking.
I've been very fortunate.
I've had the x-rays. I've busted bones and stuff and ligaments, but never to the point where I needed an MRI.
Okay, so I actually had an MRI kind of recent. It was probably like a month or 2 ago. I've been having problems with my knee and still having the same problems with my knee. They didn't find anything, but that's a whole nother story. I think I almost ended up in the situation because if you don't know, when you have an MRI, you can't have anything metal. You can't have anything metal in. So, I took my earring out and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I forgot I had my nose ring in.
Oh, no.
So I got there and make sure you take that out. And I don't think it's like real metal.
Okay, good. Because I thought you got in there and it started pulling on you.
No. So, no, they actually had me take it out. They actually had me take it out. Well, I'm like, I forgot about this.
Yeah.
But it's a story on ABC News of a man who was in critical condition after he was being sucked into an MRI machine for something. This is something that could have happened to me, and this happened to him. But he wasn't wearing the nose ring. He was actually wearing a full-blown metal chain. Here's the story from ABC News.
A truly horrible and unusual accident. Nassau County Police say a 61-year-old man was magnetically pulled into an MRI Wednesday while wearing a large metal chain. He apparently walked into an unauthorized area at Nassau Open MRI in Westbury while a scan was underway, and he was drawn into the machine. He's now in critical condition.
That really made me upset because that should never happen. The only thing I saw was Nassau County Police Department, ambulance, fire department.
Carolyn Spruill arrived to the business on Old Country Road Thursday for an MRI, only to be told the machine wasn't working.
I made another appointment here, but I think I better somewhere else. I think so. No, I didn't hear anything about that. They just said that the machine was broke.
Police say the victim is from Long Island and was not a patient. Rather, he was at the facility with someone else.
If this was a chain that was wrapped around the neck, I could imagine any kind of strangulation injuries that could happen, asphyxiation, cervical spine injuries. If the patient was slammed against the MRI, any kind of blunt force trauma that we can think about could happen.
When asked about the incident, the company had no comment, and police are still investigating.
I guess not.
Dang. Man, that's a sad situation, man.
Yeah, that obviously someone was desperately at fault there.
Yeah, and I was listening to it because I'm not sure if I should blame the guy for doing that.
That's what I'm saying. It might have been him.
It sound like that people are kind of looking at the place
right
as the blame. But what do you do if somebody just walk into a room like that? I mean, maybe you should have more protection from having people walk behind there, but
yeah, that's going to be the litigation. That even if it's unauthorized, did you adequately secure the unauthorized area to stop this because of the particular danger here? But I'm sorry, I'm just stuck on the visual of you just walking by.
Yeah,
and y'all some haters because Kids Rocks was like, that's a fake chain. That was where your main brain went first. I get it, gold and silver, not magnetic. I get it, fake chain. A fake chain mean that I'm going to be sucked into an MR machine like. The idea that you're just walking by, he wasn't in it, right?
Yeah.
Like it wasn't. He was just walking by, and then this thing pulls him from across, like force grabs him, like the like Star Wars.
Yeah, just
and all
pulls
of a
him
sudden,
in.
That is terrifying. I am oof.
Yeah, that's really scary, man. That's really scary, and I just like me having my nose ringing. I ain't really think nothing of it.
Yeah,
but man, prayers to everybody involved
terrible,
with that, man. That's a sad situation. All right, as I continue the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, so I came across this guy by the name of Mr. Beast. And
you didn't know about Mr. Beast?
I did not know about
You're
Mr.
opening
Beast.
a whole wide world of stuff.
Oh, my goodness, he's huge.
Yeah, so he apparently challenged a pilot to stay on this $2.5 million jet for 100 days. And if he completes it, he get to keep the jet. And so this is how it kind of went.
Just bought this luxurious private jet, and if this pilot can spend 100 days trapped inside, he keeps it. What? No joke, I spent $2.5 million on this private jet, and once you step inside, the 100 days will begin.
100 days living in this thing? No problems.
If any part of your body touches the ground outside this plane, the video ends, and you lose this private jet.
Don't touch the ground.
Good luck.
See you when I see you.
Let's see if Armando can win this private jet.
So, spoiler alert, he won the jet. He didn't step out. He stayed on for 100 days.
Oh, wow. Great.
And I thought that was kind of badass. So apparently it was another challenge Mr. Beast decided to give the guy. And here's the challenge, and I'll let you know what he did after this.
Your family has no idea about the second offer. The next 100 days, $500,000. Enough money where you can fly this wherever you want, whenever you want. You can fly them around. No, they're yelling at you.
No, say no. Whatever it is, say no.
Oh, she heard us. She said whatever it is, no.
I've been through enough.
Okay, well, that might make it a little harder on you. Armando, I need you to come to the back.
He better not stay on that jet.
Yes or no? Do you want to do another 100 days?
All right, spoiler alert, he did not do it. He decided,
man, baby girl, you don't want this money.
So that would have been another 100 days. So I wanted to ask y'all this. Would y'all do a challenge like this? I thought about Lopez because you're a big fan of boats, different type of boats.
Yeah.
Or I was wondering, would you stay on a boat for 100 days? And this is like a $2.5 million boat, yacht, whatever. Would you stay on there for 100 days and then another 100 days for the $500K?
Give me a challenge.
He's like, would you live your dream for 100 days?
How about 200 days? Let me think about it. So I could live on a boat, a nice boat.
But you can't get off the boat. That's the problem.
Yeah, you can't get off the boat.
Give me a challenge.
Stay on there for 100 days.
Oh.
I think the boat is actually easier than the plane. The plane is tough because like you just don't have as much room to ambulate or whatever.
Yeah, but I would,
is that even a word?
I would absolutely do it for 100, and then I would do it for another 100. Without question.
Ambulate is a word. Walk or move about. I used it right in everything. That's crazy.
You just helped your Scrabble game.
That's wild.
Yeah.
This is the funny thing is you started talking about that private jet, and my first thought was, I don't want it. That sounds like responsibility.
You sell it.
I guess you sell. That sounds like responsibility. The care, upkeep of that. In fact, he would have to do the other 200 days because how are you paying for the jet fuel? You can't just go and put 87 octane in there.
Yeah, see, that's why I was kind of shocked he jumped off the jet because I would have been like $500K.
Yeah,
like that's a good little $500K, man.
Yeah, but you can sell a $2.5 million jet too.
Where I'm keeping it.
That's true.
Until you sell it.
Where am I keeping it?
Where is
All right,
it?
here you go. You got to go. You got to take this today. Put it where?
I put it in my front yard.
Yeah.
Put a sign on it.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool though.
That's very cool.
I was trying to think. I probably would do it too because I don't have any kids. Just got a wife and a dog. She can hold it down for 100 days.
Yeah, man.
Hell, 200 days. She can hold it down, and she'll probably force me to stay on that plane for 200 days.
If she found an extra 500 G's?
Yes.
That's funny. Somebody said for $500,000 in a private jet, I'm doing it. 200 days for around $3 million, I would sell it. Fair enough. Lopez, even if the dock was dry docked or the boat was dry docked.
100%.
Good? Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Very good. And then some people coming in, I guess many people knew about the MRI story. Someone said that what had happened was his wife was the one getting the MRI. She called out to him. The machine wasn't off yet.
Oh.
And then he goes in. Yeah.
There will be litigation.
Yeah. I can only imagine. It's the American way. But that's really tough to hear. You learn all sorts of things at 1:20 p.m. every weekday in Figgy's Mixtape right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, or rather, I should let you know, at the Figgy Fig on social media, you see something you believe to be mixtape worthy, send it to the man. He might put you on. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But a question was asked of us on the text line that I kind of want to dig into. Which of the teams that are getting ready to start their season retooled better, Texans or Rockets? Let's talk about it next.
In the Loop.
What are your best case and worst case scenarios at these important positions?
Guard.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Just the feeling of football in the air got us feeling all sorts of different. Happy Monday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There's other teams that are out there practicing right now, and it just makes me think. Two sleeps before the Texans are out there doing just the same. We're seeing, high octane passes down the field. I'm like, can't wait till Nico Collins is catching those from C.J. Stroud. In fact, can't wait till Jaden Higgins is catching those from C.J. Stroud. That's one of the ones that I'm really excited for. So, really, really good to get into that feeling of that. Real quick, but from the mixtape, there was MRI stuff, and I was very much in that place where I am stepping out way beyond my areas of expertise. I always want to make it clear I don't know things. And so people, especially in the city of Houston with the medical center and all the people that do know things, as it pertains to a lot of people hipping us the game from the 832, you don't turn MRIs off. They're always on. Maybe with like a super old one, you could, but mostly you don't turn them off or whatever. So
I didn't know that.
Today I learned. Yes, man, there might be some litigation.
So you go by there. Whoop.
Yeah. So just obviously it's a lesson just in general to make sure, especially in areas of medical or just general, read them signs, obey them signs. But especially if you see something that relates to magnetics or MRIs in a hospital.
Yeah, double check.
Don't go over there. You don't need to be over there.
Because I did not double check. I totally forgot my nose ring. So that could have been ugly. So
I'm happy you still got a nose, dog.
Yeah,
that would have been real uncomfortable if you no longer had a nose.
Yeah.
Doing this show. It wouldn't have stopped you from being able to do the job. It just would have been uncomfortable.
Yeah, y'all probably be sitting just like how y'all are right now. Just to not look at me.
What happened to Figgy's nose? All right, coming up, though, we're about to hand it off to the fellows of the drive here in a second. But speaking of that text line where a lot of you get involved with the program, 713-572-4610, someone asked us this, Lopez. Which of the teams that just have gone through their offseason and is headed into the new season in the fall, which is obviously the Houston Rockets and the Houston Texans, which of them reloaded better? And
reloaded.
Yes, because, that's the idea, or retooled, whatever you want to view
Improve themselves the most.
There you go. Because, both of them have done some big things. Both of them in, I think, to various degrees, championship window type vibes, right? Or at least stepping into that space where that is the goal, that is the is the objective. It feels like the easy answer is the...
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, I said... Is this a trick question? Because it seems to me the answer is relatively easy. All due respect to the Texans and what they've done, and they've added some very important pieces that, hell, might lead to a championship, But have they added a proven franchise player?
And Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
and then on top of that, they addressed one of their very big needs by adding Dorian Finney-Smith as a level of shooting while also getting some of that defense back that they lose in sending Dylan Brooks in that trade, and they bring back a lot of their kind of stay ready guys so they don't lose that foundation. It still remains to be seen how it all comes together, but I think that one feels very evident. If you're trying to make the case for the Texans, where is the case to be made for them if you were trying to see if you could have them stack up to what the Rockets have done?
Yeah, I think obviously on the defensive side, C.J. Gardner-Johnson would be one. Also,
yes.
Just the fact it's almost as if just not addition subtraction, but just changing of the guard on the offensive side with the coordinator and the offensive line coach. That makes you better. Just almost by accident. They still have a lot to prove, and we don't know how good they're going to be. We don't know how good but they can't. It's that old thing. They can't be that bad.
That one might be, and it's not the hidden one from the offense or from the Texans. We've talked about this at great length. It's been the thing to talk about. Especially, I'm rewatching it, and half the damn time I'm trying not to write Bobby every note. Yeah. That matters a good amount. I think the hidden thing about that, and of course it remains to be seen for me, and I've probably harped on this maybe too much about the Rockets offensive, the coaching part is a part that I'm still interested on how they retool. So I don't want to take that for granted with the Texans. Don't know exactly what it looks like just yet, but I do think that having better offensive game planning and play calling is going to be a big lurch forward. One of the things I will give them offensive line-wise, it's the one that I was the least convinced about through the offseason as it was happening, and it's one that I'm still somewhat reserved about, reticent about, and I would love to see. But I will give them credit, having dudes that are just bigger.
Yeah.
Because what was it? Was it last week that I was talking about? You know, some of those instances. One of those times where Juice had a reach block and he got the block, but then he just gets beat because he's smaller than the defensive tackle that he's going up against.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen nearly as much this year, I don't think, having guys that are just bigger than your offensive linemen and able to beat them strictly off of the strength that they had. It was actually on Friday. It was the Detroit Lions game because I remember it was Aleem McNeil just showing up, being real stronger than Juice Scruggs in that instance. And if you do go with an offensive line that looks like what we're anticipating right now, of course it's early. We'll see what the camp looks like. But having Lake and Tomlinson and a Titus Howard as your guards, and then the tackles that you have, that sizeability, you would hope that they have the strength and size to not get moved around, not get beaten that same way. I do think that is a level of retool that is probably worth the note.
No, the only question is, are they going to be able to get there?
Are they effective? Yeah. Are they effective in doing it?
Are they going to be able to get there? How about this training camp already starting?
First fight?
Within 2 hours.
We scrapping already.
Within the first.
Not the Texans, though.
They squabbling out there.
It looks as if
out there.
in the
Camp,
first hour of the first practice, the Dallas Cowboys are already fighting with each other. They're going at it, baby.
The Cowboys and the who?
Cowboys and Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, it's not a joint practice.
Okay.
We can't even get joint. We can't even get joint practice yet.
Yeah.
Is that they're gonna win 11 now?
First hour's a bit much, isn't it?
It really does feel like. I do wonder how much of that fits in with like the Brian Schottenheimer, who's the new head coach out there, as we welcome in the fellas to the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. It's Clint, it's Ron. With Schottenheimer out there, he's a real personable dude. I wonder how much like he's encouraging, like, hey, no, let's get the juices flowing day one.
Man, first hour.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Schottenheimer. I mean, you got to be a strong personality to turn that, and that is first day of training camp.
First hour.
That's a you're going too hard for me type of thing.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Little All-American
No question.
stuff.
That's a little All-American or a little entitled. Like get your ass out there and get to work and quit worrying about how hard somebody. I mean, I watched Junior Seau be one of the hardest working, go hard guys all the time, and guess what? Nobody punched his ass.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
I mean, it was not. I mean, he wasn't a fool, but I mean, he went hard in all scenarios. So it's interesting. It's on brand for the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. Is it one of those where you walk into camp and everybody expects it to be so soft, and you got one guy that's out there actually getting work in, or do you have one idiot out there that's going too hard? And it's so on brand of not being on one accord and not be everybody in the same boat, everybody trying to get better.
That's a good point.
It's just
because it's supposed to be like kumbaya. Hey, let's get it going.
What you would like to happen at the first day is like you'd like the coach to come in and go, hey, fellas, y'all ease up a little bit, man.
Syllabus day.
I mean, let's take this thing back, pull it back a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not. But instead, you got guys fighting, and one guy. It's just. I mean, it's just. And hell, it ain't even that hot.
No.
Yeah, no, they out there in Southern California.
Yeah.
By the way, did y'all see? I'm sitting there. Very rarely do I catch the news, the local weather.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, when I kick my TV on, it's always on something weird. Like you got to kick it back over to the right. Not even channel. It's the right input, right? But kick it on and the weather's on. I look up there. Guess what Wednesday and Thursday are, boys?
I am.
We got some showers.
I meant to bring. I'm so glad you brought this
100 degrees
Damn,
both days.
okay.
And
I was just trying to see if I could will it.
The lady, she leaned into might be record-setting temperatures for those specific days of the calendar. And I'm thinking,
right out of the chute.
Right out of the chute, baby. Welcome to the H, man. That's going to be, it won't be too terribly bad at 9 o'clock in the morning, but.
It won't be too terribly great.
Yeah, right.
Either.
Right. But real quick, not before we get off that other Cowboy topic.
Mm-hmm.
Did I just see 7.5 win a total for them? 7.5 wins. Tyler and I were in there talking about it.
I did not see that. Is that what it is?
7.5.
Dang.
That is that's not a lot.
They won 7 last year.
They did.
Yeah,
but they also lost the quarterback pretty early on in that.
Without Dak,
head coach got fired. No Dak. I mean, CeeDee Lamb was the only positive on, literally the only positive on the offense.
Yeah.
I mean,
go ahead and take it, John.
Hell no.
Now I think they'll mess the bed, pick them to win nothing. But damn, 2 games below 500, you can win some money.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Tyler's going to do it.
Yeah. You going to do it?
T ain't going to touch it.
That's next.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He just won't tell us.
Yeah.
That's
right now, Tyler just
he
need to
won't
get a
tell us
couple of
until
wins.
they get to 9.
That's the real sickness.
Tyler's got to get a couple of wins in, baby.
Yeah.
That's the real sickness. Is just having the bet on the side that you don't let anybody know.
How low would it have to be, Tyler, for you to take it? How low would it have to be? They said 5.5 wins on the Cowboys. That's just easy money, right? You still wouldn't?
Yeah, I might think about 5.5.
Okay.
I'd think
I
about
wondered
it.
if you had a price.
Hitting that over, baby.
I don't like putting any of my hard-earned cash on them weak-ass Cowboys.
Okay, all right. That's fair. By the way, we have it as official. Texans announced today that they have signed second-round pick Ersery. He'll be in camp, baby.
Yeah.
Good.
Was that ever in doubt? Never in doubt, fellas?
I'll be honest with you boys. I'm having a real hard time leaning into the second rounders that hadn't signed contracts.
Oh, you got an issue here.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue. I just am like, so what?
I thought you as player would be like, yo, they're trying to get more guaranteed cash for the young cats coming through.
Yeah.
No. I'm not. No, I don't. I've seen too many young cats that weren't worth a damn.
Yeah.
To think that guaranteed money at that point is good.
Yeah, the Bengals call those Smith foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Bengals are on a whole different thing that they're doing there with the first round pick.
Well,
trying
you
to change
got the Bengals, and you got a guy claiming he's going to go back to A&M.
Well, not anymore, but yes.
And then you got the A&M coach going, no, thank you. I mean, that's just silly all the way around.
He said he all-star like more than 2 sacks this year.
Yes. Isn't that the fellow that if I'm not mistaken, didn't his pops when he talked to the media at the draft, didn't he put the league on notice that his son was coming and I think he had about 4 sacks in college?
That was Shamar's dad?
Did not realize that.
I think so. I could be wrong. I could be wrong because there was 2 dudes that went back to back and their pops put the league on notice and I was like,
yeah, good choice there.
Well, Shamar was the one.
Good choice.
I mean, he didn't have very many sacks, did he?
Dude, before the draft, before he even got drafted, I came on here and say I may. This might sound blasphemous, but I didn't like him. I didn't like him at A&M.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 2 sacks in his career.
Looked good though. Looked good doing it.
Yeah.
Great, just real strong, big. Looks the part all-star.
Doesn't A&M have a whole? I mean, that's kind of their MO over the last handful of years. Is you got to be careful with their prospects, which we know here, obviously.
Yeah. Some of those Jimbo picks just didn't pan out.
I hear you on all that.
Yeah.
But the damn Bengals is out of control.
Correct.
With what they're trying.
Oh, that's right.
We can say all we want.
That is right.
Yes.
I mean, Clint, I'd tackle the pen out of your hands before you. The hell are
Did
they
you ever hear
talking
stories about people that
What
played
are
for
they
the Bengals?
talking about?
Yeah.
Like just
I mean, we can hear. I mean, we've heard stories. I ain't never heard even this from the Bengals.
No.
Correct.
Yeah.
They didn't say, hey, Jamar. Look, man, I know ain't nobody ever had this before in the history of their contracts, but we want to do it here.
And that's the crazy thing.
And then we're going to go to the media and say it's foolish.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. He out here talking about
I bet old Smitty had to sit back and say, well, hold on, let me get this. What am I asking for? Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm. You're right. No, every player has had that in their contract.
Every single one.
Yep.
The idea that I just want to make sure that I can get off the money if he does something stupid. The NFL has that built into contracts.
Yeah.
And are you worried about that 10 mil or however how many mil? You don't got that in none of these other contracts?
I don't know how good
he out here lying.
I don't know how good he's going to be, and he may have had 2.5 career sacks at A&M. I don't know.
Yeah.
But this,
Yeah.
Can't do that.
I do agree with
the
that.
Bengals is crazy as hell for this thing.
Crazy like a fox? No? Okay. All right.
No.
Always appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive. Let's get out of the way and let them cook. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. It's Tyler, it's Clint, it's Ron, and right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live on a beautiful Monday, as you can see Clint. I ain't going to lie, man. You know, and Tyler's in the building as well on YouTube and Twitch. You can see him. I'm not going to lie. Clint's having a good hair day.
Oh, God. Oh, you like it? I usually wear a hat.
You usually wear a hat.
Let it go a little bit, man.
I don't know if it's a purpose thing. It seems like a parting of the seas a little bit.
Look like you should be on Boy
Meets
Meets
World.
World.
Natural. I've been trying to force it for a while, and it's the natural. That's the natural part right there.
I don't know. You're having a good hair. You're having a good hair day.
Thank you, Bub. I appreciate it, man. I've been worried about it, man. That between stage is rough. Now I got to figure out what to do with the gray sideburn. You know what I mean?
I just let it go.
Well, I'm a tight fade guy. I'll have to low fade it with this longer top. So I'd imagine there's something we can all settle on that just got to find just got to figure it out, man. Just got to find my sweet spot.
It's a good hair day.
Thank you, Bub.
Rob said Clint is rocking the '90s boy band haircut. Would you say that is the case, Tyler? There is no bigger expert in all of Houston of boy bands in the '90s and 2000s rather than Tyler Milner.
Yeah, you got a little of a JC Chavez look, a little bit of a Nick Carter look going for you.
JC, great dancer.
Yes, tremendous dancer with the moves.
I'm not the
judge on America's Best Dance.
It's got a little. I don't know. It's got a little wave.
More Nick Carter than JC, I'd say.
It's a good look.
I appreciate it, man.
It's a really strong look.
I prefer. I could even go. I think Kelsey tried to grow his out a little bit.
Travis has done this.
Let's go there. Let's go with that instead of the boy band.
It's Travis Kelsey are bringing it back. Two of the 35 unicorns in this country. Once again, you don't know what a unicorn is. A unicorn is
a horse with a horn, huh?
Or the white guy that has the ability to pull the white girl who has primarily dated black guys. That's what the
whites used to do.
And it's one of the most difficult things in the relationship thing to pull off. And two white unicorns, Clint Stoerner and
I never heard it phrased like that till I met you, but that is a God's honest truth. Right,
it is the hardest thing ever. Yeah, the black guy can pull the white girl. The white guy can pull the black girl. But the white guy to pull the white girl who has only dated black guy, that one's a difficult one.
Holy smokes!
Clint, Channing Tatum, Travis Kelsey may have lost a little bit of it, but Travis Kelsey, I believe, still can.
Travis Kelsey, he just decided to call a different play.
Funning on it, didn't he? Bill Clinton in there. Yeah, I mean,
I did not have sex with that woman.
Bill can, man. I don't know. I don't care how old he is. He can't pull that. But no, good looking haircuts. By the way, it is Way Day. Clint he's trying. Look, we are both trying to get under the obstacles. All right, Clint is trying to get under 240, weighed in at 240 last Monday. I'm trying to get into the 280s. I was at 292.2.
Yeah. I'll announce this too, Ron. I've been with I was without this last week as well. It's going on 2 weeks of no sauna, so it's been
no sauna.
This is straight up legit.
No extra here. Yeah. Did take a dip into little Baskin Robbins last night. They got
I thought about it.
They do have 32 delicious flavors.
They have this daiquiri ice flavor. It's almost
right up your alley.
Like a sherbet or something.
God, that is made for you.
That's what you went with?
It's like a rum forward, but it's not alcoholic. It's like a rum forward.
It's cold and it's pink, Clint.
It's not pink. It's blue. It's not. It's not pink.
I bet it's bright blue, though. I bet it wasn't dark blue.
It's a lighter.
I bet it's closer to neon than it is pastel.
I went in there. I said, man, that is delicious.
I almost got my vehicle, and if I tell my wife, hey, love you.
There it's really like
it is super light.
It is a super light. Lowest calories in the building. I did go through. Thank you for shout out to Baskin Robbins.
We can't count calories on the ice cream.
Yes, you can. The hell you can. That Reese's peanut butter cup that I
loaded, wasn't it?
But I mean, what I wanted to go is to get that in a mixture of the butter pralines and. And cream or whatever, but that was going to get you for about 500 to 600 calories right there. This one wasn't bad.
All right,
2, baby.
I like you. I like the airheads in the game.
God,
one scoop.
I thought about it, man.
One scoop. Went in there and knocked it down.
I had a delicious Reese's Cup shake from Five Guys Burgers and Fries the other day. My God.
I'd love to. I tell you what, my dad and my brother made the best chocolate malts of all time. I'd like to have one of those.
That sounds good.
And I would really like one of those. What is that? A little half pint, or is it a pint of ice cream?
The smaller one.
Yeah,
I think it's half pint.
Jamocha almond fudge. I would. Last night I would have caved, but I didn't.
In there, you didn't.
I did not.
Yeah, I drove up there.
If I'd have had a real one,
8:07 p.m.
I would have had to go with the Bluebell.
Oh, you would if it was in that point. Yeah, I hear you. All right. Interesting weekend for the Astros. They do salvage yesterday's game and avoid getting swept. Although Clint, it was looking 3-0 with that lineup that they rolled. And the Hunter Brown started going against their ace, Wu, who was in the All-Star game and pitched Sunday. It was looking dicey, Clint. It was looking dicey, but they were able to pull it off and then make it a an ass whooping, 11-3, as the Bats woke up after the 6th inning, and they avoid the sweep. But for you and the people out there, you can join 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. How big was Sunday's game and what you saw from this weekend?
Ron, it was huge, man. I mean, just look at. I mean, the Astros were on the verge of being 1-8 in their last 9 games, and swinging from a 7.5 game lead in the division to a 2-game lead in the division in a blink of an eye. And the shape
about
that
as
they're
fast as you did it to them last year.
There ain't no doubt. Great point, right? So you're on the verge of that, man, and you are absolutely decimated with injuries. And this series did you no favors on the injury front. I mean, it just seems like you needed to stop the bleeding in some way, shape, or form. And as you mentioned, man, you're a good 3+ innings into that thing. Woo's on the bump. They got their all-star pitcher that appears to be dealing at the time.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the floodgates pop, and some of the unexpected, let's put it that way, Astros get a few timely hits wide open. So I just think, big picture, it was absolutely huge for the Houston Astros to just hold on, and even if you bleed the lead, even if you end up letting others get in the race down the stretch.
Yeah, they pick up a game. After that series, it's down to 4 now.
You just can't do it overnight. You just can't do it in one series, right? I mean, you got to at least give yourself a chance to get some arms back, give yourself a chance to get some bats back. And then if you squander it, or then if you don't end up winning it, okay, so be it. But you don't want those guys to come back and you're looking up at the Mariners. You don't want Jordan to be back and Arrighetti to be back and your squad to get whole, and all of a sudden you're looking up instead of having a lead in the division. So that I don't care how it went down. That win yesterday was a huge win for the Astros, and again, it came in unexpected fashion with some of the guys that led the way.
Tyler, I was nervous. I was nervous for the Astros right there. That down there, I mean,
sitting in that pool mad at my kids.
Yes, it was. Hey, that was because there was just so many decisions, so many ways that they approached things, the way they lost, the game 2 of the series and everything. You're headed down. Yeah, 2-4. Like I said, it was a good weekend for Seattle. And they stopped it from being a great weekend for Seattle. And it was touch and go a couple of times there, right? You got Cal Raleigh, who's an MVP candidate, kept coming up with runners on base, and he had to make some pitches, either didn't allow, Cal to hurt him or was able to do some other things. But it was a rough go. And I'm going to tell you, Cam Smith and Christian Walker had 2 of the biggest hits that those guys have had in Astros uniforms. And for for Cam Smith, that's of his career, because the opposite field double that he hit, in which I felt like, you remember that scene from Major League where Willie Mays Hayes almost passed up the base runner. I thought, was that Shea about to pass him up? Shea was. They showed them 2 rounding third. I said, damn, Shea's going to pass him. And he was somehow able to avoid that tag to tie the game up. But 2 outs for him to go and get that big hit. And I love his thought process of, all right, Altuve's coming behind me. I'm going to get something to hit. Yeah. I'm going to get something to hit. And he drove that hit, and then Christian Walker going deep and hitting that home run in the 6th to really, I believe, just give everybody a deep breath.
Yeah.
At that point, and then they blew it or busted it wide open, as Tyler would like to say.
And told them to bring it back.
That's right. Hey, I'm going to tell you, man, the Cam Smith thing, and you described it beautifully, other than just, I got to add the detail. Going with that outside pitch, that right center field gap.
Yeah.
Damn, that turns me on. That big joker, he's got every right to get up there and be swinging out of his shoes and make rookie mistakes. But he goes up there and he drives the ball. There's nothing, in my opinion, there's nothing more beautiful in the game of baseball. Pitch on the outer half of the plate, and you drive that thing. Now, it could have gone over the fence. That would have been a little nicer. But driving a ball into the right center field gap is absolutely beautiful. So on top of it being such a clutch hit and so big in the game to get us tied up, I just love the way it looked.
Yeah.
I had to rewind and see it again, Ron.
Yeah, they won that game, and those were big moments. But, fellas, this is 3 straight starts with Hunter Brown. And now this one, he didn't, just kill you, not give you a chance and give up 6 like he did in his last start. But Joe did not treat him like an ace, and I honestly think he had to go that route because it did feel like they might light him up for some more. But this one, man, he goes 4 innings? Goes 4 innings and gives up 4 earned in that. And this is coming off of 3 consecutive starts where he is above. This one, 3 earned runs. But this is 3 consecutive starts where he did not look like an ace. He did not look like the Hunter Brown we've seen all year. And, all right, 1 is, all right, A is a bad start. 2 is maybe, all right, now, man, you well rested. You got off. You hadn't pitched since last Sunday. And then you come back again this Sunday, and it's a huge, huge game. It's a gotta-have-it game. Need your big boy to bring you a start. And he struggled again, Clint. This is at least now something very real to watch.
Yeah, no, it's definitely very real. I mean, July has not been friendly to our guy Hunter Brown, and his ERA has jumped from 1.82 to 2.57. As you mentioned, the pitch count is through the roof early on. Now the strikeouts are, I think, the one positive here is he's still striking out guys at a high clip, but not being able to run deeper in games and not being as reliable as he was in the first half. I'm not ready to panic yet, but I think 3 games in a row where there just seems to not be those ace type tendencies that you mentioned. So much so that what did he throw 89 pitches yesterday? I mean, he could have got it. They could have sent him out for one more inning if the manager would have believed in it, if he was ready.
He didn't,
but they didn't.
No, he didn't.
Right, he chose not to. So that
was
again,
probably the right move
to me. Yeah, well, it turned out to be the right move. Yeah. I mean, hell, they
I'm trying to do the best I can.
The bullpen
held him there.
But the bullpen was absolutely taxed in a major way and needed Hunter Brown to make a run deep into a game, and he couldn't get it done. So 3 of the last 4 have been rough. The ERA's jumped. The Cy Young conversations are probably going to at least slow over the next handful of weeks, and we'll see if he can rebound. But yeah, I think it's definitely a big enough sample size now. It's worth keeping an eye on, and damn sure not sweeping under the rug with Hunter Brown.
Text line coming through. Let's not get panicked over Hunter. The worst part of Hunter Brown's outing was the interview after the game when he said he had really good stuff. I'm not telling you to get panicked over it. I would just say Hunter Brown's struggles. Hunter Brown and Framber are in a little different situation than maybe other staffs, because right now, like, it's a killer when Hunter and Framber don't eat up innings because you don't really know what you're going to get innings-wise from the rest of the guys, right? Like the day before, like Lance goes 2 2/3. Right, Colton Gordon's going tonight. He could be liable to go 4 innings.
Yep.
Gusto, it could be liable.
Gusto was overworked this weekend. Hell, yeah. he worked in a relief role 2 different times.
You right now gotta depend on those guys at the very least eating innings, right? And not to mention, because you only have really 2 real dependable starters. And I will give you credit, Ocho. I know you were talking about Walter Redhead, and he had a really good performance on Friday night. His team couldn't score many runs early for him, but still, that's still not depending on what you're going to get from those guys. You really need big starts from those 2. All right, coming up, I've seen this person talked about on the text line here as we've started. What kind of position is Lance McCullers potentially putting Spada, Dana Brown, decision makers with the Astros as he struggles again the other night? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, check it out. Anytime you leave the house, you want to look your best. Fellas,
Donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Bury me in the H.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As I'm sitting here on the text line, hear Clint a lot here. Lance is almost lost every time out. Lance is for sure washed. Somebody texted in.
Well, the sample size is getting bigger, and the outlook for him to be helpful in any way, I think, is diminishing. I think it's fair to say. I
feel like it really jumped up over the weekend.
Well, I mean, look, for me with Lance, it's not necessarily the struggles, because we've talked about it. I mean, 900 plus days away from the game. What the hell do you expect? But if you can't throw strikes, we all know. Look, I mean, that gets stuck all in my craw. But at the end of the day, if you're in the second inning and we're knocking on 50 pitches, I mean, you just can't help us. I mean, there's just like he's not a guy that can get away with not throwing strikes ultimately. And look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend. I know I read some of the stuff about, the fastball's not there to make the off-speed stuff, to counter the off-speed stuff that he's usually so deadly with and all this. I don't know if that fastball not being there, if that is velocity, is that placement. I don't know what the answer is, but all I know is Lance McCullers, if you can't throw strikes, you're going to have a hard time getting people to chase the big sweepers, getting people to chase your off-speed stuff. That is a big part of what you typically rely on. So it's getting to a point with Lance where, you spend so much time worrying about the pitch count and the inability to throw strikes that regardless of the other stuff, you can't win versus good teams if that's the case.
He clearly is not pitching with confidence. I think that's the number one thing is you can kind of see it. Like this is the opposite of Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown is, I'm gonna put it like he made Hunter could probably stand a little bit more thinking through it. Because Hunter's not afraid. He will, 3-2, he'll throw a fastball right down the pipes and say, hit it. Lance's issue, and when you start to see him try to nibble, is because he is not at all confident in, I think, the stuff that he has that should be able to play. Like, you can watch Brandon Walter go in there, and he doesn't have the stuff that Lance has, but he's more confident to put it in there and trust what the natural movement on his pitches are going to do, trust his fielders. But Lance has lost all confidence right now, and it seems like it's in his head. Like, it seems like Lance is operating, all right, no big innings, minimize the damage. I'm not even going to throw anything that could be hit, for homers or doubles, because I am just trying to get the edges and the corners. And he's completely lost, to me, the confidence you need to be able to pitch. Because at some point, man, you're going to throw strikes. You're going to throw balls in the strike zone. Your fastball's going to go in the strike zone. But like Hector Neris almost got out of that one inning late in the game. He's throwing 91 past people.
Yeah.
But throwing it in the zone. So it is a clear thing that Lance is lacking confidence, which I wouldn't say is a huge surprise when he hasn't really pitched as long as when it's been that long, and he hasn't been pitching in a lot of games. It's 11 starts now for him. I think now, though, it is a realistic question. I see a lot of people kind of talking and saying this, having this conversation. It's probably a realistic spot where we are where, all right, now how much longer are you going to run him out here? Are you going to have to make decisions? Because if he's going to pitch with this level of lack of confidence and throw and eat your bullpen up like he does because he's trying to be so fine with his pitches, that you're going to have to make a decision.
Well, I think you run Lance McCullers out there until the end of the season. I think you run him out there. The thing to me is I think he's putting him in a position where they've got to make a move at the deadline. I mean, to me, that's. I mean, you're going to continue to run Lance McCullers out there in hopes that he figures this thing out in the right time, and he can definitely help you in some way, shape, or form if he does. But coming down to it, and you got to decide whether you're going to make a move or not for starting pitching. And right now, you've got a young, unproven Spencer Arrighetti that is promising, but you don't want to put all your eggs in that basket. You got a Hunter Brown that obviously is showing you how fragile it can be when he struggles through the last 4 outings. And you got Lance McCullers, who has given you no reason to believe that he's going to be a power pitcher, a guy that can pitch in the top 3 of a rotation come playoff time. He's giving you no reason to believe that. So the thing is he's making the decision for the franchise really, really easy. Assuming they're willing to make those moves, which they've been willing to make in the past. Assuming they're willing, he's made it a very clear. Or I'll say this: it's becoming more and more clear that that's what they need to do.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, just 2 starts ago, the 4th of July, he's against the Dodgers. That lineup, and he goes 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, and the 1 run was a home run. Again, in that one, he doesn't trust him. He doesn't trust his fastball because he's got 4 walks in that game to 4 strikeouts, and then the last 2 games, Clint, you can't live with 2 2/3 and 3 innings. You can't live with that from your starting pitcher. Now we're talking Zach Greinke 2021 territory in the playoffs. We're like, hey man, just get us through 3 and maybe Javier or somebody can come in, but no, it's that right there. I do. You're going to have to make a decision if he's going to continue to be afraid to use his fastball. Like if he's going to continue to run up in there and we're just exiting the 2nd inning, and Lance has pitched 2 innings and he's up to 41 pitches. Like we're gonna if that's going to be the continue to be the thing, I do think you're going to have to potentially look at other spots. But yeah, Lance is struggling, and it does feel like it's starting to get a little bit more louder. The noise is around him from people. People talk about it feels like it's going to be a loss. I don't know if I'm there yet, but it ain't great. You can tell early.
Well, maybe my expectations weren't fair to begin with, but I think most Astros fans are Lance McCullers fans, and the hope is that he comes back and can start and really be a 3rd starter on this team and help us make another run. But the reality of it is that the way it's looking right now, it looks like that may be a long shot. Can he still help the team in some form or fashion? Yeah, I'm sure he can. But I mean, it's the bigger the sample size, the less likely it looks like it is.
Yep. All right, we're 2 days away from camp. 2 days away from the guys are going to report tomorrow, but 2 days away from seeing them on the field, which we will be out there in Sports Radio 610. We'll be covering this like nobody else. We'll be live out there doing shows and bringing everything we see back to you. But coming up in a couple of days, we're going to get to see all these guys on the field, including – oddly enough, we talk a lot about the offense and the guys they've added. Well, they've made some moves over on this defensive side as well. And the conversation piece there is, let's take a look at these additions on the defensive side of the ball and who we should be looking at new guys they've added in free agency or in the draft. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Fantasy football season is here, and over at Twin Peaks, baby, it is the place to draft like a pro. From now through September the 4th, you can reserve your fantasy football draft party at participating locations, and you can score big. Here's what score big means: a draft kit loaded with everything.
Treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The weigh-in coming up at 3:00. How you feel about it? Trying to get under? You think you see the 2 threes?
I don't know if I can get. I don't know if I can get to the 230s. I feel really good about the low 240s. I don't know about the 230s.
You ain't got nowhere to go but down. But 230s if you lose.
I don't know if I can lose. I don't know, man. That 240 was surprising to me last week. That was a big number.
Oh yeah, you didn't.
That was a big number. I mean, I thought I could beat my record, my 243, but I didn't think I could beat it by 3 pounds. 240
going to Nashville and
yeah. I've been on it though. I've been running and sweating. I got 30 minutes.
Get one in today?
I got 30 minutes in this morning.
That's
30 actually plus 30 plus minutes.
I got it in. Tyler, you have this. You don't feel good, do you? Hold on. Do you think
I don't feel great?
Do you? So listen.
I could probably get to feeling good.
Clint is trying to get into the 230s. 240, he got it last week. And I'm trying to get to the 280s. Just 280 something. Now, I know I told you about that Baskin Robbins.
Made a trip to those 32 wonderful flavors. Makes me a bit nervous.
It did. It was.
But you were counting those calories, which makes me feel better.
I was eyeing it. Didn't have a lot, to throw me off the scent this weekend. People offering me brisket nachos.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And telling me to just go for it, man. Why not have a good time?
Follow your heart. But be ready Monday.
I tell you, you give me an inch, Clint, I'm taking it.
Ain't no doubt. I'm a problem. That's why we're having to fight the fight.
Hold on, Joe.
I didn't need much to go get that dacri.
You got a daiquiri? Did you get a daiquiri too?
No, I'm talking about the margarita, the big margarita at the Astros game.
Damn,
I didn't need. Just needed Clint or Tyler to just say, Tyler, when Tyler said, man, dude, just go enjoy yourself, man. I bolted out of that chair up there, bro. That's all I did.
Ding-a-ling in there.
I did walk the long way to get more steps in to go get it.
See, you're thinking.
But I was halfway. I mean, I was a kid in a candy store when I got that big thing, the big one. There's a little baseball at the bottom of it. Walked it around. I drank the hell out of that thing.
Looks so refreshing.
Oh, it was. God, it was.
One of them drinks where you take the first drink and you go,
that's what it is. God, I want to take the first drink and just say, can you top me off just a little bit more? Real quick, just a little bit more. But weigh-in coming up. I was at 292.2 last week. Clint was at 240. We're trying to get to 230s, into 230s, into 280s.
Trying to brew up a good bowel movement at the moment, boys. See if I can't drop
you
one.
That was what you did prior to getting on the scale.
Last second dumper.
Yes.
It's key, man.
Yeah. So
veteran move.
We'll see. Coming up at 3:00. We'll do that. All right. By the way, news here. If you are just joining and listening to us, the Texans finally heading into camp, which is in a couple of days. Actually, they report tomorrow. But with their second round offensive tackle Ersery, per league sources, deal is for $9.2 million. Their second round pick, who they moved up to get. So, Clint, that is taken care of. There's no worry about any guys, any of your draft picks, your high draft picks unsigned. He will be there, ready to go. All the business stuff is taken care of with him, Higgins, and company like that. So that is out of the way. They did get that done before camp started.
Yeah, good deal. I mean, now is he a backup? Is he a swing tackle? Is he really going to push for a starting position? We'll see. It's just good to hear that the young fella is going to be in camp.
Yeah, he's in camp. So that is the latest there. But other guys we expect to be in camp. We've been talking about things that are on our mind. our minds leading up to it, Clint. And 2 days, camp starts. We've looked at the offensive lot because I think where a lot of the questions are, and we probably feel that's where this team will go the furthest, depending on how much growth they have on that side of the ball. But on the defense side of the ball, they didn't just sit back and just say, let's completely run it back, Clint. They've made some additions in the draft, and more importantly in free agency. They've made some additions to different groups, from the safety group to the linebacking core to the D-line core. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I see you out there, Rob, Brandon, Kick Rocks, the whole crew out there. Sally, I know is coming in. See you here. But what are the defensive additions that you're going to be keeping an eye on throughout camp?
Well, I think there's a handful of them, Ron, that move the needle. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson coming over from Philly after winning a Super Bowl, and look, he's had a lot of success in his career. He has been a player that jumps off the field, whether you're watching the film or you're listening to the press conferences. He's got a little knack about him, about being a guy that can push buttons and even play on the edge a little bit and get away with it and it be a positive. And so, how he I think fits in here, which I think he'll fit in fine, but where and how he fits in, I think the Jimmy Ward off the field issues have made it probably cleared the path a little bit for it to be a little more obvious than maybe it was before. But the way he fits in, the way he impacts this defense is going to be big. And then I think just as fans watching C.J. Gardner-Johnson, again, you're going to see him, you're going to hear from him, and he's going to entertain you. And so I think the list has to start with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It quickly moves to E.J. Speed at the linebacker level. One, because fans should be familiar with him from his Indianapolis Colts days. Two, I think he is more of a speed linebacker, which I think those guys are your better linebackers in today's game. And it was a desperate need for the Texans last year. We saw in critical situations late in the season where the linebacker position was targeted by Travis Kelce, obviously, and Pat Mahomes there in the middle of the field. It became also the Christian Harris situation of not really knowing what the hell's going on with him. The E.J. Speed sign is something to keep an eye on for many reasons. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson, E.J. Speed, those are your top two. They're in that top tier of new Texans on the defensive side of the football to watch. Do
you also look at those guys as being guys that potentially will have the biggest impact?
No question about it. No question about it. For the reasons that I mentioned, it's C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to be an impact player anyway. He's always got a nose for the ball. He's always around the ball. He's loud. He is an impact player. He's a definition of an impact player. And then you lose a guy like Jimmy Ward or whatever's going on with Jimmy Ward. I haven't seen the most recent off-the-field stuff with Jimmy Ward. Now the importance of him being that starter, that difference maker, that play-in, play-out leader is even magnified times 10. And then E.J. Speed, like you said, whether you look at the Christian Harris situation or you look at the true middle linebackers in this league on this team, not their issue being in the coverage department. E.J. Speed at the very least brings answers to the Christian Harris situation and what kind of got exposed last year in the playoffs. So both of those at that linebacker position are your two biggest, I think, pressure points, if you will. I think E.J. Speed, addresses both of those. Damn sure one of them, if not both of them.
Yeah. No, I think those are the guys, the biggest names that we're looking at. Throw out Sheldon Rankins because I think those, when you look at linebacking core, that's probably one of the places where I think teams may try to target, and you can see the addition of E.J. Speed. Safeties, I think, are pretty strong there, especially with C.J. Gardner-Johnson you just talked about. I still think the other part is interior D-line. And Sheldon Rankins has had some injuries. He left. They wanted to bring him back last year. He left for the better deal with the Bengals last year, but they bring him back. And he was a guy that was able to get pressure from the interior in his year with the Texans a couple of years ago. He knows the defense. He's played under Matt Burke and played under DeMeco Ryans. And it's just a position to me that can still stand for, or I guess it's just not as settled, right? You don't have a Will Anderson or a Danielle Hunter right there. That's going to be a rotational group of guys, and you hope he is one of the guys, and particularly when it comes to rushing a passer from the inside, that maybe you could see where it's him and Danico Autry on third downs, or you could see whoever it is. But his ability to get after the quarterback, I think there's another one there, because you could still – I think there's still an argument people will point to that the interior D-line is probably the issue.
Yeah.
If there is one.
Well, you're just leaning into some of the same guys that you leaned into last year. Some of them that met expectations. I think the big thing there is that none of them, with the exception of the guys that missed for the wrong reasons, and maybe some injuries here or there, I don't think anybody disappointed at that interior defensive line. You add Sheldon Rankins to the mix, and I think you've definitely gotten better there. You still have the same issue if you're just talking about D-line and kind of where it falls in terms of strengths and weaknesses. I do think it's the weakest part of the defense. And with that said, I still expect the Mario Edwards Jr.'s, the Tim Settles, the Foley Fadakasis, as you mentioned, the Sheldon Rankins. I expect those guys as a unit to not be an issue or a weak spot on this defense.
Yeah, I just remember this is a guy a couple of years ago who got 3 sacks in one game against Burrow from the inside.
Yeah.
And could be – because that just – right now they have decided, and it worked last year, and it can work again this year, they're going to go more rotation and throw kind of numbers with Foley and Edwards Jr. and now Rankins and the other guys they have there up front, as opposed to going to get trading for drafting the big guy.
A couple other guys. One that I think fascinates me. Maybe it's selfish reasons, but the Damon Arnett. The Damon Arnett is it's fascinating. The player that obviously was once regarded to be one of the best in the damn all of college football, and was a very, very gifted player. Is to make a comeback here. The Texans end up signing him. What does he look like? Is this a legit guy that could threaten to be the third cover corner on this team? Is this a guy that can compete with Jalen Smith, the third-round rookie out of USC? Is he really a guy that can do that, or is this year's project that from jump you realize you see he ain't ready for the NFL level? So I think those two, that Jalen Smith, the third-round draft pick, as well as Damon Arnett, the reclamation product, if you will, or project, I'm sorry, if you will, those two are two guys to watch that are new as well.
Yeah, someone texted in about Christian Harris. Does he count?
Well, I mean, I
played
guess.
Last year, guys. Come on.
Well, I'm always interested in Christian Harris. Call him new or not. I'm a damn sure interested. If you got insight, let me know.
He played last year. All right, coming up, we weigh in, and I'll let you know if I did get that 2-pack snack wrap from McDonald's. I did drive through that. I drove through. I ordered it. I'll let you know if I ate it. But no, we'll weigh in coming up, trying to get to 280s. Clint trying to get under 240s, and a Houston player, a Houston athlete who continues to get disrespected. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. We can't predict when the next storm is going to hit Houston, and
take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in to the drive on a beautiful Monday. It's camp week, baby. Hey. Training camp is back.
Them boys got to weigh in tomorrow. We weigh in today.
We weigh in today, baby. Think anybody nervous about weighing in?
Oh, I guarantee you, there's plenty of them nervous about it. even if you got to, whether you got
they got weights they're supposed to show up in.
Oh, no doubt. Whether you got Campo or Parcells, they nervous, baby. Whether you got one that really
D'Amico seemed like he don't play with that weight stuff.
Well, D'Amico looks like he probably gives them a window.
We don't like that.
He probably says, "Look, I need you between 222 and 225. I'm gonna give you a little grace right here because we do have a ramp up period, and we're gonna get your body right and yada yada yada. We want to do it the right way." Like in today's world, I don't know that an offensive lineman losing 20 pounds in about 3 days and then practicing in the heat is a good idea. That's probably a lawsuit waiting to happen, right? So I would imagine they're a little bit more friendly, but yeah, I would imagine there's some guys that just really would rather the coach not know that they have been out there just acting a fool over July 4th than for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, who do you think it is that, like, who are candidates that you think are nervous about coming in at the weight? Because and I know most people go right to the Flozell Adams of the world, the big dudes.
Well, one thing, Flo was overweight and he was he was not nervous.
He didn't care.
He didn't know.
He knew it.
And the sign, he was paying all kind of. He was donating big money.
But a lot of people think it's everybody. It's not just linemen. There are some other cats that roll in. Kick Rock said Danico Autry. I don't know. He seems like a guy that keeps himself decent shape. Not a bad thought. Mine was Henry To'oTo'o.
He's got a little bit of a problem.
He dropped some weight and played at a much better level last year.
That's a good one.
I don't remember. When's the last time you seen him practice? I don't remember Henry practicing at those camps. Like, he's one where you're like, I'm not saying he doesn't work hard, but like if his weight is supposed to be 235, 230. They got him listed 6'2", 228. If he's supposed to be 230, could you see him at 240?
I got a couple for you.
Okay. All right.
I think Brevin Jordan's one.
God dog it, that's where I was going to go to.
I mean, it all depends on where Brevin spent his last week. If it were anywhere where you can get in the mix, he was in the mix, and he was willing to pay for it after.
Pay the price, yeah.
I think he's one. I think Blake Fisher is one. And that's just being a young, big dude that could potentially get away from you a little bit. Doesn't look like the most toned guy that I've seen. Damian Pierce is another.
Really?
Yeah, Pierce is one to me that just the one that'll get away from you if you ain't careful.
Yeah. He seems to be obsessed. And damn it, he can't afford.
I know he can't.
He can't afford to let that thing go away.
Those are the top ones on my list.
All right, not bad. Yeah, not bad. Someone texted Christian Harris. Somebody texted Christian Kirk's not a bad one.
Christian Kirk may be a little. I mean, he looks like he get out there in Arizona and enjoy that life a little bit too much.
I don't know Ed Ingram, but I just want to put him on the list.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
I pull up the picture. Ed looks like a guy that could go and get comfortable.
I'm gonna tell you one that got to be careful. But the reports are he's been working on his body. That damn quarterback.
CJ.
I'm gonna tell you, CJ looked like he messed around and have him a couple of fully dressed Coronas. It'll show in his face too now. Trust it from a guy that can do it now.
CJ wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. All right, here we go. It's our weigh-in. Clint was at 240 last week. He's trying to get into the 230s. He kind of set the stage a little bit earlier, like he wasn't really confident that he pulled it off. Here we go. Come on, Clint. 242.
242. Gosh, dang it, man.
If
I had my damn sauna, it'd be 38, no question. I blame it on the sauna. Blame it on the electrician.
You think it's 4 pounds?
Oh, 2 weeks? Hell yeah. Absolutely.
You had your sauna?
Yes, absolutely.
Is my boy Ron?
Get on down there, bub. What you got? He got it tucked way up underneath there where I can't see it. I don't even know if he can see it way up underneath there. Damn. Act like you've been there before, Ron.
Here we go. Come on,
He's in them 80s. You look like you're in the 80s. You look like you're in the 80s.
I see you wearing your weigh-in shirt.
No question. Hey! He's there. What is it? What did it say? I couldn't see it. Come on. Here's the proof. 88, baby.
Attaboy.
Big show, 288.
Attaboy.
That's 22 pounds down, ain't it?
baby.
Come
Even
on,
with
baby.
the delicious pink scoop of ice cream or blue or whatever it was.
I think
that's what it's all about, man. That's why we do this thing.
I think I got to get the daiquiri ice every
deserve
Sunday. Every Sunday night to finish off the week.
You deserve it. You deserve a little.
Oh hell yeah! 288, 288, bitches.
288. That's the way you do it, man. You slowly chip away, baby.
That's right, baby.
You slowly chip away. You don't make a drastic change. You slowly chip away.
Well, that was on the dot too, wasn't it?
Look, you had a pop with Tyler at the. You literally weathered the storm of Tyler Miller in an Astros game.
That was 2 weeks ago. I was gonna say, yeah.
I mean, you had a little ice cream.
Now
I wish a little bit.
Now I wish I'd have ordered that damn beer with y'all the other day at Twin Peaks.
Oh no, you wouldn't have got there if you'd been doing that, man. I like it. 288. All joking aside, that's
there
what
it is.
That's the accountability I believe you were looking for. Ron,
and I
when we
ate
started
today.
This thing, huh? And you ate today?
Yeah, I had breakfast.
Oh damn! Got lower.
That's it, baby.
85 is the next goal, baby. I'm
285. Let's do it.
Still working on 30s for you, man. Any 30.
Hell yeah, bitches. Sorry, I'm sorry. I gotta wait. All right.
88. Come on, man.
288, baby. There you go. Went down there and got Mike Irvin, baby. Take that 2 off. And then went 88.
That's left the glasses and the watch on. You may even got 287 if you.
I took the glasses off. I couldn't got the watch off. Yeah.
Was it 288 on the dot?
288 on the dot. Right, man. Let's go. I should have took these draws off.
You should, yeah. Just take it all off, man.
Would have been there. There we go, baby. There we go. Very nice show.
Tyler will blur out the piece.
Laughing my ass off. 288. That's right.
I'm not sure I had that technology, Dirty.
No.
B. Scott can do it.
Come on. You're a little nervous. You're a little nervous, huh? I can see it in your eyes, Tyler.
A little bit.
Yeah, you're a little nervous. Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh, were you nervous about him getting under 290?
Just a little.
Just a tad.
Not a lot. Just a little.
It's fair.
I'm proud of you, though.
It's fair.
Let's go.
I got some good workouts in this weekend and some additional yard workout. I had a real productive weekend.
Did you?
Real productive.
What all did you
I
get
was really
in?
proud of myself.
Did you get some man work in?
I did, man. I got some
What'd you do?
Listen, I almost was gonna have to spend some more money. Went in and got the whole yard fertilized and needed to get
Damn, you going for yard of the month up there in Siena?
Just trying to figure some things out. Then they said once make sure you hit this yard. Got to get water that yard, a couple times over the next 3 days. A couple times a day over the next 3 days. I said, oh, I ain't turned this sprinkler system on since I ain't turned it back on since we had that below freezing weather.
Yeah.
Been getting a lot of rain. I hadn't really felt the need for it yet. Boy, I don't know everything I did. I'm going from the sprinkler thing to the to where I turn to the pipes, whatever I turn it on. I'm turning everything, every lever. I'm trying to remember what I did to turn it off. I'm trying to remember it. I can't get it. And I said, damn, man, I'm out here 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I said, shoot, let me really hone in on a YouTube video. And I'm banging out a YouTube video, and I'm doing everything. Still ain't doing nothing. And apparently, I don't remember doing it when I did it, but apparently I did turn off the main, at least, sprinkler system water source.
Okay.
And I had to go find that.
You remember where it was?
I don't remember. It couldn't have been that long ago, Clint. And I turned that bad boy back on, and I heard boom, like the water kick. I said, "What?" Then the sprinklers came on because boy, Mr. Sprinkler, that would have been a hit, right? They would have got me for everything.
Yeah.
For just to turn that damn knob, all of them working. But then also, I've never really figured out how to run my sprinkler system. Father-in-law came at one time, swore to God he thought he had it, didn't.
Okay.
Them bad boys, they would just any different parts of times of the day. One day they was going like 4 times a day. Then I YouTube again found an editorial on the exact one I got. Well, I had that.
You got it set up?
Oh, set up beautifully now. Before, it was set to year 2021.
Got to get the year right, boy.
I didn't know that it has like 4 different systems where you could set it to run. Oh man, one of them ran at 11:30. One of them ran at 1. So whenever it was running, all of them it would hit every. I was able to cut that thing off, but man, I got that thing working. I'm proudly looking at it.
Did you go in and tell Courtney?
I'm proudly looking at it, watching it all the way around. It was a productive weekend, baby.
Welcome to old manhood right there, boy. When the sprinkler system working really does for you.
But I'm sweating bullets. It's 1 o'clock. And I'm going back and forth. It was hot, sweating bullets. But no, man, I feel good.
You should.
Feel good. There we go. Good.
And you're below 290. Got in them 80s,
right,
man. 288.
285 next time. I'm with that. That good enough for you, Tyler? Next week, 285?
Just 3 pounds?
I got to go to San Antonio. Yeah, just 3 pounds.
Always an excuse.
When is that?
I mean, if you don't want something hard to go chase after, yeah, that's cool.
You have to wait at least 2 weeks after offering me brisket nachos before you can go that hard at it.
Follow your heart, man. Whatever you feel comfortable being the target, just go for it.
Hey, if I can get under 284, if I can get another 4 off, I get under 285. That's nice.
Let's go 284.
What was the low? What's the lowest you ever been? You said like when since you've been working here.
Oh, 197.
No, really?
Yeah.
Golly.
Maybe 195.
Yeah. I guess that one picture I saw. Yeah, you were down there now.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. And got away from me. Thanks, Clint.
No, I didn't know it was going to be that low. I thought we was going to work toward that. We got a ways to go before we start talking about that one.
All right, listen, I got a Jalen Hurts question, and it's based off of comments Cam Newton made, Clint. And we all know this is a Channelview's own Houston kid. His dad coached him out in Channelview. Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl champion now. And Cam Newton was talking about how he's left him out of his top 10 quarterback ratings right now. Here's Cam Newton, former NFL MVP, talking about Jalen Hurts.
I know everybody's going to get mad at this. Cam hating on Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts does not have to play elite for the Philadelphia Eagles to win. He has to play good, but he doesn't have to play elite. We're not asking you to win the game. We're just asking you not to lose it. When you ask that question, are we winning because of you, solely because of you, or is it the resources around you? So game changer, game manager, those are the things that you have to ask yourself. And those are the metrics that I'm going off of. It's like, bro, even when the tush push, you got 5 people pushing you, bro. You got a solid group around you, dog. And the man who Jalen Hurts is, I take hat off to him. But just because he's a great guy, that don't mean I can't critique his game.
All right, that's Cam Newton. Before I ask my question, fair? Were his comments fair?
Oh, I think it's fair.
They're fair.
I think
not whether you agree with them or not, but were they fair?
No, I think it's fair to critique Jalen Hurts in that way. Yes,
and
I
his
think
criticisms were fair.
Yes, I think that's fair. Yes.
Let me ask you and the people this, because clearly Jalen Hurts is penalized for something. It's because his resume, second in the MVP vote. I mean, he's played 5 years. Second in the MVP voting. He's gone to the playoffs 4 times. He's gone to the Super Bowl twice. He's won a Super Bowl. He has outperformed arguably the player of the era at the same position he plays in the biggest game in the Super Bowl twice. So his resume doesn't fit what a lot of people say. Hell, the ESPN executives, they had him 9th. Clint, do you think he's being penalized because of what Cam had to say, that he has really good teammates and people around him, or do you think he's potentially getting penalized because our first impression of Jalen is he was a second-round pick that was kind of a reach at the second round, and he struggled as a thrower when he entered the league. Which one do you think he's being penalized? Because it feels like people can't get the first Jalen Hurts we saw out of their mind.
Yeah, look, I don't think he's being penalized for any of that. I don't think people look back and go, "Well, it was a second-round draft pick." I think people look at Jalen Hurts and go, "Man, this kid was a national champion in college, and he's a Super Bowl champ here." I firmly believe this, and I know it's boring, and I know we've talked about it before, Ron. I firmly believe that Jalen Hurts will forever be minimized in terms of being the impact that he has on how solid the teams are and how much they win and how consistent they are and how consistently great they are and how we talk about it with Will Anderson over here in Houston about the bar being set, the standard being set, guys being held accountable, alphas that are just like, "Hey, man, I ain't afraid to be like, hey, man, that ain't it." Like, that is as valuable an asset to have in a team sport as any speed, size, athletic ability is. And so I think that being Jalen Hurts' number one, I believe that's Jalen Hurts' number one superpower. And that for 99.9% of the world, and for people that analyze it, and for people that they don't know, they don't agree, they don't understand. It's not sexy to cover. It's hard to articulate that. But that is where Jalen Hurts' number one value, most valuable part of his game and his being is and always has been is that. And it's as powerful as anybody else's ability that they bring to the table.
I feel like there's a bit of a Brady thing going on here. I think it took people a while to Tom Brady was the 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
And that guy that ran that 40.
Yeah.
Until at some point they looked up and said, "Oh, okay. Well, at some point, man, he's no longer that guy." And I do feel like a bit of, man, as you kind of, he got replaced by 2 in the national championship game. This guy struggled to throw the ball accurately enough that what we do, but he's improved in all of that stuff, right?
Yep.
He's improved in all of that stuff. I do feel like a little bit of the first impression thing with Jalen is something that it's hard for people to mentally shake. Because I think if Jalen Hurts, if Trevor Lawrence put up the same numbers that Jalen Hurts did, there would not be a conversation. Like, if their careers were the same, there would not be a conversation of Trevor Lawrence, is he a top 10 quarterback? It would be like, yep, there's the generational guy we talked about.
If we're leading the Jalen Hurts conversation, Ron, with the supporting cast and the inability to throw the ball at an average level in the NFL, then you flat ass don't get it. And you're never going to get it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? You're never going to get it.
Well, it's like Jalen doesn't help his teammates. Like it's his part of the game doesn't help
it helps the entire team.
Yeah,
I'll argue it helps the organization. I mean, the standard and the bar and what is and isn't accepted and the way you deal and bounce back from adversity is extremely, extremely powerful.
Yeah.
And he is the best we've probably seen it there.
Yeah. Lamar has a great cast. They don't do that to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, fair.
Just
got voted as the best roster in the league right now. By the way.
They have a great cast. All right, coming up, speaking of greatness, do we understand the greatness that we're watching what seems like a weekly basis? We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
I don't know if we understand the greatness of what we're
SALArmyEDS.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little news. There's no need for breaking news on this. But free agent cornerback Arthur Mollett. It's kind of been of a slot guy, slot to inside or outside guy, but a lot in the slot. He's played with the Ravens. He just signed a 1-year deal with the Texans, Clint. He's healthy, and he will be ready for training camp. He had a strong 2003 season with the Ravens as a slot corner.
2003?
Yeah, as a blitzer, but limited it to 3 games in 2024 due to injuries.
You said 2003.
I thought I said 23.
That's why I was like, how old is this guy?
Did I say 3? 2023, I meant.
If he's got Aaron Rodgers beat, I believe we got to have better.
Clint even said 2003?
2023. If I left out the 20 portion of that.
He's not that old.
2023.
I was trying to do the math in my head before.
He was looking at me crazy. I was thinking maybe I'll get to the 2024 season portion of you, like thinking like he had played since 23.
This Frank
and
Moore?
I looked over at Tyler, and Tyler's got the same look on his face. So I guess I said 2003, 2023. He was with the Ravens. Blitzer, good slot corner. So apparently they feel like they needed at least to add bodies there. I don't know This would seem like more than just bodies. Whose last season was struggles of injuries, but the year before that, he was on the number 1 defense, playing a big role on the number 1 defense. In 2023, the Ravens, you remember, had the best record in football, but the big thing is they had the number 1 ranked defense and allowed like 15 points a game or something like that. Mm-hmm. If you remember, he was number 10. He was blitzing. He was out there a lot for the Ravens. So that this doesn't just – there's sometimes you look at some bodies, some camp bodies, like, oh, all right, that's a camp body. This guy feels like he may be a little bit more than that. This is a guy that feels like may compete a little bit more.
Well, I think, look, when you look at what D'Amico Ryan – he's so multiple in schematically in what he can and will do. And I just remember, hell, I don't even remember if it was early last year. But anyway, the basically playing one of your safeties as a guy that could roll down and be in coverage a lot more, which again, you can do it with any style of player. You can do it with a safety. You can also do it with a nickel defender. A nickel defender should have the ability to do safety things. If you do want to split the middle of the field and play quarters or play halves, you should have a nickel defender that has the ability to do that. But if you have that guy in there along with Jalen Petrie, along with Kalen Bullock roaming the middle, and at any point in time you can slide both of that level of nickel defender into the, you could create a hell of a package there. Now look, the thing is that this nickel position with D'Amico Ryans, it seems like we're flirting with a lot of options, and I don't know how valuable every single one of them are going to be, and I don't know how you keep every single one of them on the roster, or this may just be, hey man, we up in the competition at that nickel defender position.
Yeah.
Right. So you got to believe Jalen Petrie's the guy at that nickel defender position because they paid him, didn't they?
Yeah. You would think nickel.
So I mean, there's no like hidden. Well, maybe they're not as high on him as we are. That kind of deal. That's your guy. I know they really like Miles Bryant there.
Yeah, more, especially more of his coverage.
Right. I've flirted with the obviously Jalen Smith kid giving you an option inside that was drafted in the 3rd round this year. We also last year saw Kamari Lassiter jump down there and be an impact player. So again, you go back to what's my man's name? Got in the off the field trouble stuff. The safety. Mine just went blank. Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward not being an option. How do you replace that body? And is it a safety? Is it a nickel defender? Is it an interchangeable type of player? What does that look like? Looks like D'Amico Ryans is giving himself a lot of options here.
Yeah, I don't want to Yeah, I don't want to we didn't play breaking news. This isn't this isn't a guy that I would be just shocked, Clint, if he got cut or if he didn't make the team.
Well, he was on the streets in July 21st.
But judging from, now he's older, he's 32 now, but judging from 2 years ago, he played a pretty big role. I don't want to say a starting role, but he played a pretty big role for a team that had Super Bowl aspirations, that was the number one defense. And as you brought up Jalen Petrie, similar to him, a blitzer, a guy in the slot that played around the line of scrimmage. So we'll see what he adds to this team, but this was a pickup. Injuries last year derailed his 2024 season, not 2004 season, but his 2024 season. And but the 2023 season, that was the guy that was a big part. All right, it is Monday. We do this each and every week. Mondays, weekend's best. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. Who was your weekend's best? Who was your weekend's worst? We will discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out. Settling for less money is the biggest mistake you can make when you're
Twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Monday, and it was an interesting weekend. And let's do what we do. You can text in and join us as well. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well as we do weekends best and weekends worst. Let's go. Let's start with weekends best. Clint, what's your weekends best?
Well, I need to turn my mic on. Clearly, I had me a good little old weekend. But, yeah, I mean, you're probably seeing the highlights, boys. I mean, you've seen them, even if you wanted to or you're paying attention, and even if you knew what the hell it was. There's this flag football championships that are going on. I've seen the girls and the boys. I had no idea, like, the age ranges and all that. It's a foot. It piques my interest. I'll be honest with you, when it comes to flag football, the female flag football turns me on a little bit more than the men, because there's some girls out there that can absolutely sling it and catch it and run with it.
Girls from the Texans were really good.
They won it, weren't they? The champions, so, right? Yeah. So we'll tip my cap to them. But there's a young fella out there. His name's Bryson Wright out of Jacksonville, Florida. He was on the Jacksonville team. He's listed at 6'2", 200 pounds, but Ron, you said you heard somebody talking to him earlier. He's every bit of 6'4".
Yeah.
Looks closer to 6'4", right? I would have guessed 6'4", but I looked it up. It said 6'2". Again, this kid is out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's a 2028 wide receiver. Bryson Wright. If you've seen these highlights, you probably think he is an inbound college athlete. He is 14 years old, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got a while.
He is 14 years old. He is the class of 2028. He's out here signing autographs, and he's got an NIL deal. And I know the one catch, which I just saw, like Ron, that you were talking about, I've seen it multiple times. I just saw it again up here on TV in the studio. That was as good a catch as that was Odell Beckham Jr. type of catch that we've all seen a million times, but he was over a defender instead of falling out of bounds when it happened. Absolutely ridiculous. You got to check this kid out.
It was insane.
I mean, he is literally – now, apparently, he already had NIL deals and was already signing autographs, so he's all in terms of recruits and recruiting and all that.
I was going to say, I hope he plays the same way with pads and a helmet on.
Well, he's got Alabama, LSU.
Already, huh?
Ohio State, I believe those are his top three. But this kid's – the NIL, the money-making potential, the recruiting of it's fixing to go through the roof, all based off of this flag football stuff, because his highlight reel is – the catch was impressive, but his overall highlight reel is this kid is a human highlight reel. Every time he touches it, whether he catches a ball for 2 yards and he runs away from people, or he catches it over the top of people, or he makes a highlight reel type catch, Ron, it's absolutely ridiculous. This kid's crazy talented, crazy mature and developed. At 14 years old, you got to check him out. Bryson Wright on the flag football team that's representing the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, it was amazing. That catch he had was insane. And like you said, at 14, yeah, they all already on him. He gonna come in and make a little cash already. Hope that goes well for him. But no, he seems like a really talented kid. All right, for me, my weekend's best is, even though it was a tough one for the Astros, then on that other end, then the AL West probably had a good weekend, because the Astros are now 2-7 in their last 9, and Seattle, who they just faced, took 2 of 3. They're 6-4 in their last 10. The Rangers, who just took 2 of 3 from the Astros prior to 4 in their last 10, and the Angels, they're 6-4 in their last 10. They've all gained ground on the Astros. Now, 4-game lead 7.5 over the Rangers, 4 games over Seattle. So tough one for the Astros, but for the rest of the AL West, this is probably how they've needed things to go for them to get back in it with what happened with the Astros.
So the overall AL West.
Yeah,
huh?
the AL West had a good weekend. They had a good weekend. Now they're not taking advantage of this thing like the Brewers are, who are on a 10-game winning streak right now, and they really have climbed into it. But 6-4 in your last 10, when the favorite and the team in first place are, they've won 2 out of their last 9. That's how you gain ground.
We'll get all this little funk.
Hopefully for the Astros, they can slip out of this, but yeah, it was a struggle here for the Astros and not as much for the West. All right, what's your weekend's worth?
Mine is the WNBA and Kelsey Plum. I would say I'm a casual fan. We've talked about it before. I watch it with now that I got 2 little girls. I'm more interested in it, and we watch it. I just watching the game this weekend and just in and out of it. The storylines are there's 2 storylines going around right now, and whether it's fair or foul, I think it's bad for the WNBA. Them wearing shirts of "pay us what you owe us" type stuff at this situation. And now some context that I think is fair is apparently the league is in negotiations right now of a new whatever they call CBA, collective bargaining agreement, whatever they call it. So I understand where they're going with it. I just believe that there's better ways for them to make their statements than when they're trying to grow their sport. It's a huge weekend for them, and the truth of the matter is, I think that kind of stuff turns a lot of people off for what that's worth. I think that was a bad decision. And then, on top of it, Kelsey Plum goes and makes comments afterwards, again, about the Caitlin Clark stuff, about Caitlin Clark's team. For whatever reason, she felt the need to say Caitlin Clark's team wasn't in on the decision to do this. And it doesn't matter what the intentions of either are. The reality of it is the perception and in the attempt to grow the sport and bring more eyeballs to the sport, I think these kind of things are a turnoff at this point in time. Don't get me wrong. I think there's a time and place, not for the Clark
Plum, was she was upset that
No, was she? I don't think she had bad intentions. It was in the post-game presser. They asked about the shirts, and she said it was a surprise to all of us. It was a last-minute decision, and then for whatever reason, she added, she said use the word tattletale. I don't know what the hell that was about, but she said not to be a tattletale, but none of Team Clark's representatives were in on the decision. And the Ionescu girl that was sitting next to her, you could tell was uncomfortable. She even said, like, I don't know why that needed to be said. So it was really a Kelsey Plum blunder, but it's just, to me, it was just one of those, like, man, just leave it alone already, right? Critics to continue to knock it down in a moment where I feel like the league is gaining momentum and stuff like that is just fair or foul. I think stuff like that just turns people off, and so I think that was, for me, that was a poor decision.
Yeah, I think they damn sure need to be on the same page of things. Like, Kelsey Plum's one of their stars in their league. She probably shouldn't be surprised or caught off guard or forced into it. So you would think they should be on the same page. They're going to just naturally turn some people off. To me, I just, like, with the discussions of everything is going on right now with them trying to get a new deal, I don't know. It feels like them pushing the envelope makes sense at this point now. Like, I can see where they come to the point of, like, all right, this is the All-Star game. This is all of us together, a big stage. You know, let's make this statement right now while we're in the middle of trying to negotiate.
And to me, that's where that's where you get whatever eyes are on the individual teams and individual players. You've got all those eyes on the team. Just put an entertaining product out there. Just go out there and ball out, and let's have a good time with it, instead of turning now everybody that didn't watch the entire game is hearing about, these they're the NBA pays for it all anyway. You get more than you were. It just turns into this again, to the casual fan, this conversation that I just don't care to hear.
Yeah, and their thinking is, all right, well, let's just gonna keep going. If we don't do anything, and this is probably the strongest time for them to strike. This is probably the most popular their product has been. This time with the Caitlin Clark and all of that kind of jumping up into the scene. All right, my weekend's worst is for myself because the Lakers signed Marcus Smart, and Marcus Smart is in my top 10 all time of sports figures that I hate. Just
really
sports hate.
Wow.
Not like I don't hate him as a I don't wish ill of him, but sports hate. Like John Elway's up there for me. Somebody who would just kill me.
Why is Smart?
It started at Oklahoma.
I know. I got a feeling why I know.
Started at Oklahoma State, and we had some run-ins with Kansas. He did a real disrespectful thing on the middle of the Jayhawk. Then at the Celtics, and he's like, I know many people give LeBron the flop thing. This guy's an all-timer. I mean, this guy is Marcus Smart. He's just an irritant. He is in the realm of Brooks and Draymond, but he just kind of slides away just a little bit. He's the guy that you only like if he's on your team.
Yeah,
and he's
on your team,
and I have to root for him. and I cannot stand the athlete Marcus Smart.
Right.
The sport. It's a sports hate. I'm sure he's a great guy.
I could see. I'm familiar where I could see. I think your latter point there of it's hard to root for unless he's on your team. I think he's always seemed to me to be a guy that when he is on your team, he's really easy to root for.
Yeah, he's
bugging the hell out of somebody else.
He's bugging. He's a go hustle, go hard, diving, and but he gets on my nerves. He's a guy that can just jump himself into the stands off of some things. He gets on my damn nerves, but he's a Lakers. So
got to watch him now, baby.
Yeah, I got to watch him and kind of root for him now. Marcus Smart, the latest Laker. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we've got some new faces in town. We got some new faces at NRG. We got some new faces in a Texans uniform. In fact, since we started the show, the Texans added another new face, particularly on the defensive side of the football. The Texans additions on the defensive side of the football that we're going to get our first look at Wednesday when they start training camp. We'll run down a list of those players that all the Texans fans out there should be looking forward to seeing for the first time in a Texans uniform. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Gonna be a lot of ground and pound.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do. It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one's ever injured in an accident, you know who to call, baby. It's Mokaram Injury Lawyers. All right, we're cranking up training camp. Texans, they report tomorrow. Training camp cranks up Wednesday, and they get this thing rolling. What is it, boys? Wednesday at 9 a.m.?
Yes, players report to NRG tomorrow, and then we're out there with them live on Wednesday.
Come on now, 9 a.m. on Wednesday, perfect time for us because it's not as hot, as well as we can get out there and get some for all of the Drive listeners. By the time we come on at 2, we will have seen everything. We've had a time to round table it. Maybe we ought to have a daily meeting at Twin Peaks or something. When they practice, we meet. When they practice, we meet, boys. No eye contact from either. Y'all don't like Twin Peaks or y'all don't like the idea?
I like Twin Peaks.
Okay, so there's only one thing left.
I like the idea. And you said every time?
Every time they practice. How about every time we practice, we meet? That's a hell of a commitment, boys. Makes for a long season, baby. But Wednesday.
That gives me more and more opportunity to go in there and just, all right, man, just get the queso and add the meat to it, man.
That's right, because you're already tired.
Let's go.
But they crank up Wednesday, and there are for a team that won 10 games in the second round of the playoffs, played some pretty damn good football. In 2024, there were a lot of changes or a lot of additions. Let's look at it that way. And today, I want to look at the defensive additions that we as Texans fans are going to get to see for the first time. These are guys that we've never seen in a Texans uniform, and we'll see them this year. And here's the interesting thing, boys. As we look at. We talk a lot about the offense, but it seems like every move that the Texans make in terms of like attention, it seems like is most of them have been on the defensive side of the football.
Yep.
And I want to take this approach, Ron, with this conversation because there's several ways to look at this, and we'll get down the list, but. I think when the season ended last year, there were two major glaring issues, one on each side of the football. I think one, immediately following the Kansas City game, everybody's wondering, like, how in the hell does the best tight end to ever play the game roam free over the middle of the field in critical moments damn near all game long? Offensively, how can you not protect the quarterback? Right as the O-line. If you look at the more notable signs or acquisitions, if you will, the new Texans on the defensive side of the football, I don't think it's a stretch to say that DeMeco Ryans has given himself options to where Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes don't play catch over the middle of the field in critical situations next year when it matters the most. I think that, look, the player on the defensive side of the football that's been added that I'm most excited to just watch and to cover overall is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Won a Super Bowl last year. He's got a knack and a nose for the football. He is a guy that you could see being tasked with, you're responsible for a tight end that's just getting off and killing us over the middle of the football. He could be tasked with some of the responsibilities of trying to at least be a problem for that guy, Ron.
Another option.
Yeah. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is on the defensive side of the football. One, he plays a position safety, kind of a hybrid type safety nickel defender. He plays a position that as a media member and as a fan, when you watch him practice, you're going to be able to see flashes. You're going to know where he's at. You're going to know who he is. You're going to hear him as well. He is, on the defensive side of the ball, probably the guy that I'm most excited about covering.
No, and he was the biggest guy they were able to bring in. They get him in the trade with Kenyon Green. You feel like they should instantly win that trade.
Yeah.
They get him in with the trade for Kenyon Green. And, I think they make a position back group that's even stronger and more versatile.
Yeah.
So that gives them more opportunities to do a lot of different things. And hopefully, D'Amico and Matt Burke don't feel compelled to do nothing different, right? They never really did much different in defending Travis Kelce, which was ultimately a big part of how their season ended. They really didn't change much up. Now, they did not have Petrie either in there. They didn't have some of their guys, but hopefully with the group they have back there, it gives them the flexibility to play it and go in a bunch of different ways.
Right. Well, that's where I was going with it. You had no Petrie, so you have Petrie back to address not necessarily Pat Mahomes, Travis Kelce, but because you also have Lamar Jackson, who you got to contain. You have Lamar Jackson, who has Andrews. You have Josh Allen, who's got a couple of guys in Dawson Knox, and what's the kid's name? The better one, the kid from Utah.
Dalton Kincaid.
Dalton Kincaid. So it doesn't matter who you run up this season, you're going to see some good tight ends. There's at least the teams that you're chasing, the teams you're trying to catch up to. So you get Petrie back. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is an answer there. And then we've talked about this at the linebacker position. E.J. Speed is a linebacker that I think is I know on this show, it's probably gone under the radar. We haven't necessarily talked about him a ton. But I don't know. You made the statement last week. You said you think he is going to have more than some sort of a backup role. Well, yeah, no, I don't think he came here to be a backup. I mean, he's a starting linebacker, and he plays the game with an super athletic speed skill set that lends itself to being not only an answer to the exact problem that we're talking about we last saw the Texans defense struggle with, but also just add overall speed to that linebacker crew, which has a couple of guys there in the middle that speed and coverage is not their forte. And so I think E.J. Speed, again, a big-time sign that all of us fans can get excited about seeing in a Texans uniform, but also an answer to what we saw this defense struggle with last, which is that tight end or that middle of the field coverage, whether it's zone or man. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Petrie coming back, E.J. Speed at the linebacker position, Ron, I expect to be at least an answer and an option there as well.
Yeah, it seems like at first when they brought him in, I thought they were really protecting themselves, Clint, from not being in a situation last year where Neville Hewitt had to play major snaps. Jake Hansen, but it does seem like there is a point where you bring a guy in like that who started damn near every game the last couple of years with the Colts and been a primary starter, still young, and can go and could have gone to multiple different teams. It's probably a thought that he is going to play a bigger role than just the Neville Hewitt role.
Yeah.
So,
boy, I would think so. I mean, he ain't coming here to be Neville. No offense, Neville. I mean, you got to.
I'm trying to figure out who the odd man out is, but I guess maybe we'll start to see, especially coming up on Wednesday, where he lines up, which group he's rolling with.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, though. But I think those are, along with being fascinating signs, entertaining players to watch that play positions that we as fans can see, I really do think they're part of a bigger plan, along with, by the way, the Texans, it wasn't necessarily breaking news, but the Texans just signed another kind of safety nickel type of coverage defender, Arthur Mollett, and who most recently was with the Baltimore Ravens. And, 2 years ago in 2023, had a solid year, made some plays for him, and again, kind of plays that hybrid role. So I don't know where he slots in terms of competition here, but another player that's been added that you can argue is will be a force over the middle of the field, whether he's pressuring the quarterback, playing zone coverage, or playing man. Now, Ron, I want to jump to two guys that are a little bit lower on the pecking order here, but they are two guys, and I think they could be. Like, we've got reason to believe that they could be more than just a depth player. All right? Jalen Smith, a third-round pick out of USC. I've been higher on him than I think most have. It's completely a shot in the dark. I'm really leaning into the fact that he and Kalen Bullock are really good friends, and Kalen Bullock obviously knows the cloth that he's cut from, and so D'Amico Ryans, they trust him. They go out there. They bring in another USC Trojan that can help this secondary. Kalen Bullock played immediately and was a force immediately. Jalen Smith at that third corner position, I think, is up for grabs. Jalen Smith could be a rookie to watch there, as well as Damon Arnett, the corner that was a first-round draft pick from the Raiders a few years back that got into trouble, that got out of football, was with the Roughnecks, I believe, this past year.
Yep.
Kind of revived his professional football career, and the Texans have signed him. Uber talented a handful of years ago before he got into trouble.
I was going to say he was.
Yeah.
I wonder what he is now in the NFL.
Yeah, has he really not just straightened up but cleaned up? I mean, in order to rebound on something like that, it ain't about just acting right. Yeah, just acting right will get you a chance, but like literally being the best version of yourself mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally that you can be is the only chance you got to survive and get back in the league. Has Damon Arnett been able to do that? Those two guys right there, Ryan, not to mention that number 3 corner position is extremely important, but those two guys right there right now, I believe, are two of the guys that are competing at just training camp.
Yeah, and with the retirement that I think caught him off guard of Ronald Darby, that has kind of opened up the lane for them to go after and add more cornerback help, which led them to Damian Arnett. And listen, as you said, he was a first-round draft pick, but the other part is like I said, he hadn't played since 2022 against NFL talent.
Yep.
And is he the same guy? And he's 28, still young. Is he the same dude that the Raiders took a chance on, the Dolphins and the Chiefs took a chance on? But it has been several years since he has played against NFL talent. That's the other thing to watch.
Last but not least, talking about Texans defensive additions that fans should be excited to watch this coming season and damn sure watching camp. A familiar face, one of them that is back. We've seen him in a Texans uniform. In fact, we've seen him make big-time plays in a Texans uniform. But, Ron, you added this one to the list, and I agree, man. Sheldon Rankins.
Bad MFer.
Yeah, I mean, look, a guy that I believe a big part of the appeal 2 years ago was Sheldon Rankins is a guy that's going to help us set the standard and build the culture here in Houston. He is an older player that is a lead by example type of guy. He leaves, you miss him, you bring him back in, you add him to, I would say, a good defensive tackle room. Nothing flashy, but a good defensive tackle room. You add another rotational piece right there in Sheldon Rankins. We've seen him in the uniform before, but he will be a big add this year.
Yeah. Well, to me, it's just you start to look at, all right, what are the positions that you think are, I don't want to use this word, but weakest position.
Sure.
And interior defensive tackle, that's just, let's just say this, that's a spot where you don't look at there and say, well, they got a game changer there.
Yeah.
Like everywhere else in many spots, you can look at it and say, they got a Pro Bowl type player there. They've got rotational guys, and this was a guy that was a guy who could rush the quarterback from the inside. We watched him 2 years ago. D'Amico and them know him. They wanted him last year. They just weren't able to go over the bid that the Bengals had, and didn't want to top that offer. But I like the thought when you're thinking, all right, man, we're going to be more rotational there. We're going to have guys like Foley Fatukasi. We're going to have Edwards Jr. We're going to have Tim Settle in there. We're going to have 4 or 5 different guys that are rotating through. This is a guy that we've seen rush the passer, 3 sacks against Burrow 2 years ago in one game. I think that's one to watch as well, right? And they probably got him at a much better bargain. They were going to try to get him for multiple years last year, and they got him after he leaves Cincinnati. So Sheldon Rankins, they know what they have there is one to watch too.
All right, Texans defensive additions to watch in camp this year. The new guys, if you will, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, E.J. Speed, Jalen Smith, the net, Sheldon Rankins, and then I think I do think the guy they just signed, Arthur Mollett, I do think he fits in, could potentially fit in there as players to watch on the defensive side of the ball. Boys, I got a question. I'm considering hiring a private investigator to follow my wife.
That's a weird statement.
Well, it started. My three and a half year old right now has got blonde hair and blue eyes. We both have brown hair and brown eyes.
I just think
you're going to hire what's that show?
This is an error. I think this is a terrible idea.
Well, it started with that. And I kind of flirting around with it. And we back on the car issues here. She's been driving this real nice Escalade for, I don't know how long it's been. It's almost a year maybe. And the smartest thing she's ever done is she bought this wheel package where they'll fix flat tires. As many as you have, basically.
Oh, yeah. I got that.
Well, it's paid for itself 10 times over, my wife. And every time, and I'm not exaggerating, there's been 5 or 6, I don't know exactly, 5 or 6 nails in the tire. I'm thinking she's visiting a construction site somewhere, boys. I've not had 5 or 6 nails in my tires in my life, and I've been in a lot of suspect places now.
This is a terrible idea.
But she did it again today. I had to go pick her up from the dealership this morning. I'm like,
where? Explanation?
She had no idea. No idea.
Yeah, girl.
Have you taken? What's her route? Is her route? I
have no idea. I have no clue what she does during the day.
Tyler, I just think there are so many things in a trusting relationship like you and Lauren have. There are so many things in between where you're at now and hire a private investigator.
I think that's fair.
I think a PI will be able to tell me where she's getting the nails, and it'll help her out too. See if she's being. If it ain't nothing fishy here, then it'll be just like, hey, Lo, you need to stay away from this street, right? I think I'm on the verge of it. I can't handle it. Luckily, they're not costing me money. I ain't kidding you. It's 5 or 6 nails, man.
Tyler, I saw this. I just saw this in the rundown. Should I hire a PI to follow my wife?
No.
I almost.
Well, how do you think I handle it? She's got some big buffed up burly old fella out there in the construction world, putting nails in these tires. You know what I mean?
You're the
almost
only
went south there.
You're the only big buff guy that she's working with, and the only one that's putting nails in her tires.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we saw that tank top Friday dirty.
Mm-hmm. I got more where that came from. I love them.
Yeah, text line coming in. Words from Clint. My wife must be visiting the same. Somebody said my wife must be visiting the same construction site.
I'm telling you. Hey, he's trying to tell us something, brother. He's just tired. He's ready to move on to some new.
Speaking of moving on to some new, are you as an Astro fan ready to move on from some new when it comes to Lance McCullers? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. When was the last time that you hopped out of bed with that?
Prime 10 Houston area locations, BexPrime.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
On July 4th, historic flooding devastated Kerr County, Texas, displacing families, destroying homes, and leaving many in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as the Astros come off of the sweep yesterday, a big win for them, as it was looking a little murky, but they avoid the sweep. But Saturday, Clint, and it feels like the noise is picking up. Feels like the noise is really picking up around the starter from Saturday, and that's Lance McCullers. Lance, Clint, went 2 2/3 innings, 4 earned, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. And I think you brought it up earlier today. He really seemed to struggle to throw strikes. And luckily for his teammates, their asses was in Seattle. Because the way that Lance, and this is coming off of him against Texas before the break, going 3 innings and struggling through that game as well. It's been up and down, and I think it's fair to say through his 11 starts, there are probably more downs than ups since he's returned, and again, returned after missing nearly 1,000 days, multiple years of baseball and pitching against major league hitters in major league settings. But Clint, it feels like the noise is getting louder with him, and it potentially may put the Astros in a place where they've got to make a decision with him.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't.
Are you not there yet?
No, look, I just
been pretty loud.
I just don't think there's a decision to be made with Lance McCullers. Ron, I think they are going to, and I think it's a right call, especially given what your rotation looks like. Continue to roll him out there through 162, and you just let the cards fall where they may. The decision with Lance is, when he came back, he's got 11 starts. You expect him to have 12 or 13 starts because he missed the 2 weeks or whatever it was with the ankle or foot or whatever it was. You hope to, or at least I hoped, that he would show enough promise that the Astros didn't feel a need to make a move at the trade deadline, which, by the way, we got 10 days here. The deadline's 31st of July here, I believe. That the Astros wouldn't have to make a move. I don't know that he was ever going to just eliminate the possibility, but make it really difficult between him and Spencer Arrighetti. I hoped one of those guys would make it really difficult for them to just have to make a move, and I don't think either one of them have. One Spencer's been injured, obviously, and as you said, Lance has struggled. Look, I mean, 3 of Lance's last 4 starts. You mentioned the L.A. Dodgers start where the Astros won 18-1. He went 6 innings. He gave up a home run, which was the earned run that he gave up. That was a good outing, July 4th, actually, right? The outing,
the Dodgers, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run.
Well, I mean, you can go back as even 5 starts ago. That was the lone one that you really liked, right?
Yeah.
The other ones you're talking about, 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 3 1/3, 8 earned runs, 3 innings, 5 earned runs, 2 earned runs. I mean, it's like 4 of the last 5 outings for Lance McCullers have not been good at all. And so I don't think there's a decision to be made with Lance. I think Lance is promising enough, and all the other pitchers in the rotation that would be in competition with Lance are injured enough to where you're going to pitch him for 162. But now there is a sense of urgency to find your number 3. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think Spencer Arrighetti has enough time in 10 days. Hell, I don't even know if he comes back before the trade deadline. So they're going to have Lance McCullers' performance and Spencer Arrighetti's injury, I think, have put the Astros in a position where if they're serious about making a run this year, which they should be given how their supporting cast has been, they got to make a move at the trade deadline. They got to make a big move for a top 3 pitcher in this rotation.
So we talked about this a little bit. You do think pitcher, you said it then, you think pitcher is now a priority.
Absolutely. I thought I've not panicked at all because I thought Spencer Arrighetti would be back by now.
Now, we'll say some guys are feeling like Spencer threw 3 innings, I believe, in the minors. So did Christian Javier.
Yeah,
threw 3 innings in the minors.
Well,
but you feel like a Kikuchi level.
Absolutely, 100%, 100%. I don't know how. I don't know how 3 innings.
You can't trust Lance right now.
Well, yeah, you can't trust Lance right now. And according to the postgame show with the Astros yesterday, I believe you're looking at another 3 or 4 outings from Spencer Arrighetti in Sugarland. I mean, I don't care how good he looks there. You can't put that level of stock in Spencer Arrighetti coming back and being a third starter. And we've seen from Lance, there's no way. I'm not quitting on Lance. I just think it's a poor decision to put stock in Lance McCullers as your third starter right now and not be super aggressive at the trade deadline to find that third starter.
Yeah. Where are you at with Lance? I respectfully disagree 1,000%. Lance McCullers is the worst pitcher in their rotation. I mean, I don't know.
He should be the most inconsistent.
Well, he should be. He just missed 900 plus days of baseball.
I'm sorry.
Fair.
To me, I know, Tyler, you love Big C, but I mean, right now, if the Astros had to, play a gotta have it game, and it's between Lance and Colton Gordon, I'm gonna pick Lance.
Yes.
And if they had to play a gotta have it game, and I know some people may disagree, and listen, I may be a fool too on this because I do believe in experience, but if it's Lance and Ryan Gusto, I would pick Lance.
Yes, that is a correct answer.
And I would pick Lance over the redhead.
Yes.
So listen, he is struggling, and at this point, right now,
red. How disrespectful are you?
That's what he is. At this point right now, he is struggling, and you wouldn't trust anybody. You wouldn't trust him out there. Just like I don't think you'd really trust those other guys in a playoff game. But no, I mean, I just, as you said, Clint, you were talking. Dude has been out for as long as he's been in. There's probably some expectation that he is going to. It's going to take him some time to get going again. And if you were to say in 11 starts, he would have some up and down action, would that be a surprise with Lance? I don't think it would be. So I don't think right now, Clint, I'm with you. Dana Brown, if I were Dana Brown, I would be operating as if I need to get a Kikuchi level starter to not take chances with it. I would operate that because with their lineup, they're probably going to need to stop some folks.
Hey, to no surprise, Tricky Dick on Coach Olin.
Oh, Lord.
Lance needs to go.
Yeah, I know how Dick feels about that.
Oh, he's not a Lance guy.
Never has been.
Damn it, Tricky Dick.
Yeah, he has to go.
He threw the old baseball emoji out there, too. I think it's actually a softball emoji, but that was big for him.
I mean, what that Blue Balls kid, they want him to come up and
what?
Blue Balls, Blue Bond.
Blue Bow?
What's his name?
However you say it.
Blue Balls.
I like Blue
That
Balls.
kid,
That's not Blue Balls.
Something like that. Yeah, no, I'm good. Now, hey, Christian Javier, Spencer get back. All right. But if Spencer Arrighetti comes back, it's not Lance.
No, it shouldn't be.
Right?
Bury me in the age.
We got to get $80 million worth out of Lance now.
It's that fella that's pitching tonight. The redhead staying in, I think. All right, listen, Lance is one thing to kind of talk about. The bigger problem, because Lance ain't it, the bigger problem is what the hell is going on with your ace? What the hell is going on with Hunter Brown? We'll get into that coming up next.
What is going on? Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
You're building your team this offseason to compete with those teams that, have been your roadblocks. Texans haven't been able to do that against the Chiefs or the Ravens the last couple of years.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Lance starter anymore. Lance needs to sit or get traded. We're getting pitchers. My favorite one, Jason Alexander, has been killing it at AAA. Maybe he can get a shot. Listen, I ain't gonna. Your opinion and your feeling of Lance can be yours. If you want to go in a different direction, I think he has put himself in a position through his 11 starts where I can understand it. We'll say it is 11 starts after being out of pitching against major league hitters for over 900 days. But I understand it. Hey, Astros are in the thick of it. This lead has gotten closer in the West. All right, if you want to see some change, that's cool. But I will say this, fellas. You can talk about Lance all you want to, right? There's some things you can get around with Lance, right? You can maybe make a trade to get somebody that's a better third or fourth starter for you. You could look at bringing Spencer Getty up and hopefully Christian Javier and Luis Garcia get to a place where they're ready to throw starter innings the rest of the way. JP France and that. Right, those are all plays that can make up for Lance McCullers. But, Clint, what you cannot make up for is the version of Hunter Brown that we have seen the last 3 starts. This is not just one start now, folks. This is 3 starts where either he doesn't give you a real chance in the game, giving up 6 runs while he's in there, or, he's going 4 innings. Guys, Lance was in the 3rd. Hell, he went through 4 and sat down in a 3-0 ball game. Right? You look at the situation, Clint. There is no cleanup for the Hunter Brown. There's no trade out there for them to try to replace the guy that has been arguably their best player this first half up to this point. So the Hunter Brown thing is a more serious thing than the Lance McCullers. It's been 3 starts. You are welcome to feel how you feel, but where are you at right now in your concern with Hunter Brown in his last 3 starts?
Well, relatively speaking, I'm fairly concerned. You're talking about a guy that was putting up a Cy Young worthy, performance for the majority of the first half of the season, or for I don't know how many starts was that. There's 5, 10, 15. For 15 starts, 16 starts. This guy was legit dead in the middle of a Cy Young conversation. And so the concern level of us not having a pitcher that is that caliber pitcher over 162 in a playoff run, I think you got to be a tad bit concerned. I think your interest has to be piqued in terms of looking into this thing. We're talking about a guy has dropped in that run of games starting in July the 2nd, the Colorado Rockies games. He went 6 innings, gave up 2 earned, struck out 8. All right, he had a 1.82 ERA right there. Since then, he's pitched in 3 games, and his ERA is now 2.57. He's had a rough 3 games. The pitch counts got up. He hadn't been able to go deeper into games the way that you'd hope for him to, which puts a strain on the bullpen. You look at this most recent game, 4 innings, and the manager decided with 89 pitches into the game it was time to go a different route in an already taxed bullpen, given how the first 2 games of
really
Lance.
Yeah.
So look, it's I think it's worth noting. I think it's worth talking about. I think it's worth keeping an eye on. Yes, the question is not. You're riding Hunter Brown.
Yeah, he's not going nowhere.
It is what it is. He's one of your top 2 starters no matter what. But the question is, do you have a guy that can be great, but he's inconsistent and he's just not ready to be that 162 game and a postseason run ace? Or is this just a little blip in the season where he's going to get back to normal? I think that's a fair question right now with Hunter Brown.
Yeah, someone texting it's not time to get to panic about Hunter Brown. And yeah, I don't think we're in panic mode. I'm not going to speak. I don't think you're in panic mode.
No, not at all.
Tyler's not in panic mode either. I don't believe.
No, sir.
But I think the reality right now, what pitchers can you depend on for the Houston Astros? What pitchers do you look at and you truly depend on? Framber, Hunter, Hader, Abreu, King. Is King in that for you? I like King. I think King is I feel pretty good about when it comes to 6 and the 7.
I like Augusto. I mean, Gusto's doing. I mean, he's been good.
Yeah. I don't.
In whatever role they roll out there.
Yeah, I don't know that I feel like I depend. I feel like all right. I'm.
Oh, okay, no, okay.
Like you know what? He's dependable. Like I know. I feel good. I feel pretty good when and I know what I'm going to get. And with that, when you look at the other starters, when Framber and Hunter have bad outings or bad games, it's a scary thing because you really don't know what's coming behind them.
Yep.
So it's been very imperative that you've had 2 Cy Young Award candidates. What you got in and this ain't the first time the Astros have seen that. You've had 2 Cy Young Award candidates, just like you've had with Cole and Verlander, just like you had with Verlander and Framber. I'm sure there's another combination, Tyler, out there I'm missing. But you've got a 1-2 punch. You've had a 1-2 punch. But those other teams, they had better lineups. They had other stuff behind them, like Zach Greinke was in the rotation. They had other stuff behind them. This one, they have to have Framber and Hunter. They just don't have as much room for error because, boy, you look at it, you're like, oh, God, Hunter doesn't perform. God, boy, we got Colton Gordon coming tomorrow.
Yeah.
What the hell's that going to look like?
Right. The one good thing with just Hunter Brown big picture that gives you a ton of confidence is he doesn't appear to be shook ever. I mean, the only thing you worry about with him is, you mentioned it last week, of him bowing up and thinking he can throw it by somebody in a critical moment and somebody knowing that and sitting on it, right? Or, him getting frustrated with getting pulled out or the not performing up to what he thinks he should perform. So I mean that's the concern with Hunter Brown moving forward. I mean I guess my point there, Ron, is it's one thing if he just can't execute, but it's another thing if it starts impacting his mentals. If he gets to where he's losing confidence in himself. I don't think that's ever going to be a problem for old Diesel. I don't think. I mean, put Diesel in, you get Diesel out, right? I mean, I just don't think that's going to be a problem for him.
No, it happened yesterday, man. He just said F it. He just started throwing 98, 99. No, they ain't hitting most of it, but he just said F it. Someone texted in, Ron, Hunter is tipping his pitches. Well, hell, fix it, okay? All right, that's 3 starts. Y'all got to figure that out. Right now, I know from the texter he alluded to that after that first start of this 3, but that's got to get fixed. Like it can't be the rest of the way of, hey man, Hunter's tipping his pitches. Well, somebody has got to do. Where's Brent Strom? Can he give you 15, 20 minutes?
Brent Strom ain't walking through that door, Ron.
Well, hell, somebody. Where's Josh? What's Josh looking at? If he's tipping pitches, which I'm not saying that's not the case. They talked about it 3 starts ago. Well, that's got to get fixed.
Right.
It can't just be, all right, man, he's tipping pitches, and this is just what we got the rest of the way. We're going to figure out what the hell he was doing where he wasn't tipping pitches, and he was a bona fide Cy Young candidate. This is 3 straight, man. They got to have it, man. They got to have it. So I hear you. Is he tipping his pitches? They got to have it. Someone said, guys, even Shaq and Kobe couldn't win them all. It's about the supporting cast. I guarantee you this: Shaq can't go for 15 and those Lakers teams win. I hear you. It's about the supporting cast. I get you. Shaq ain't going for 15 and they're not winning a championship. All right, I hear what you're saying, but they got to have these guys. They got to have these guys. They do.
Well, I mean, look, whether it's fair or foul, the expectations, and it's early with Hunter Brown, but the expectations are that he's an ace. I mean, the expectations is that he's a guy that especially when you're going through, times as an organization like you are right now with arms in the rotation as well, just can't stay healthy. If you need somebody to stop the bleeding, the reality, he's not always going to be the one that can stop the bleeding, but him and Framber Valdez are the two guys that, damn it, when they come up there, like yesterday, when he came up there, we were bleeding. We'd won one of our last 8. Like
you're on the verge of getting swept.
You
needed a Hunter Brown performance.
Yes, that's an ace expectation, and whether it's fair or foul, that's what we've placed on Hunter Brown. And you went out there, and for a handful of innings, boy, it looked rough. Now, to be fair, the all-star on the other team over there looked pretty damn good too until the wheels came off. And so, yes, it happens, but they're not sitting around talking about Woo looked good yesterday, but don't worry about it. I mean, that was a rough outing for him.
I bet they can't believe they lost that game. Gave him 3 runs, and the way Woo was playing. They gotta have Woo, very underrated movie before we lost Jaded Pickett Smith to craziness.
I thought we lost.
Or we lost our hair.
Did we lose her, really?
No, to craziness. He's just that entanglement really hurt her, and by us losing her, we've lost Will Smith too.
Wow, dude.
God, man. See if he'll ever get a movie again. All right. Coming up as we continue, 5 o'clock fire as we'll get you ready for the Astros as they're looking to get out of this funk as they head to Arizona. A big night for Christian Walker. He returns back to his former stadium that he played in for years with the Diamondbacks. We'll get you ready for that tonight, as well as some news from the Texans. Some news from the Texans. They have added a player. They have signed a player. There's new information on one of the offseason players they have signed as well. We'll let you know about all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get to that, hey.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted wide the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is a Monday, and we did kick this thing off, busting it wide open, as we had our way in today. Clint, still in the range. It was at 240. Popped on a couple, down up to 242. But he is ready to next week to get to, what, 230?
I get 230 anything, I'm happy.
230 anything. He's been trying to get
230 anything. If I can get them 230s, that'd be a huge accomplishment for you, boy, man.
There it is.
I mean, this year, I've seen 272. When we started this thing, I was 262. To be 242 right now, 30 down from my highs, 20 down from where we started.
How long ago was you at 272?
It was this year, early this year, maybe into last year. Something like that. I'd say Christmas time for damn sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, look, I mean, if I can get into them 230s, just chipping away here with my boy Show, shoot, that'd be good. That'd be good, Chief.
Yep, 20 pounds down from the top, and I got down to 288. Finally saw the 280s. Hopefully, I don't take any steps back, but saw the 280s, 288, dropped down another 4 from 292. So it was a good start. Good start to the week. Hopefully, it doesn't get away from us at this media party tonight, but a good start for the week. See what they have to eat there. All right, let's start with the Astros, who are in Arizona. Colton Gordon gets the ball tonight. No Framber. Framber is moved to Tuesday. I heard him on the broadcast say, just the innings. It's what they were looking at when it comes to Framber and Hunter Brown. And at this point, this is a tough time to go for. That was a huge series against Seattle. You didn't get swept, but it is a 4 against teetering from the should we sell, should we play to try to get into a wild card spot. So that they're a team that could be had, but this is a big series. You're 2-7 in your last 9. The Astros have got to turn this thing around.
Got to stop the bleeding. I know yesterday with the offensive explosion, if you will, in that game was impressive, but you've still dropped 2 of your last 9. And the rest of the division is gaining ground on you. They're playing good baseball. So at this point in time, it's got to be turned around and just the Astros just got to play good baseball. And look, I know as injured as they are, that may be a mouthful, but the reality of it is they've won consistently this year because of getting production from guys that make that last statement a mouthful. And so to me, it's just a matter of getting back around to playing good baseball and keeping this thing on track. The key is, right, I don't expect a team with this many injuries to necessarily hold a 7.5 or 5 game lead on a division. I do expect them to buy some time as they lose that luxury and that cushion in the division. Buy some time for some of these guys to get back, so that hopefully you still have the lead when the cavalry actually gets there instead of us talking about it.
Yeah.
So avoid the, getting swept and dropping 3 games. Getting swept and winning and you drop 2 games. Like, let's, avoid that for the Astros. I think that's key right now is continue to buy time to get your big guns back.
But I do want to come up. We'll do this here in a little bit. How bad was this weekend for the Astros? We'll discuss that in a bit. But, Clint, one of the things that occurred this weekend we haven't really talked about, and I found it interesting, something that Joe Espada has shot down already. Isaac Paredes, obviously, with the hamstring issue. This one feels different than the last one, obviously. He goes immediately to the injured list. Cesar Salazar was optioned to AAA, and Shea Whitcomb came up, played a pivotal part, scored 2 runs for the Astros yesterday against the Mariners. And John Singleton is active. But Paredes going down, this looks like this could be a more than the 10 or 15 days when you're talking about a hamstring that looked at as bad as it did. But I found it interesting that Joe Espada already knocked this down. Chandler Rome of The Athletic said, if you do have to move people around at third base and have turnover there, is Cam Smith strictly an outfielder for you? And Joe Espada said, yes, he is. Cam Smith was a third baseman, played some third base, and there was a thought, now that you've gotten down to Paredes could be long-term, and you already have Pena out right now, so Dubon can't play all of them.
Yeah.
So what's your thinking there? Do you agree with him? Just keep Cam right there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's having a rookie of the year type of season. He's in the mix. I think he's third in the mix right now, right there with him coming on strong. And so, yeah, I wouldn't do anything to disrupt what he's doing. He's just now getting comfortable in right field. I say just now. I mean, he's in the process of getting comfortable in right field this season. I would leave him there. You got plenty of options. Dubon is your super utility guy. He's got plenty of arm over there, plenty of range over there. Once you get Pena back, and Dubon could be used in that role with Trammell playing as well as or hitting it like he did yesterday and playing a good center field. You've got a guy there. As well. You got Chaz McCormick coming back, and so you've got plenty of outfielders to have the luxury of playing Dubon at either short or third, depending on where you need him. And so, yeah, I would not move the rookie at all. I think you've got it's why you have Dubon. So I understand Dubon is maxed out right now, playing so many positions with so many injuries, but it's why you have Dubon, man. Put him over there at third and let it ride.
Well, you just hope that Short had rib issues and couldn't start yesterday, but you just hope that, one, the big thing is that Jeremy Pena is close and that you don't have to do the Dubon, Shea, and Short thing for very much longer, right? Yeah. Like that, because maybe it's Dubon at short, Shea at third, or Short at short and Dubon at third. Hopefully you don't have to do that much longer, and Jeremy Pena is close to getting back. But that is where they are. But Cam Smith is an outfielder. He is not playing third base according to the manager.
5 o'clock fire.
Now Dana might have different ideas. All right, the Texans. Some news with the earlier, right before we started our show. It was announced by In the Loop. The Texans have agreed to terms with second-round offensive tackle Ariante Ersery. Per league sources, the deal is for a little over $9 million. So Clint, he is in camp and in a good spot. And I don't think there was any concerns or nerves that they would get this done. It is a deal where there are second-round picks that have not been signed around the NFL. Hell, there's a first-round pick in Cincinnati that hasn't been signed, but he is in camp and he'll be ready. More news, unless you got. Well,
no, I mean just that's big that he's going to be in camp. Hell, we every practice we watched, he was getting significant run at left tackle and right tackle, and so. I mean, he's clearly getting some tremendous work for a rookie. The expectations are through the roof. If you look at the guy and how he's developed, and he appears to be more mature than most rookies, there is a chance that this guy could get some run this year. Hopefully, he's that good to where he pushes a Cam Robinson or he pushes a Blake Fisher or Trent Brown, whoever the right tackle is going to be. Hopefully, he's good enough to be in that mix and push those guys.
Yeah. All right. Also, free agent cornerback Arthur Mollett. He signs a one-year deal with the Texans. He had been with the Ravens the past couple of years. Last year had some injuries, only played 3 games. But the year before that, he was a pivotal part to their secondary. He is more of a slot corner, and he played as a slot and was a big-time blitzer for them 2 years ago when they had the number 1 overall defense. He's healthy and going to be ready for training camp. This is another corner they've added to the back end. Damon Arnett, who they added, who had played for the Roughnecks, and now they add Mollett.
Yeah, look, I just think it's interesting what DeMeco Ryans is doing. Look, I don't know who the hell is going to make the team and not make the team. I don't know who's got tread left on the tire and who doesn't. But when you look at the way last year's season ended in Kansas City with ultimately Travis Kelce, who, look, he's beat a lot of people, but it just looked like it was effortless last year, just roaming around the middle of the field, chewing up turf, really exposing our linebackers in the middle of the field. I don't think it's coincidence that you look at E.J. Speed being here and his athletic ability to be an option there. I don't think it's coincidence that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is here as more of a hybrid safety nickel defender. I don't think it's coincidence that they paid Petrie, although obviously that's a no-brainer, but he being healthy. And now all of a sudden you got Millette, you got a guy that it's kind of in that same mold of just kind of a hybrid nickel safety cover defender type player that can blitz as well. I don't think it's coincidence that those are the kind of guys that D'Amico Ryans is going after.
Nope, and they'll strengthen that secondary and put themselves in a situation very similar to a Petrie, kind of similar, but I think his coverage skills are a little bit better. 32 years old, so he's getting up there. But I think this is more than just a filling up for body, where you look at it and say, yeah, they probably need bodies in camp. Not to say this guy is a definite to make the team, but I think it is more than just a body. Also, this one, and maybe the most important, Texans veteran offensive tackle Trent Brown has been cleared recently to resume football activities. Tore the patella tendon in his right knee last year with the Bengals. Team is expected to ramp him up gradually as camp starts. He's been there at everything, and he is one where it is a wonder, does he challenge anybody for especially the right tackle spot? This doesn't help how slow he is becoming or going to be with the team, and they're bringing him on slowly, but he is moving past the stage of us just seeing him in street clothes.
Look, this strikes me and has struck me from the beginning as a keep us from having to scramble with one injury type of move here. He knows the offense. He doesn't need a ton of reps. We don't even know if being cleared, and once he gets back to football activities, he's going to be like, nah, pull a Darby. Nah, look, I don't think I got it in me. I think I'm good. This is too much for me. We don't even know if he's going to be here. But if he is, if the focus is to slowly ramp him up gradually, as camp starts, that is not like real competition. That is a man, come in, the offense, get your body right, and if you do indeed want to play, we'll go at your pace. And look, if Blake Fisher doesn't work out, if Ariante Ersery's not ready, or if Blake Fisher gets hurt, we need you to be an option so we don't have to move Titus Howard from right guard to right tackle. Right? We don't have to play a guy out there that has no business being on the roster, damn sure doesn't have any business in getting meaningful snaps at the NFL level. This has got to be more of an insurance policy, more of a keep us from scrambling in worst-case scenario type deal right now with Trent Brown than it is a real, hey, man, come in here and start meaningful games for us.
Yeah. We'll see. He said he's been there every day. He is somebody that has been there and been outside every day. That's
the key here. That's the beauty about Trent Brown is he obviously is ate up with it and wants to see those around him better. We watched OTA practices where, because you can't miss him. When he's out there, you can't miss him. Where he obviously is not practicing, but he is a resource for young offensive linemen to come directly to him in this system. We saw it happen multiple times in OTAs, acting as a coach and somebody that can give immediate feedback to these guys, big time. You can't put a price tag on that. That's big time.
All right, that's the layest news as the Texans start camp in a couple of days. They'll report tomorrow, and that's some of the stuff that's come out today with the Texans.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Scotty Scheffler, he takes home the British Open Championship. He now only needs the U.S. Open to complete a Grand Slam. That's his second Grand Slam of the year, fourth in his career, Clint and Tyler, and he's on like a top here in terms of the amount of tournaments he's won, the dominance he's had in a year. And again, we heard about Rory this year trying to win the Masters to get his Grand Slam, and now Scotty Scheffler's one away, and that's the U.S. Open to try to win it. He has been the dominant golfer of the last couple of years, Clinton. It is becoming this is pure greatness that we are watching right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting because look, I'm just again a casual fan, not studying it, but casual fan. He's never going to have the flair that Tiger had. He's never going to have, there's something about, Tiger was obviously a great golfer. There's no question about it. Arguably the greatest ever. But the fact that he was not a white dude, anything but a white dude, was huge and attributed to the buzz and the following. The fact that he just was a lightning rod when it comes to every move he made. The way he showed his emotions on the course was awesome to watch. Like Scotty doesn't have any of that. Right, yeah. Scotty's like just an everyday dude that goes out there and wins games and then moves on. And it's beauty in its own right, but it's not anywhere going to remotely close to Tiger. The record stuff though, Ron, I think is interesting because the consistent greatness out of Scotty is definitely going to put if he wants to play that long from a total win majors. But a total win perspective, he is going to flirt with Tiger just because he's so consistent. He's so damn good.
He's got 22 wins since 2022.
22 wins in 2.5 years.
Yeah, total. Yeah, and now 3 majors.
Yeah. He plays in all of them. That's 4 majors.
Yeah, 4 majors, excuse me. Tiger had 82 wins, which is tied for the most of all time, and obviously the 15 majors. But it was like Tiger had like a at least 12-year run, maybe a little longer, because I think he did win the Players or something in 2013. But from 97 till 2010, so like he was the dominant figure, right? Like he was winning at a rate that we've not seen. I don't know if Scotty can withstand that, but I don't think we've seen dominance like this. Obviously, in golf since Tiger.
Yeah, I think Scotty can withstand it. I think his wins can end up being dominant. I just don't think it's just not attention grabbing. It's not it's almost boring. And hell, he says it himself. That's self-proclaimed, right? It's almost just boring. And so I don't think it's ever going to garner what Tiger did. But I think the numbers could match up at the end of the day.
It is the deal though. If he wins enough, it'll be more intriguing.
Like the closer he gets, absolutely.
If he continues this, we've seen, Tyler, you probably know it better than I do. There, over the last several years, there have been golfers you thought, now maybe they had years. There have been golfers where you thought, all right, they're about to be.
Whether it was McIlroy or Justin Rose for a brief moment, or there's been those guys.
Spieth had a little run there where you thought he might.
Mm-hmm.
But doing it for a decade, doing it for 10 years, that's a hard thing of what Tiger did. So we'll see if Scotty Scheffler will do it. But it is absolutely impressive. Those cats didn't have a chance after Friday, really didn't have a shot. All right, coming up, let's look at it. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. How bad was this weekend for the Astros? How bad was it for the Astros, and can they really do this? Are they really capable of blowing this lead? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, check it out.
Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros will get ready to play the Arizona Diamondbacks in Phoenix tonight. Colton Gordon gets the ball. Framber is going to go tomorrow. But they lose 2 of 3, and that's coming off of losing 2 of 3 to the Rangers and then getting swept by the Guardians. So they're 2-7 in their last 9 games. How bad, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch can jump in. How bad was this weekend, in your opinion, for the Astros? They lose 2 of 3. Their lead now is at 4 games. They were staring down the barrel, down 3-0, with their best pitcher this year, the Mariners, Wu on the mound, of getting swept and this thing going to a 2-game lead. But it stays at 4 games because they get it going there later on in the game. But there are a lot of things that happened this weekend, from the Paredes injuries to starting pitching struggles to some of the there was no did y'all stay up late and watch that Saturday game? Oh my God.
No.
I'm sitting there.
Saw the highlights of how it all happened.
I'm sitting there and I'm thinking there's no way this fella can hit Brian Abreu. They're sitting there, 2 outs, runner on third. Randy was on third base, 2 outs. This guy can't hit him. And, I mean, he just spikes the slider into the ground. And it's the only way they score to tie the game. No way, because he just blows him away the rest of the way.
Yep.
And so, I mean, it was just some tough things happening. As I said, starting pitching issues, 2-7 in their last 9 games.
Hell, the next run that tied it up went off the knob of the bat, wasn't it, with Josh Hader?
Oh, yeah, Josh Hader.
Randy Rosarina scored from third.
Yeah,
I think it was.
It was just it was crazy, and he couldn't get a handle on it to throw it back to get him out. So yeah, it was just crazy things that happened this weekend. How bad was it for you, in your opinion? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How bad was this weekend for the Astros?
Well, I'll be honest with you. It depends on how the context of the conversation. Because for me, taking 1 of 3 from Seattle down there, I would have pushed that button before.
You would have pushed it?
Knowing that they were going to lead off with Walters, yes, I would have pushed it. I would have pushed that button. Give me 1 of 3.
Fair. Just don't get swept was your thought.
Just don't get swept, and don't let this be a 2-game lead in the division when we get done here. Let's get it back to 4, and I would have took 1 of 3. So I think the result, I don't have a problem with. I'm not concerned over it. But if you look at the way it all went down, with Lance McCullers struggling once again, Hunter Brown struggling once again, Isak Paredes going down and out, the bullpen getting taxed in a major way in the last 2 ball games. So going to Arizona, I don't know exactly how it's going to impact that.
Yeah.
So those things specifically. Hell, Zach Short, one of the damn subs, he can't go because he gets plugged in the ribs with a fastball, and is a last minute scratch from the lineup.
That's it. Damn, Zach didn't got.
I mean, it's so if you look at how it all went down, more concerned, particularly with Isak Paredes, Hunter Brown, and Lance McCullers. But if you look at the result, I'm not too shook about.
Yeah. To me, it was on the verge, right? That yesterday in the 3rd inning, I'm sitting there like, oh my God. They put themselves, they didn't start it. Brandon Walters and Lance McCullers in this series.
I thought we were going to have I told you so Monday.
Oh my God, man. I like it. And luckily, as we talked about it before, Kim, Cam Smith and Christian Walker, the huge home run to give him the lead in the sixth was big.
Big Trammell did his thing too now.
Yeah, Trammell later on.
Home run, double.
Well, he had a really good at bat where he got the sac fly as well earlier in the game. So Trammell did his thing as well as a young who needs to step up. I'm looking at this trying to think of the thing that is really like the most maybe frustrating or concerning thing that happened over the weekend. And I think there's a lot of things. We talked about Hunter Brown. I think that is a thing that has moved past just a bad start or two. But man, this damn Paredes injury. And it's painful because, as you know, Clint,
the Paredes.
Like, we can say, he's on the 10-day IL or he's on the 15-day IL. You can retroact that thing to wherever the hell you want to do it. But there's really no real understandable timetable on where he is and how long it could be. And now, Clint, this factors into trade deadline stuff, Jack, because they ain't got too much longer to make decisions there. And that injury, boy, it's just like, my God. Like the plan of the season, right? Paredes at third, Pena at short. I don't know who it is, but I don't think it was Altuve at second all the time.
Rogers,
Dubon sometimes, whatever. But, I mean, all of the plans are out right now, like with injury, those guys all the way around. And now Altuve's almost forced to go back to playing second base every day. That's the one where it kind of, I feel like, kind of took the breath away.
Well, the fear, right, with Isaac Paredes is that they immediately put him on the IL. Listen to the post game last night. They immediately flew him back to Houston for imaging. And so when you pull a hamstring and they feel the need to immediately send you somewhere and get that thing looked at, the fear is that it is extremely severe. And so, man, it's that if it were just like last time, it scared the hell out of me last time Isaac Paredes pulled up when he crossed first base. I thought he was going to be out for multiple weeks in. Hell, he played 2 days later. This is one where there ain't no doubt, obviously going to IL, but putting him on a plane and getting him back to Houston for imaging and to get it all figured out, that's I think indicative of how severe it could be.
Yeah, so we'll see there. The lineup is out. We'll let you know that on the other side as we continue to roll through. Someone else text in. We got it again, Tyler. Batting coach needs to be fired.
Come on, man. Half these lineups lately are Space Cowboys. Like, give me a break, dude.
Couldn't have been said any better. That was very, very Chris Martin of Coldplay of you. You had it on the spot, and bam. There's nothing that could be said any better. It is a space. Half these guys are Space Cowboys. Half of them are.
Hell, you got a couple of hooks in there, don't you?
Got a couple of hooks in there. Hell, I don't think Trammell was a guaranteed start every day with the Space Cowboys, but he is here. Oh my goodness. All right, well done. Best bets coming up as well as we continue, and we got a big night. We got a little media party. For us here on the Drive and Sports Radio 610. Stay with us now as we continue right here live on the Drive.
All right, fellas, you know how you can handle that media?
decrease bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Just the greatest producer in the world, Tyler T. Mill.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, stay tuned with us. Coming up as we continue right here, Sports Radio 610 after us. Texans All Access started right as we get done. You will hear from these two might be the two biggest Texans by the time it's over with. Hear from C.J. Stroud and J.J. Watt. They will both be on the show tonight. C.J. Stroud and J.J. Watt will both be on Texans All Access. Right behind us, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They got it for you. They start as we get finished. And then Area 45, they are back in action off the weekend. They will have things as the best damn sports talk show in all of Houston after Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, as they will hold it down after the fellas at Texans All Access. So it should be good fun as they will hold it down. They'll have the a little bit of the pregame action as they will get you ready for the Diamondbacks hosting your Houston Astros and talk about it throughout that part. Also, the return of the week, the return of T-Mill's best bets, and in the red again on Friday. God,
bad streak. bad streak.
Man, yep. 0 for the Astros.
Gonna fade me tonight.
I'm gonna 2 for 3, but it wasn't the 0 for 5 variety like last Friday, right? It takes steps up, but it did miss all the Astros stuff. And now that I'm looking at this, I'm a little concerned about what he did this weekend from a betting perspective, being that the Astros did what they did. I'm thinking, Hunter Brown, easy play for him, whatever the strikeouts were or innings. That doesn't feel like that. I'm just in my head spitballing for what I'm thinking Tyler's thinking over the weekend.
Normally you'd be right. I was pretty busy though. I didn't really place too many wagers over the weekend.
Man, I was concerned. Good to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
Well, you got any room for me?
I do not.
Oh, man. Well, gosh.
It was another red day, Clint.
Hey, how can you not set this thing up?
It's another.
I need to act.
Feeling like Tiger Woods in this red.
I was going to say Nebraska Cornhuskers all through this bad boy. Got Memorial Stadium running through this bad boy. Someone, Rob said, how do they score 11 runs and you lose every bet? No, this was Friday's game. And I'm just saying, if you were if I were to walk into Sunday's game and I'm thinking a bet for the Astros, Hunter Brown would have been the first person I'm turning to. All right.
Oh, mine
man,
too.
Let's see. And he was not the person you needed to turn to. I'm guessing Tyler won't be putting a lot of money on Lance the rest of the way. But best bets coming up in here in just a bit. The lineup is out. Cam Smith in this leadoff role. How y'all feel about that, by the way? That's where they've been rolling.
Worked good yesterday. I'm all about it.
Hell, they had just changed that sucker. And then Paredes went down. They had to shuffle it again. God, dog, Joe. But
earn you keep, Joe.
Cam Smith leading off. Altuve, he's the DH tonight. Caratini is catching. Christian Walker, should it be maybe a big-time return home series for him? He had a big homer yesterday. He played for the Diamondbacks all those years. Well, and this is what Tyler's talking about. Y'all want to fire the hitting coach. And Taylor Trammell is in this bad boy hitting fifth in left field, folks. Who? They got to have it. They're 2-7. This lead is bleeding. And they are forced to have Taylor Trammell in at the fifth spot field.
They scored 6 runs in game 2, didn't they? They lost 7-6 in extras.
Yep.
They scored 11 last night. I mean, game one, I guess you could be a tad bit frustrated with. But, I mean, two of the three games, you scored 17 runs in 2 games with, like Tyler said, several Space Cowboy players.
I mean, I don't
know how you even get to the spot of where you even think about coaching.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, the rise from 9th to 5th for Taylor Trammell is just, I mean, it's quick. That man was batting 9th just a week and a half ago, and he's in the 5 spot. Dubon is at third base tonight. That's where they're going at third base. McCormick's in center. Matthews, who had by the way, shout out to Matthews. Great bunt that he got. They didn't help him win the game, but they helped him get that runner over. Great bunt by Matthews. You mean
steal bunt?
Yeah, he bunt, man. He did it, man. It looked like he felt good about himself running off the field, adding to the team. He's at second base, and then Zach Short is at shortstop tonight. So that is the lineup as Colton Gordon, his ERA is nearing 5. He's going to try his best to roll through this thing safely. Best bet's coming up. How you guys feeling about the media party tonight?
I'm excited about it.
I'm enjoying it every year.
I'm excited about it.
I'm working
a good get down.
I'm working for the people out here tonight.
Why is that? What does that mean?
We got to go into these things with a game plan. They're listening to game plan for me in this one. 2 things. 1, just don't get hammered.
That's odd because on my list I have make sure you do get hammered.
I'm sure you do.
McNair's dime?
I would like. I hear you on that part. It's just for me. I just want to make sure I'm in a hey. Let's not turn to get dicey. I don't want to get to a place where I, as we call it, turn the corner. When you look in there, you look in the eyes and you turn the corner. All right, I've seen Tyler turn the corner. I've seen Clint turn the corner.
The guy is drunk.
I've seen myself turn the corner. I don't want to get into a turn the corner spot. And I'm trying to work on maybe getting see if we can get a football guest during the football season. See if we can network with the right people. See if we can get us a guest.
I got to believe the effort and networking starting the eve of them reporting. I don't know if that's going to work, but I'm with you. I'm with you.
Got to.
I mean, I'll push the envelope.
I'll push. Yeah. Yeah, that's the deal right there. Yeah, trying to get somebody to roll in. Take CJ Will Anderson out of it. Who are your top 3 that you would like to have a weekly hit with? Take CJ and Will out of it, Tyler.
Well, I'd roll with a different CJ Gardner-Johnson. He is entertaining on the mic.
I'd go with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That would have been my one. There's no question about it. Corner. God, dog, man. That's good. That's real good on this.
Kamari Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter. He is all on the defensive side of football?
Nico wouldn't be bad.
So you go to the offense. Okay.
Anybody on the team.
Joe Mixon would be good because Joe's got a tendency to really tell the truth.
And he's a comfortable veteran.
Yeah.
I love Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
He's a comfortable veteran. That's my thing, is comfortable veterans who've been through it and know what's going on.
Yeah,
Aziz wouldn't be bad to me.
Yep, Aziz
that'd be a good one.
Jimmy Ward would have been good, but boy, that went away quick.
Could you imagine if they gave us that? All right, we'll go Jim Ward.
Ooh, I have to go Joe Mixon.
Mixon's pretty good.
I mean, Nico would be great because he's obviously
coming into his own.
He's expected to be.
Someone text in Nico all day.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd love to have Nico all day, every day. But I mean,
what about Christian Kirk?
Because it's only because he's a superstar player, and I mean, he's got a chance to lead the league in receiving.
Yeah. What about Christian Kirk, Tyler? He's a vet in the league? Is he?
Yeah, I mean, he's not C.J. Gardner-Johnson level of entertainment value on the mic, but he's good on the mic. I could get down with a weekly hit with Christian Kirk.
Yeah, you're right. I feel like we could get C.J. Gardner-Johnson to do
stuff. Here's the thing: is when you do it right, like you mentioned, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Those guys are big enough stars to where whatever they say is going to get picked up. I don't like Nico doesn't bring enough to the table to where like he's never going to say anything that's just like wow, and I don't think he's going to say that like just from a gotta hear what he has to say. So we're almost better off going with somebody that you know is going to be entertaining as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be comfortable.
Right.